I treat you like a ghost. Take this man home, everybody else already knows I'm the only one I need, you're the one that needs to grow. I ain't playing, boy, turn around and walk it out the door.
You've got to go.
Though.
Whoa, child, I don't mind. Follow if you like. Just know I got no time. Now for you and I, me if you like. Don't expect me to reply. Don't expect no ride or die. Now for you and I, love, I need to keep this from the mirror on the wall. I'll never let her fall. Yeah. The only time I need to keep it smiling, I'm never playing games. I'm trying every day, yeah. The only love I need to keep it strong, the mirror on the wall. I'll never let her fall, no. I'll never let her fall, no. The only time I need to keep it smiling, I'm never playing games. I'm never playing games. I'm trying every day, yeah.
I ain't holding my breath, but something's gotta give. Settle for nothing less. Gotta go, gotta get. I take it as it is. The game is never ending. We never signed it to life, but we're here for the ride. So hold on tight. We're moving fast and time don't slow, so we gotta let go. We already know we're just living for the good times. Nothing better than the good times. Stay living for the good times. We're living for the good times. I don't know if you noticed, but I ain't on it. If it don't got that buzz, stay awake, come alive. Throw hands up in the sky and I love it how it was. We never signed it to life, but we're here for the ride. So hold on tight. We're moving fast and time don't slow, so we gotta let go. We already know we're just living for the good times. Nothing better than the good times. Stay living for the good times. We're living for the good times. We got it all. Got it all. Got it all. Got it all. We're just living for the good times. Nothing better than the good times. Stay living for the good times. We're living for the good times. We're just living for the good times. Good times. Good times. Good times.
Cut me out like a photo from magazine. Cold dead eyes,
cruising on the way to paradise. Jump right in, baby, let's go. Let's go. Drop some bass on the radio. You and me will drive through the night, cruising on the way to paradise. Jump right in, baby, let's go. Let's go.
You called me the other night. Don't you know I've got no time? That's it, I'll never ride for you and I. Don't you call me babe? Thought you had a chance dropping DMs on my page. You can stay outside, you can park it on the pavement. Waiting, I don't need a man that's cheap and basic. I'm ranking. Back up. I don't need another suitor, babe. Man up. Put your pouting on a Twitter page, yeah. And I'd advise you to take a deep breath, cause you gon' hold it till the colors in your cheeks left. Whoa, child, I don't mind. You can follow if you like. Just know I got no time. Now for you and I, now for you and I. Call me if you like. Don't expect me to reply. Don't expect no ride or die. Now for you and I, now for you and I. What makes you think I want it when I treat you like a ghost? Take this man home, everybody else already knows I'm the only one I need, you're the one that needs to grow. I ain't playing, boy, turn around and walk it out the door. You've got to go. For the love of God, for the love of God. Watch, baby, I don't mind. Just stand home, yeah. Televised, you don't need to come by. From a distance, though. Whoa, child, I don't mind. Follow if you like. Just know I got no time. Now for you and I, now for you and I. Call me if you like. Don't expect me to reply. Don't expect no ride or die. Now for you and I, now for you and I. Love, I need to keep this from the mirror on the wall. I'll never let her fall, no. Yeah. The only time I need to keep it mine. I'm never playing games. I'm trying every day, yeah. The only love I need to keep is from the mirror on the wall. I'll never let her fall, no. I'll never let her fall, no. The only time I need to keep is mine. I'm never playing games. I'm never playing games. I'm trying every day, yeah. Oh, yeah. Whoa, child, I don't mind. Something they lose, baby. No chance to lose, baby. No need for you, baby. Whoa, child, I don't mind. Some on the new, baby. Let's stop for you, baby. Boy, you so crazy. Whoa, child, I don't mind. Follow if you like. Just know I got no time. Now for you and I, now for you and I. Call me if you like. Don't expect me to reply. Don't expect no ride or die. Now for you and I, now for you and I. Love, I need to keep this from the mirror on the wall. I'll never let her fall, no, no.
ESL Impact is brought to you in part by Intel, Qiddiya, and DHL.
Lights fall in the golden city. Fire's out and the water's gone black. You can run, but you won't get pity. Ash to dust will get you back. Tomorrow we will rise.
Hello everyone and welcome back to ESL Impact. It is a great day here in ESL Impact. Not only do we have some good CS coming up, but I'm joined by a different face today. Not the usual B-Dog. We have Brandelf Dog.
Hello, lovely. How are you?
I'm good. I kind of combined your name with Brandon there. It didn't really work.
We'll move swiftly on. It's been a while since you and I did. I think we were somewhere in Europe actually the last time that I casted with you. So it'll be fun to go again. We'll be covering Europe today. Overpeak versus Peekaboo. Let's see if we get that wrong at any time during the best of three. It's going to be an interesting challenge.
It's peaks on peaks. So yeah, whichever masochist decided to give us that game, I'm judging you. The Killers versus Full Magic Gaming, that's on South America a bit later. And then Shimmer versus Little Bocks. I know that will be an exciting game to round out in North America. Let's refresh on where we are in Europe, Bardolph, because I know you've been dabbling about, but here in Europe, it's been some interesting stuff in Group A. We've got NIP at the top of the table with Hindsight, who have been a bit of a surprise, I think, in this group. They came through the open qualifier and have been performing exceptionally well. A lot of very familiar faces in that team. And some struggles from teams that we didn't expect. For instance, AK Hero KO yet to find that first win. Let It Cook going 1-for-1 as well. And if you are wanting to keep an eye on the action, Hindsight versus NIP is the community game today. So that's going to determine which one of those teams sits 3-0. So we'll keep you updated as that progresses.
I'm super interested in that match. I mean, I've got friends all over the place here. It's great to see McCary playing again. Mama McCary, fresh from having a kiddo, back on the server, which is great to see. And we have surprises all over the shop. Bigger Keeper, I think, is a monster team. Bigger Keeper, for me, I think is like the Infinity Stones altogether. Hanka, Viku, and Astra on a team is nasty work. And we are seeing the results of that. They're playing Imperial Valkyrie soon, and I'm very excited to see that. As you can see, they've had a rough start. The likes of Overpeak as well have been a pleasant surprise, certainly. I think in both groups, there are the usual things we see aren't happening, and I think the current state of things in both Group A and Group B is absolutely fantastic. I think we've got some real killers in both groups who are capable of going very far, and I think that the surprises are not over just yet.
Yeah, Overpeak has been one of those surprises as well, right? Like they've been really kind of came out of nowhere, the win over Imperial. Like that was a shock, and they've not slowed down, right? Sitting 2-0. So I think it's going to be a very interesting game here today for them up against Peekaboo, because we have this kind of peak v peak situation going on, which feeds into our little to peak or not to peak graphic.
Boom.
Yeah, it's interesting because we have two very different AWPers, not just in their stats, where you can see that Vispel, a player that we've had in ESL Impact for some time now, and has always been a primary AWPer, and is a pretty aggressive one, very successful in her peaks, as you can see. Like 30% with a 73% success rate is actually absurdly good. But what's interesting is the contrast, right? I spoke with Brandon about this when we last covered Peekaboo. Hikomi has not been a primary AWPer in various ESL Impact teams she's played in. This is her first time taking that role here in Europe, and it's been interesting watching because she's looked pretty good, I think, in the moments that we've seen her wielding it, but she's not been wielding the AWP a lot, which I think is going to be the key difference between these two teams.
I think also that Vispel looks like Lindsay Lohan and Hikomi looks like Avril Lavigne. That's got nothing to do with to peak or not to peak, but can you see the resemblances?
Yeah, it's not too complicated.
Okay, to get back to the numbers though, it's interesting with Hikomi. I think the sample size is clearly smaller than we've got for Vispel, so it will be interesting to go through the journey of this best of three and see how that looks in real life, because partly it will depend on the maps that Hikomi is playing in terms of success rate and so on, but also whether or not she'll be gun shy as being new to the role. I think that's something, like if that is to be the case, that's something that you've got to shake off real quick if you want to survive. But then also the opposite of being gun shy is trying to find the right peaks as well. Like if she's peaking in, let's say, I don't know, you don't have the best spawn and it's kind of marginal, you go for it and so on. Like those are the things that you might want to avoid, especially when you don't have the money to buy it should things go wrong. So many questions, many possibilities, all to be answered in this best of 3.
Yeah, one other little stat that Newt brought up for us is that Peekaboo actually struggle a lot when it comes to 4v5s. Obviously, they're often very difficult to convert, but they have the second lowest win rate in 4v5s currently. So yeah, it's going to be something to keep an eye on in this. They want to be finding those opening doors as much as possible and finding success on them. And there's plenty of players on this team that I think can deliver that. So Chromie on the screen, Letty as well.
I wonder, Lucy, when they have those 4 versus 5, obviously Angelica's an absolute monster, we know that. But they've got a Brazilian star player on the squad. And I do wonder when it's 4 versus 5, is it because we have Yulia here going for the entries? Is it because she's the can opener for the team, right? So is
30% of opening attempts come from her.
Yeah. So I'm thinking, is there a correlation with that 4 versus 5? And again, I think with she's not the only big name on this roster. So that statistic is quite surprising for me, actually. I would never have thought that. But again, sometimes you have to make mistakes to learn from them, and we'll see if they can turn those statistics around. Because looking at the quality, the caliber of this squad, you just would expect their numbers to be not far away from the second worst in the Impact League for sure.
Yeah, I think it could just be you're implementing a few new players here. Obviously, Hakomi on a new role, but then Naylor, who is a brand new player here in ESL Impact, who actually is qualified through to the online stage for the first time. And you saw her numbers there. She's been really impressive this season. So it's been really good to see her pop off. And then on the other side, we talk a bit about Overpeak, because these are the players that I think have gotten us very excited. A lot of known entities here. Bispel, as mentioned, has been kicking around for a while in various rosters here. Had her in CS2 News Ladies one day, Shinigami, a few more. But joined up with a bunch of very solid pieces that have been real strengths in their various teams. Delari, definitely one of those. And I think Sostia as well, when she appears for us,
Lucy,
to me has been always been a highlight.
Whenever I'm tuned into Europe and you're casting this team, you're always talking about Sostia. That's always the name that I'm hearing you talk about. So why is she so important for the squad?
Yeah, I mean, she basically appeared out of, I don't say nowhere, but she basically was in like fours at the start of last year. Didn't really see much from that team. Then went into Dreamcatchers. That was that team that kind of came out of nowhere, did the big deep run, became K27 into DMS, and we saw them, at ESL Impact on LAN, and I thought they've been really impressive. And Sostia in that team, what made her stand out was that she played anchor positions and was often the best performer, which is a fantastic quality to have on your team. Not that she's doing that on this team.
Well, I'm excited to see, because it's one thing being a viewer, but like for me, I'm never focused as much as when I'm actually casting the game. So I'm excited to see what she is going to do on the server. And I think we're going to find out where they're going to be playing on the servers. Indeed, here comes DeVito. Inferno and Overpass in the bin. Love to see Inferno in the bin. Overpass, my favorite map, but we'll get over it. Train is an interesting one for me because I'm kind of split. I enjoy watching people play well on the map, but I have issues with the A-bomb site. It's not about me though, it's about the Vito, Lucy. So
I love it. No, it's about me because all my least favorite maps aren't here, which are Inferno, Mirage, and Dust 2. So I'm exceptionally happy. Train is a really fun pick. We've seen Overpeak play this maybe like once, but this is the map they beat Imperial on, right? So for them to flex that, I think is really, really cool. But off, we get to choose which team we think we're going to go through. The video's got me excited. I think what they've shown so far, the teams they've beaten down, have gotten me excited. I'm picking Overpeak to take this one, and I think that they can do it in 2.
All right, I'm going. I still, as I often say to Hankar, I'm still very sad with the breakup of the Na'Vi squad.
Yes.
I'm still coming to terms with it. I'm mostly there, but I'm not 100%. But I'm mostly there. But I'm going to be supporting Angelica today. I think that she is one of the iconic people in Impact, and I'd love to see her succeed in this best of 3.
Yeah, I think everyone loves watching Angelica play, right? Especially on LAN. She's such a fiery individual. And, well, they're going to have to be firing on all cylinders today, going up against Overpeak. who currently sit top of the group, taking down Titans. Imperial and Nemesis both falling to overpeak. Can Peekaboo outpeak them?
All right, then. See what they've got to offer each other as we go into a very aggressive map of Train. Not many places to hide on this A bomb site. There'll be some presence shown there, but the real run is towards the B. Letty's being dropped. She's the first one to go in this pistol round. And there's that rotation now. And the CTs will have to wonder, unless they get their sound cues all the way, they'll have to wonder if there is a lurker coming to stab them in the back later on.
Got a kit on Julie, so they can take a bit of time with this, but there's a lot of avenues that they want to clear out. Look at CT spawn. It is swarming with Ts. That's going to be a bit of a head-to-head here. Marco standing visible, swinging out between the two of them. They take down two, but Julie, there is some quick flicks. Talked about her and her X Factor. She delivers, but she has to find every kill now, and there won't be any more. The pistol for overpeak. And I love the way that was set up. The lurk smoke towards Sandwich, allowing Delari just to get out. It kept all of Peekaboo rooted on A.
Yeah, the format of the A bomb sites at present means high urgency, especially when you're denied information. And we can see that the map's been designed to encourage early aggression. Now, that may have something that may play into the rounds we see later on, based on how Overpeak offer information to their opponent. They can build on that later, should they choose to. In this force buy on the second round for Peekaboo, we'll see what they choose to do now. See the UMP coming out. MP9 somewhat falling out of favor. It is a little awkward to use these days. A 4-on-5 then for Peekaboo early with this force buy. Not the kind of map where you're going to be saving their Train, but that might not be the case now, as they will be able to trade the kill on the A bomb site. And a 2 versus 3 is doable. There can be chaos here. Letty's been spotted though, so it may be hard for her to close the distance, but the little crouch peek and the strafe will do the job. Now the question is, where is Angelka?
Waiting for her though. Delari just had the read on it. I'm not sure if they had a sound cue or what, but Angelka's flank timing looked really good. Now Letty's in a really tricky spot. Delari doesn't really need to reveal anything. She's just being a distraction. There's not a kit either. So for Letty, even just identifying where Margot is going to be tricky. Hit that 10-second timer soon, and she's got no time for this. Even saving this AK, going to be difficult and going to be impossible. Margot comes through. Overpeak will last verse the force buy. They pick up the AK as well. They lose a Galil and some SMGs, but 2-0 start and a complete economy reset for Peekaboo.
Yeah, that was a tough spot at the end, where there is at some point an argument to save the AK, but you have to question the likelihood of escaping in that scenario as well. So a promising start for Overpeak then. First map of our best of 3 series. Tossia not on the scoreboard just yet. And I'm sure she'll be joining soon. And it will be a rough start then for Peekaboo. So Hikomi's got good money in the bank. I expect we'll see an AWP early.
Definitely want it on the CT side of Train as well, with how volatile and free roaming you can be with it. It's my favorite map to AWP on at the moment. Actually, I really have a lot of fun on it. It's just so many different ways you can.
Where do you roam, Lucy?
Well, it depends on your spawn. If you've got a B lane spawn, then you've got 2 options, right? You can go upper B with a quick jump over the train, or you can hold the cross down from the lower stairs and then have your rifler go up on towards upper holes to peek it off your contact, or obviously that Ivy, take fights either down Ivy or down towards main. A lot of AWPers in tier 1 have been taking the peek in towards Pop Dog too, quite commonly.
That's one of the issues I have, is that Ivy to hell area. Like, I've tried, in a clutch situation where you're looking to retake or clear the A bomb site, you're scoped in early with the AWP to not give your position away, trying to navigate from Ivy to hell with all those nooks, crannies, corners sticking out. It is not my favorite. Actually, it is my number 1 least favorite experience playing CS2. I think that those The
Mine is
design.
crossing mid doors on Dust 2 and getting legged every time. Starting each round with 20 HP.
I just think the design is not good for gaming. I think there are better ways to do that. If you want to slow people down, there's just too many things poking out and deep corners.
There's less than there was. Less than there was.
I may send an email though. We'll see.
Fewer trains. You would have no
strike
trains.
into
You would
A
just call it
main.
DE.
Yeah, we could do that. That'd be really sad though. We saw an early airstrike here from the CTs into A main, which is a common feature of train, if you will. So T's will have to pick their timings when they want to go for those fast plays, or even send someone out to hold some map control. But again, this should be a nothing round for the CT squad. 2 kills is great though. And perhaps there's a little more in this for Nyla. Wait, did we settle on Naylor or Nyla? We said Naylor, didn't we?
Naylor.
Yes, of course. I cleared this all with Lucy just to make sure I said it right before the broadcast. And of course, I'll check all the wrong boxes on the broadcast.
There's a real chance that we've been saying names wrong like for years, but like the players have never corrected us. So, I'm sorry, Delari or Abitko, if we've been getting that wrong. But
I always think of like Russian or Slavic countries when I see a Julie. Obviously, she's from Brazil, but like Julia would be Yulia, but with better
it's actually interesting that it is a hard J, actually. It always used to trip me up because we had her and then we had Yuli, obviously playing in North America, which is a soft J. Which you would normally think it's the other way around because of the countries that we're on.
Like Poyo and
Is that
Polo.
all?
It is, yes, there we go. Ikomi on the AWP. Playing on the A-bomb at present, but we've got the numbers trying to flood into B, being denied by Letty so far. That's the bomb carrier in the back as the third player who chose to retract. Nice pick from Sosia though.
See, I think this might be why they're losing the 45s. Just some little pushes like that give the teams opportunities to get back into this. Goes from a 5-on-3 to a 4-on-3. And on train, it's a lot less comfortable in these situations because you kind of have to split up 2-2. So the T's have that slight advantage. And if they get that first duel, your early advantage is gone.
Yeah, and they've got so much time to find it as well with that player being lost early. But also, Hikomi creeping around the map is an important factor here if she is a one-shot, one-kill AWPer in this scenario, because you need to play contact as best you can, and that really plays into the AWPer's advantage. It's one of the strongest factors of the AWP, and there'll be help here from Julie as well. Now, if they can limit the bleeding, which they will, this will be a really important round for Peekaboo for surviving at the end.
Yeah, no harm, no foul, and Angelica's push. So they don't lose anyone else, gets them AAK upgrade. Hikomi gets to show her AWP off early. Highlighted her in the pre-show. 2 kills on it. Vispo will immediately bring hers out, but it's surrounded by a curious collection of weapons. Whether these Tech 9s insinuate pace or not, we will have to see.
As long as there's utility with Tech 9s, there's plenty of resolution to be had with them. Ever the dangerous weapon. And running and gunning is really good in CS2. How about that for a bell ring? Either way, Julie will hold the map control. That'll be important for now. Holding on. Now, Hikomi's not rotating all over the shop just yet. Just around the A-bomb site for the time being. Peekaboo with the util to slow things down above B.
She's just going to get the peak that she's hoping for. That he has no need to extend past this. I'm hoping that the team can show some presence, a little lurk smoke over the sandwich to keep CTs guessing.
This is classic train. This is a classic train scenario here. Over the years, just cutting noise, taking a bit of map control, cutting noise, and just forcing the CTs to preemptively use their util. It's terrifying for a CT side, whether you're 5-on-4 or 5-on-5, because you just don't know where that push is coming from. You don't know where to put that third person. And it will only be 2 of them on that B-bomb site.
Yeah, but that's normally enough to hold things down. But this actually sneaks out around the lurk smoke. Letty just wants to deny this bomb. No, she's going to get through afterwards. Her teammate, Sagomi, with the rifle swapped with Julie, and she'll clean up. So what could have been a little scary for a moment, they get rid of Angelica and think that they've dealt with all the problems. Letty lying in wait to sneak through. Comey, I would have loved to know what she got up to there. Managed to find both Visible and the other player. So it's really showing what she can do on both rifle and orb.
Yeah, that looks really comfortable for Peekaboo. They were quite happy in their positions. Very good finish to that round for them. So therein lies the challenge then. Very clean indeed. And therein lies the challenge for Overpeak. They'll need to make it more uncomfortable for those CTs, avoiding the airstrike for now. And there'll be chain flashes as they stream in. A bomb plant will definitely be a target here, but there aren't many left to do that after Julie's garden hose 3-person spray down. Barely making terra firma on that A-bomb site. Another good hold. And again, these rounds are rich with money for Peekaboo as they look to build, having lost the pistol.
Yeah, nice little test on the A site there, but yeah, didn't get too far. Really just spraying wildly on that third one. Job. Again, high prioritization of this AWP. T-sided train definitely does work well for an AWP. Because CTs do like to get aggressive at different avenues. You'll often see a push at Ivy, a push in upper halls, a push through Pop Dog. One's feeling a bit more defaulty for Overpeak. They've tried some early aggression in both B, both A. Neither was able to breach immediately.
For people at home, when you've got rounds like this on train, you're wondering what to look at, what to look for. I think what to focus on is the information being served to the CTs and how they hold on to their user, which they've done a good job of for now. But suddenly they've got problems as Angelica is dropped around the minute mark. We have a push through Ivy, and suddenly the pace is very, very fast. AK's eliminating. They still have the numbers to trade as well. And we're constantly seeing how important Julie is. Hikomi just moving before firing the shot there, which compromises position. But this round can still be salvaged by Peekaboo. Julie on the rotation. Hikomi getting that bomb plant in. Sorry, Swasti getting that bomb plant in. And now the question is if Peekaboo can find, if they can create space for themselves. Hikomi has a smoke, which may come into play later on. But for now, she'll be moving with the Tech 9. Oh, I was going to say catching Visible, but it seems like she's the one who got caught. That leaves Julie in a 1 versus 2. She has the kit, but doesn't have enough people to cover the angles. And that will be a T round then after a big opening through Ivy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the need for Hikomi to start making moves there was, because she brings the Tech 9 out and then puts some pace on it. So I wasn't sure if that was maybe a call from Julie to maybe offer up distraction, because Julie was last seen Pop Dog. Maybe if Hikomi is noisy over towards Ivy, that it will cause a bit of a gap in connector that Julie can exploit. But yeah, it just allows Visible, who wasn't looking that way at that moment, to turn on the angle. Would have been maybe a chance if she just contacted through to catch off Visible and set up that retake.
Yeah, a very deliberate step there, which didn't pay off. Things like that can be useful on, say, Top Banana of Inferno if you're lurking and you make that one step, maybe suggesting it was an accident, maybe trying to pull a player over, but I have to think about what that one might have been for. It's interesting the timing of the thunder and then a player disconnecting, because I was watching Black Mold in North America last week, and they had a player where a tree fell on the power lines and cut all their stuff off. So it made me think of that because of the thunder, but I'm sure that's not happening now. I could be wrong, but I'm probably not. What do you think of the odds? Less than a percent,
well, I know what's happened. So
that's cheating. I mean, we're trying to do a quiz here, Lucy.
I knew the answer before you asked the question.
Okay, fine.
So it's not lightning related. But Hindsight have started well versus NIP. That one's currently looking to be a 6-3 start for Hindsight.
What's the first map? You know?
Yeah, it's their map pick on Ancient. But I know, a very tough one to try and beat NIP on. So I think Hindsight, you have to win that first map. But Brandon said, and I'll be keeping a close eye on this, he said that NIP would qualify to Stockholm without dropping a single map. So he might get that wrong here in week 3.
I was watching Vilga streaming yesterday, and she said that she had a dream that I was in recently where it was a zombie apocalypse, and she was thinking, okay, who do I call? And obviously because of all my shooting, she was thinking I have to be on the squad. And I said to her, I can be the whole squad.
You would be a good one to hit up.
Yeah. I could be the whole squad. Entry, anchor, lurk, AWP. I can do it all. At the same time.
Also, large. So
large and in charge. I can throw people out of the way.
Target.
Like a human shield.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, wow, Lucy.
Probably easily outran if need be.
Easily outran.
You'd probably make a good last stand. Like that would be really useful for that. Like a really dramatic moment.
Yeah, I could do a bit of screaming. But if I project too much, my voice tends to, my voice spot tends to start crying quickly. So we'll see. But at least I can still shoot. Just quietly. Be like Michael Jackson, when he's resting his voice, he's like, hello. Right?
When he is, like he's still doing it. Or is this just in the zombie situation? He's back.
We're back. Overpeak in the lead. If you're just joining us, where have you been? You're late. We've seen the odd airstrike from Peekaboo at the beginning of the round, but they're mixing it up as a CT side should. Julie creeping in. Oh, that's so awkward! A false sense of security. Now the bombs had to commit because they've lost so many players, and they have very quickly lost this round as well.
Okay, well, that's unfortunate. This is going to be a very long save for Vispel. Main is a very deadly place on this map, with how aggressive the CTs are there these days. That's crazy. Newt's just updated me. When I mentioned NIP Hindsight and how that was looking like it was going to be 6-3, it didn't go 6-3. It went 5-4. AIM won a 1v2.
Nice. The Bean Queen herself.
They end up the half 7-5, so maybe they can actually go without dropping the map. We'll see.
The social media of the NIP squad is incredible.
It's so good.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Mia loves
that video they did went like viral.
Oh, the recent one with the Valorante crap. Yeah,
Valorante.
That was really good.
Children game.
Yeah, yeah. Bright lights. God, that moment in main was like, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? This will look to hold on to the AWP, all importance. So what do you think of this version of Train, this current iteration of Train? How do you feel about it, Lucy?
I like it. I think it's better than last Train. And that is a controversial opinion that I don't think anyone has ever voiced, but I actually think the old Train, the one thing that was better about it was fast spawns from T side being able to get up Olaf without being threatened. And that actually gave you some like early stuff you could do.
Let me get a bit more specific. What do you think about the A bomb site only? Because I think things like Pop Dog are quite interesting now, and I think the B bomb site's good.
Yeah, Pop Dog's good.
But what do you think about the A bomb site?
Definitely improvement. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think that I think less trains is better. Main still feels a little tricky. I think CTs can get too much control of it. There's maybe an issue with it, but I think the more we see it played, the better it's getting. I think like everything in CS, you just need to chill out when there's a change and just embrace it for a little bit.
I want to
See how
shout
it
and
goes.
scream, Lucy. I want to send emails.
Look, sometimes the changes are wrong, like on Vertigo with the big hole. But sometimes you just need to get used to them. And I think,
Oh,
okay.
denied.
Right.
Wow. They saved the AWP though. So we had a little airstrike on this hero AWP round from Overpeak. A little airstrike trying to catch the CT rotating towards Pop. They still have the AWP. And now you're talking about human shield a second ago, Lucy. Sosia, Delari, and Bitka are definitely that here. They need to create space for the AWP to find something. A whole lot of nothing so far, however. We've had a few good rounds like this for Peekaboo now. Well, more than a few, actually. We can see Ikomi starts this round with $11,000 in the bank. So they are laughing at present.
Yeah, they've been on a great run. It's just kind of one round out, that breaks up their 5 that they've picked up. So Overpeak have been struggling in the actual gun rounds because it was a 3-0 start after the Force Fire didn't work out. But it is a CT-sided map. I think especially for teams that don't play it a lot, and for Peekaboo, they most certainly fall into that category. I don't think they've played it, at least officially. So they still want to get a good haul on this CT side. I think 7 at a minimum is the requirement.
So we see Overpeak have taken their map control once again. Now, I was thinking, they've shown some different timings here, some late timing, some classic late timings, some timings around the minute mark. On this occasion, Peekaboo haven't held back. They've taken more aggressive angles. Oh dear. The combo meal deal there, dropping Delari to her own molly. There was a bit of presence there from the CTs earlier on, hence the T-molly inside main. And we see the smoke off here as well. So a spanner in the works being thrown by Peekaboo, which puts Overpeak on a 4-on-5. That
He's going to get caught, surely, no?
She's just too good though, Lucy.
Margot was like right there, tucked into the side, and Julie just didn't peek enough. Margot missed the timing. That would have definitely been a way back in.
I guess you could say it was a Peekaboo from Julie.
It's here at least for the next couple of hours, guys.
You miss B-Dog. I've got jokes.
Yep.
I know you guys always... Listen, I'll make you laugh.
Oh, good flash. Fantastic flash. And Joker Spray, pretty good. Looking to tap one out, and she hits it too. Committed to that position, could have disengaged, but that extra kill now means the back line's blocked up. Will Julie just walk through this? That seems crazy. And she's given up her life for it. Couldn't remove Margot. And puts it in the 2-on-2. Naylor misses her mark. That HE, though, that will guarantee one of these trades. The Flames go forward. Margot sitting in that smoke. Such low HP. Comey has all the advantage. Just needs to find her. Surely she's isolated this possibility. Potential that she could have irked back towards Thomas, but Margot just lies next to Oil. Comey needs to clear this close angle, and she will. Quick to the dome, quick to the defuse. Could have gotten scary with that push down ramp. Comey recovers with a 1v2.
Sosia did her best, but on this occasion, it was not enough for that round. A really important win for Peekaboo. Keep the wheels turning for their team. Just not enough health to survive the shrapnel towards the end. Nice clutch. Very nice indeed. I think these feel like crucial rounds for both teams. They're fighting tooth and nail once we really get into it. We'll see how they pay off later on, or not, for Peekaboo. Again, the airstrike going into main, being avoided by Delari. Waited for and avoided. Caught rotating over though. Now, does Julie ask for support? Oh, she'll go and try and do it herself, but Counter-Strike is a game of awkward timing. All 10 still standing for now. Minute 30 on the clock. That smoke will soon be gone, and then one of these two will. This occasion, it will be Delari. That's the 12th frag for Julie.
Every one of her kills comes off a 15-bullet spray, I swear. Margot gets a nice trade off the lurk of Sosia, but now Julie steps through, and that would have been the bomb if she'd found it. Now it's a little uncomfortable. Smoke's going to go down on Con. Margot, that Smoke's actually really done the job because it allows Comey to sneak out the backside. Angelica. few seconds, so they have time to group back up. Comey gets close. She can watch this space close by. Naylor tucked into Olaf and misses the opportunity. A bit cut on that smoke fade, catches her off guard. Hikomi spotted out on her peak, but then Angelica comes through, puts into the one-on-one as Margot gets that critical trade. Play that we wanted to keep an eye on coming into this series. Hasn't been out so far, but this 1v1, massive if Overpeak can convert it. Margot with this timing with her. Angelica last known in towards connector. E-Bocks allows that pivot. Angelica walks all the way around back red. She will catch Margot completely off guard. There is no way she is ready for this angle, and Angelica stealths her way around the entire map to close out the round.
Go. God, she's got so much energy. It's wonderful. Honestly, we need players like her so badly in every corner of the sport, but that is a hell of a rotation as well. And she got off to the races fast. She knew exactly what needed to be done and delivered on that. Again, a really good CT side, it feels like here. Winning the important clutches, pulling away as we reach the half-time period. Nice. Doesn't matter if it's LAN or online, the pop-off is always there for Angelica. Great boost for the squad as well to have a line on your team like that. Anyway, last round of the half. T's swinging in now, turning up the heat on the A-bomb site. And it's all about the numbers here, all about keeping the trades up. But Hikomi and Julie have got something to say about that. We've got nades in the smokes. A 4-on-3, though, it is brittle for both, as there are many players in smokes. It might just be about who peeks where first. Jaka could find two here. Indeed, she will spot the second, but only get the first. Bispel in her Bitka now. 2-on-2 as Julie is dropped, quickly made one. Bispel in the clutch. Can't find that second player in time, though. And at half-time, it will be 8 for Peekaboo.
anxiety's calling. You lay in your bed, but it feels like you're falling. Do you recognize that feeling? The demons under your ceiling. Whenever it hurts and nothing is healing. Yeah, I don't even wanna be awake, cause every second that I live is like a wasting. Can you help me start to replace all the memories that stand in my ways? You know what I really hate the most is that happens to me is like a ghost. It's so far away, I only wanna be okay. Tell me why should I stay away? If only dreaming can erase the pain. Tell me
Well, a brilliant half from Peekaboo, ending it with 8 on the CT side, and that was with an 0-3 start as well. Overpeak's map pick not going their way. And, well, maybe the CT side will, with a couple of quick kills coming through, and that is a fast pistol.
Before you can finish your sentence, utterly deleted. Wow. CT's playing from range. I saw loads of bodies towards Ivy, and then I saw loads of bodies all over the A bomb site. That was nasty, nasty work. I mean, it happened so fast I couldn't even... There was lots of things I couldn't look at.
Yeah, Delari was in a good spot and killed people, and so did everyone else.
Yeah. I mean, where's your helmet, bruv? Is the question that was being asked by Overpeak.
Imagine if you could drop helmets.
I don't think my brain's got the capacity for that.
Not got the capacity for too much, does it?
No. A little limited.
Well, that's good. The double MP9 push gets all 5 kills.
That's not a bad start to a CT side. Just like we had a good run from Peekaboo in the first half. Overpeak have started very well. Once again, actually, that's both pistols they've won now, unless I'm crazy. And Vispel will be on the AWP immediately. Very nice.
Yeah, OP got both pistols.
Yeah, that's pretty solid work.
4 of their rounds coming from the start of the half. It's the gun rounds that were lacking in that first half. Don't suspect that Letty will be ready for the AWP to be this active, or to maybe even be present this early. Probably would have wished you had it over here at Ivy. 3 players, mantle up, Abitka wanting to hold on to this incendiary as long as possible. Forced to drop it. She doesn't have a smoke either, so she might need some support soon. Vispel, all right, noted, and actually he's the one that walks away more hurt.
It's interesting keeping an eye on the radar when that T-smoke comes in, where Abitka doesn't know if people are creeping up or not. She's still dealing with it on her own, though, rotating round the back to take a different approach. The Margot's come closer in case help is required. So we've got a heavy defense of A at present.
Oh.
Oh, there's no way!
Oh, no!
Oh, paper bullets. That won't do.
You know, it's best that we just pretend that sequence didn't happen from anyone's POV.
There's so many issues now, though. Sosia's got so much to do, but she doesn't even realize it just yet because of the smoke.
Nayla
She's
found
making her
another.
way through, and Nayla's causing problems around the back in the meantime. Finally dealt with by Vispel, and maybe this can be salvaged by Overpeak, but as I say that, Vispel's been lost. 2 on 3, bomb planted. Sosia still holding by connector. Might have a rough idea of where people are, but this utility is going to make life worse for them. Margot's the one with the kit, spotting ahead, but can't quite make that connection just yet. High urgency now for Overpeak, as this is a very rough round, and that kit is in no woman's land, if you will. Sosia 1 versus 3, kit nowhere to be found. Not sure if she's looking for a kit or an AWP on the floor. Either way, she'll join the floor, meaning that Peekaboo are back to winning ways.
Oh my goodness. That was, I mean, first of all, Nayla had like a great timing on that lurk to get the kill. But then pulls out a molly, that swing. Oh my goodness. Okay. I think Nayla definitely redeemed herself with that tap. So
Nightmare
huge.
situation.
That's it. They won the round purely because of Nayla getting that free kill. Or Yeah, it was free. Shouldn't have been.
Sometimes it'd be like that, Lucy. And I think if you're the one doing
does.
it, you're getting, I don't know, 15, 17 bullets and you're like, oh, goodbye. Goodbye, my friends. It's only a matter of time. This is a great way to fight back, however. Charging into main. We'll see if Delari can stay alive. Desperately waiting for that smoke to rise. Not punishing the reload. There's more than one T here, though. We've got a flank from Ivy as well. Vispel with the scout. We've got big problems here for Peekaboo. They have almost no control of anything. Basically, Leslie needs to be their hero now. Otherwise, they are screwed. Oh, down she goes!
Oh, no, you cursed her.
What? That's a strong accusation. There was no curses here. I'm just bearing witness.
Oh, this timing's going to be terrible as well. Okay, they both saw each other, right? Julie definitely saw Lusha then?
I don't think so.
I don't know how she didn't. It's a 4x3 moment. This one has been... Well, you know, Overpeak haven't been able to win gun rounds, but I guess they can win it when they've got pistols and they just run at your face.
If this round is successful, it will balance everything out, and there's no mental pressure for Overpeak, but it's probably finished. The bomb's on B. You don't want to give more AKs over.
Yeah, this could be the round that kind of defines this map.
All right. I don't know how you feel about this, but from the CT perspective, where the MP9 has been nerfed to a point where I don't trust it, I don't know what it wants to do, regardless of what I want to do. Some people are leaning towards the UMP. I think save your money and just pick up a 5.7, honestly.
Yeah, the 5.7 is so stupidly OP.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on what your money is. I'm leaning a lot more towards FAMASs now than I used to because they're pretty cheap as well. So, yeah, SMGs are becoming far less common on the CT side from my purchasing.
Yeah.
I don't love that Overpeak went into... that Peekaboo went to main then, knowing that they're up against lesser weaponry. That kind of set them up for that round to go out of control.
Yeah, I think the way I would always implement the MP9 at a certain distance, whereas I think if I'm going to pick up a FAMAS, like I want that kind of moving, skirmishing factor. So for me, I'll lean to the 5.7. I'm pretty sure I'm right. I've never been wrong.
It's so strong.
It is.
And it's just so accurate
crazy
as well. Like,
yeah, and you can still go after multiple people with it. So I think it's the undercover brother.
definitely needs a nerf. Put that in your email.
I'll put it. Well, I mean, what will I use then? I very much enjoyed abusing the MP9 on Mirage Ramp, etc. So I may exclude that from my email. I'll tell you about my last email actually when there's time. It's relevant.
Tune in to hear more about James's emails. Larry had a rough time on the opposite side of main, so he's hoping to have a bit of a funner time here on the CT side, where she doesn't get bombarded by utility every round, and that is a great peek from Vispel.
Oh no.
Sashi is there to convert it. A little messy, and Margot up close, not anticipated because they saw Delari. They didn't expect Margot on the close angle. And Bick has gone down, but you've still got Delari, you've still got Margot, and you can't get out of main. This attempt to brawl outwards has not gone well, and Margot is so difficult to hit. Ends the round with 3.
Beautiful work from Margot near main. Very nice indeed. I was wondering if the CTs might mix things up with how they use the util, although it comes with risk as well. Like when they put the deep HE into A main when they had a CT by double stack, but I thought, is there a consideration to just pop the smoke and go for an unexpected peek? Of course, they'll probably be holding their guns, so that does come with risk as well. But I would like to see that. I want to see the aggressive plays. I want everybody to channel vintage fanatic and just W all the time. Speaking of W, we've got the Tech 9s closing in on the B bomb site, and there's a charge from Nyla. We might just have a bomb plant in this for this T side of Peekaboo and perhaps a little more.
Well, he doesn't go out until it's far too late. Smoke will even go down to make it tricky. Naylor up close, cleared by Vispo. She just wide peeks straight into that, hits the quick shot. That removes the forward spacing from these Ts. They just get overwhelmed by the better weapons. And Angelica surely anticipated. Nice first tap. But finding any more? Oh my goodness, she had a chance there. But Abika makes sure that one can't go awry. Overpeak gets to double digits.
That's a really good round to build on as well, because they've got to keep these CT spending. I think Margot had almost $13,000 at the beginning of round 20. So that's important work being done there at the end by Angelica. And especially, I think, if you're measuring the success of that round, you've got a fair chance at a bomb plant just throwing bodies at the problem. Maybe a bomb plant on 1 frag is probably the minimum you're going for. 2 frags, great. 3 frags, excellent work. Really good. But now the question is, can they build on that? Visball continues to get aggressive, having a look up a beat as Peekaboo fight to establish their map control.
Punished for that a few times now. Big. Despite struggling in the gun rounds, 10 feeling very good for them. Like it was spiraling for a little there. Now they feel like they're firmly back in control, and they've got a lot of map control here as well. Peekaboo should go through. There we go, I did it. Did the peaks wrong. Should be aware of this forward positioning. Margot going first, and Hikomi missing the chance. The wide swing onto the AWP as they're trying to recock, but then Julie, she'll swing just as quickly. Still have a Bitka tucked in towards Hell. His position not cleared, but letting adjust to that angle. Low HP on both Vispel and Sosha. Spells a disaster for the CTs. She almost maybe had an opportunity there, but Letty will go down to Vispel. Does this incentivize them to go for this?
Yeah, they will really be encouraged by that. They've both got kits as well. An important, an important frag by Vispel. Oh, she was so close to the flick there, but I think Sosia has run out of luck on this one. Just close enough to lose everything, and again, they keep them spending. Peekaboo wiping out all the CTs there. Really important, and what a great time to do it as well. 10-10. Now the heat really rises for Overpeak.
Now, at least they have enough money that it's not going to cause a problem in this next round, but certainly as the half continues to get close to the end. Now 10-10. The outbreaking point momentarily. Naylor taking the forward spawn with the AWP, wanted to catch a player crossing, doesn't get that opportunity. They managed to get this forward control. This was just going to walk through, yeah. Not thinking that the Ts might have moved into that space. Naylor gets information on 2 players too, based on where she got shot from. Forced out in the open by the flames, and then the swing comes through, but the connection on the spray does not. Still a player close on site. Margot needs to be the hero. And her timing here, it could have been good. But Hikomi is better as she finds the final 2. And the breakthrough for Peekaboo gets them 11.
And that's the kind of battle sniper that we need to see Hikomi doing on this T side. We saw the struggles on the round prior as the second person in towards main at a horrible angle to try and trade frag at close range. Much better situation now. Relatively free kill with a CT trying to get a cheeky rotate into Pop Dog. But Hikomi was where she needed to be on that occasion, opening up the A bomb site for her team. And then they had the numbers to flood in, keep the trades up. I did wonder about Margot. She looks very capable when it comes to clutches. She's got really good spatial awareness, but on that occasion, she was caught short. Still though, 20 frags, top of the fragging leaderboard for this series. But how this run has gone, this run of rounds on the T side and the money that the CTs used to have is breaking their economy at the absolute worst moment. Slowly, again, maybe 4 rounds ago, they had the riches, but now in the dying rounds of the game, they are completely running out of financial steam. This is brutal looking, at least.
Yeah, they're essentially going to have to concede map points on their map pick. This has been Peekaboo running the show for a lot of it. And the way the pistols went. Who are the first to actually get to 12. Speaks volumes to what they're showing. Their first outing on train. Marco is looking to get pretty aggro here. She's gotten up very close. Well, she's trying to do a little bit of baiting with some jumping, jiggling. Margot gives up her position. Has forced the T's to take time in their clearing, so they haven't got a lot of map control just yet. In fact, they're just going to completely give up this space on the map. So this is going to really force them to either come back later or go for an A play. It's going to be a complete disengage and then walking back with more bodies.
Sosya surely showing a bit of arm. Maybe heard something there, but what can they really do in this scenario? Essentially walking the plank heading into this B bomb site. They could collect a rifle though, if they could play for some exits or something. I think anything would be helpful for the rounds to come.
I don't love these smokes to put down because it allows the pistols to get really close.
Yeah, it's dangerous. But they're confident, they're comfortable.
It's all fine, no casualties. So that one clean as you like. 12 for Peekaboo. What a surprise showing here on train. It's still not good finances for the CT side going into this round. They're still going to be lacking in util, which is so important on this map. They do have the AWP, but that comes without armor. It's going to be a tricky one if they want to go to 24.
Full focus now. Oh, Vispel's got a very rearward spawn. Limit how aggressive one can be early. There's good util around the CT side, but again, surely it's nervous territory. Now, I wonder, Peekaboo have had quite a reasonable pace. If they choose to play a slower round, I do wonder how nervous Overpeak will be holding on to their util, or if they will just play as normal. Not the first time any team's been down against Game Point, of course. Have a look at this though, lightning fast as there will be flashbangs eaten, and the smoke on main will really help Delari get not one but a second frag as well. Pre-fire and Nyla could not fall back in the red, and now she is gone. That is a hell of a response. The first of two tests for Overpeak, just for survival.
Keeping it so clean so far, also brilliant for them. So they can have all the util next round. Chance even up some more AKs. Oh, these players here won't help things. Hikarume still fighting forward. Anything more, Hikarume? She's found that third, and what looked like a certainty falls into a 2-on-2. And a chance here for Peekaboo to completely catch Overpeak off guard. You know, Delari's in towards main, and Jogger with the bomb. Such a fragile position for her. Yeah, timing not good. So it would have to be Hikomi with every kill. Question is, where is Sosya? That smoke towards Bocks. That's got to suggest things. It's to the mind of Hikomi, who finds that fourth frag. Can she really end it like this? An ace clutch. Just needs that final kill. Sosya nervous despite the HP advantage. Hikomi on barely a slither. But time also dwindling. The bomb not in her grasp, and Hikomi realizes there's not an option to go for this. It's got to be the save on this rifle. The ace is denied.
Oof. That was crazy. They gave her all the info, but I don't think she needed to save that. She had 5k in the bank. If she dies after time or anything, she could have gone for it, which is unfortunate. Teammates could have come that, but what a problem Hikomi is on the rifle in this round. Utterly crazy. There we were thinking we could relax. We were waiting for the round to play itself out, but blimey. That
This
was...
should have been an AK, like 3 AKs on the CT side, the AWP, instead it's MP9s, a FAMAS. Ouch. But it is still the overpeak round. At the end of the day, that was the objective.
Yeah, still a rough buy here for Overpeak. 2 dodgy MP9s on the server. I really do feel like so much muscle memory from how the MP9 used to be, and the same thing won't necessarily yield you the results you're looking for. But Overpeak will certainly hope that that will be the case. A slower pace then from Peekaboo. They have 3 flashes. They've got some util. I don't think they've seen that close player on Ivy. There will be problems here for a bit cut. Oh, maybe some range anxiety with the MP9 as well, which falls in Ivy, and the dream is collapsing for Overpeak. Delari doing what she can. 20 seconds. That's something which is in their advantage. Never mind, the bomb's been planted now. That didn't last long. A pop flash, a swing and a miss from Letty. Delari still alive. There's one kit. It's in the hands of Vispal. Currently by Ivy. Sosya showing some elbow. And now Delari with only 5 HP. Needs to run distraction. She needs to make space for Vispal. It's the only way. Vispal now switches to the rifle with the kit. Does not know where Hikomi is. And she will rear her head once again to close out the game. 13-11.
Brilliant showing from Peekaboo. Their first time we've seen them here playing on Train, and they take down Overpeak, who won this map versus Imperial Valkyries. Like, what a performance from Peekaboo to pull this off. And sure, 13-11, you feel like it could have gone either way. That comeback felt like it was on, but actually, in reality, I think that given the pistol round at the start, right, it was a 3-0 start for Overpeak. They only got one more round in that first half. Second half, pistol round again for Overpeak. So all the advantages were there for Overpeak on their map pick, and they still couldn't get it done. So Peekaboo, resounding performance. And Angelica excited for that dub, and everyone was showing up.
Yeah, that was a really awesome game of Train to watch. Struggles for both sides, with great individual performances as well. And it was great to see. It was great to see Hikomi answer back as well with the AWP again, with that difficult round where she was second in, and the first one was basically just trying to check the space that she could post up. Ended up being an awkward trade frag attempt. Moving into the next round, just taking the bull by the horns there in the site, opening things up, and then with the rifle, utterly beautiful work. Just when you thought it was safe for the T's to go and hide somewhere, very close to just taking it down with a stunning ace. So great work, Hikomi, with different tools, showing us what she can do. Wonderful stuff.
Yeah, and for Overpeak, we saw some good stuff from individuals there. Margot, top of the board, as you can see, huge amount of impact from her, but also a great resurgence from Delari in the second half. Vispal was going for a lot of openers, but didn't actually find them. You can see that by her entry kills stat, but was often looking for them. I think for Overpeak, though, this entire map ended when they flubbed their lines against Nayla in that critical round at Ivy. That was the round that reset their economy, meant that they were never able to, put their economy on the backseat for like 2 more rounds. Pretty much put the nail in the coffin despite a good resurgence at the end. If they'd been able to convert that round, it would have been completely different. Wanted to have a look at a particular head-to-head that I thought was really interesting. This was between Julie and Delari. Now, Julie, we saw plenty of times through that map, especially in that CT side, James, just how much potency she was having towards that kind of pop dog E-box position. I thought Delari really was incredibly impactful in Overpeak's comeback at the end there, like both that last round, also the round before it. She was the key piece that was getting them the advantage early. And her resurgence on the CT side after being punished constantly in A main by the utility, I think really, it's worth highlighting because it was a big part of what allowed Overpeak to come back, even though they couldn't close.
Absolutely. I think Julie on the CT side, as you said, if you just watch her POV, it's quite clear that, I mean, it's also based on her position as well, but when you play the positions she's playing, you need to be able to deliver. You need to understand what your teammates are doing. You need to be sharp in the comms and have a picture where your opponent is and kind of dance with the fire a little bit, as we saw her do time and again in Pop. So they were both very important figures in that kind of Pop to A main position.
Yeah, absolutely. And what an exciting map to kick things off. Train, that was the Overpeak map pick. They've taken that one down. Nuke is coming up next. This one should be excited. This is the map that the individuals on Peekaboo have made their name on. And I'm not just talking about that Na'Vi duo, but also Julie with her previous roster and Spray and Slay was brilliant on this map. So now I'm thinking that maybe I'm going to have to eat my words about the 2-0 here going to Overpeak. I might have picked the wrong peak, James.
You may have. Well, we shall see. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen teams win each other's picks. I'm excited. I think when you're going up, when you're playing Nuke and it's the other person's pick, it's an interesting territory, because I feel like if you haven't vetoed it, then you must be ready to play it, because it's not an easy map to play by any means. So fingers crossed we're going to have a competitive series and maybe a comeback on Nuke. I would love to see all three. Just the journey of discovery here, you know, covering South America, watching a lot of North America. I'm happy to see as much European action as possible. But we'll see. I think that it's fair to say Overpeak are in some trouble here. It feels that way, especially with how the pistols and so on went on that train and where we are. But it's time they'll have a break. They'll have time to focus up and figure out how to get it done as we move into Nuke.
Excuse me, señor. One moment, please. Yeah, disculpa. I know my English not good looking, but have you seen salt? Cause there's no flavor in this place.
Dile al quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Ese mangú no me lo como. Le hace falta sal y huele a mojo. Hay brujería en esa vaina, me hizo daño. Pues tu mamá se come un plátano muy extraño. Ya estoy cansado de estar picando por la plaza, amor. Quiero comerme un desayuno ahí en tu casa, amor. Dos huevitos con chorizo te cocino. No soy cochino, te lo cambio por tocino. Dile al quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Es que te extraño como la cocina de abuela o la empanada de tu vieja. La nena dulce como la miel de abeja. Yo me muero pa' comer si tú me dejas. Diablo, nena, que tú sí estás fuera liga. Mango bajito, lo que son tus amigas. Por eso que yo no me encaramo en almor. Gracias por el plato, pero es que le falta algo. Dile al quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Dile al quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Dile no se aguante, dame. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante.
Do it so effortless. Don't try to mess with it. They try to reference it. Wanna say they invented this. I know you can't resist. Trying to be like this. Don't even take the risk. Walk away, walk away, walk away. 'Cause I got everyone wishing they had what they're missing, but no, never know. Guess I got it simple. I'm not like the people you know. I make it bet I make it look easy. Don't try to fake it to be me. Just cause I make it look easy. Make it look easy, I do it in my sleep at night. Don't try to get it right, gotta stay alive. I gotta win, nah. I'm making a name, nah. Winning again, nah. Wanna play, cause I got everyone wishing they had what they're missing, but no, never know. Guess I got it simple, I'm not like the people you know. Make it look easy. I bet I make it look easy. Don't try to fake it to be me. Just cause I make it look easy. Don't even bother, try to win the liar. Real like no other. It's in my veins, like in my DNA. My vibe is like no other. Cause I got everyone wishing they had what they're missing, but no, never know. Guess I got it simple, I'm not like the people you know. I make it look easy. I bet I make it look easy. Don't try to fake it to be me. Just cause I make it look easy.
You know I'm ready to win. Come on. Had enough of these bros. Said they wanna play ball, but they always get mad anytime we beat that. They don't tell us so though. They pretend they got gold. We should put them on blast. The man can't stand such an upset. Your window's closing, you notice you never lose so bad. Hey, you should expect it. You know I'm coming up. I'm coming up. Hey, no time to run, no games. Your time has come today. Just stopping by to say we're taking over. We're made for this. We're taking over. You know what time it is. We're taking over. We're made to win. We're taking over. Woke up this morning feeling like $1,000,000. Tell me how you feel knowing you get no love. Wait a minute now. All wins, no losses. Watch out, fill my cup. If you can watch me rise up to the top, you can learn how to pick it up. Pick it up now. Your window's closing, you notice you never lose so bad. Hey, you should expect it. You know I'm coming up. I'm coming up. Hey, no time to run, no games. Your time has come today. Just stopping by to say, hey, come on. We're taking over. We're made for this. We're taking over. We're taking over. We're taking over. We're made to win. Yeah, yeah. Say what we made for. We're made for this. Yeah, yeah. Hey, say it again. We're made to win. Tomorrow we will rise.
An upset victory on map 1 as Overpeak concede their map pick of Train. Peekaboo take that one. And it was a good team effort from Peekaboo. That there was a player on Overpeak that we kind of highlighted who was a real standout on that map and has been for them. We didn't get a chance to properly zone in on her in the opening segment. But I did want to take a moment to talk about Margot. And it's a really funny story with her, Bardolph. She's our Kadia player to watch for this event. But the first time Brad and I actually saw Margot play wasn't in ESL Impact. It wasn't in any sort of women's tournament. The first time we ever saw her play was in ESL Challenger League Asia Pacific, playing with a random mix. She was the only women's player on there. It was bizarre. That was our first meeting with Margot. But since then, she has become a bit of a mainstay in a few of the teams here and is a really solid performer. And I think is averaging this season for the team. You can see her numbers there. But if you encompass the qualifier as well, it goes up to almost a 1.2 rating.
That's pretty solid. Very solid indeed. Yeah, not having a bad game in this series by any means either. Definitely a pawn which is being used in that game, and I'm sure in the coming one as well. Train not quite going over Peak's way, so they'll have to do it the hard way in 3, taking Nuke the pick of Peekaboo. So we'll see if they can do it. But yeah, Margot's already been one to watch in this series, and I'm sure it's going to continue in such a fashion as well. And I do wonder, I guess, was she play? Do you know if she was playing from Europe? Was she doing like an Adren? He used to play online for ages. I used to call him the clutch king with 100 ping because every match online he would just have a monster ping and still deliver. So I'm not sure what the circumstances were.
I imagine she lived or lives far enough in that direction that it wasn't too big a ping issue. I imagine, you know how you get some that can do that. But yeah, looking in on Nuke here, James, this I mentioned Peekaboo's success on this map and the individuals. Obviously, Na'Vi Javelins, this was their go-to map, which is where Letty and Angelica obviously hail from. But Julie was brilliant on this map in all her previous teams. Obviously, Fluxo, that was their kind of go-to in Brazil. And then Spray and Slay last season, that was their strongest map as well. They almost beat Imperial Valkyries on it. It's been a mixed success for them so far in the season. 2 games played. One was a convincing 13-6 win over Shinigami. They did get 13-0'd during the qualifier to one of the teams there. So I'm not sure what to read into that, if that was just a qualifying blip. For Overpeak, they played it the other week in versus Nemesis. We had that on the broadcast. That was a double OT affair that they weren't able to close. So they're looking to try and get their first Nuke win of the season. Otherwise, this will be a Peekaboo map.
Well, then let's see what they have to offer. I'm wondering how the CTs who play in isolation will be able to hold their areas, or what the decision making will be like. For example, the ramp player, sometimes yes, there are more than one person there, but when you've got to make that decision on your own to stand your ground, to rotate, to be a nuisance, I think things like that might be determining factors in this series overall. But it is the pissed around. Margot, our one to watch, is proving that yet again, keeping her team in the fight here as Vispal delivers, and Margot will find the 4th Peekaboo player, leaving Angelica with much work to do. And we'll see how she isolates fights. She has an idea of where some of them are. And she has time on her side as well. Plenty of fishing to be done with the Glock. With the pre-fire as well. But is this a solvable scenario? All the pre-fire in the world won't beat these players on this occasion. Overpeak win another pistol.
That position for Vispal is just impossible to get past there. But Margot doing a great job from Dole. Just sort of tucks into that little cubby, catches the first player, and then just keeps fighting forward. Lovely triple for her. And that was with the Bitka going down first, right? Bitka decided to play an active line. I'm not sure whether she thought maybe Margot was going to move more up to control so they could have a crossfire, but I'm surprised she didn't drop down to a safer spot. That was a one and done position that she was in, and she didn't get the 1, but it's okay because Margot got 3.
You're a big fan of doors, Lucy.
Yeah, I have been.
Do you prefer the doors that are destructible or the doors that are indestructible in Counter-Strike?
Glad you specified in Counter-Strike. Wait, which ones are indestructible?
Well, I mean, not always in the map pool. Cash? Squeaky?
Yes, that's true. Cash, yeah.
Can't blow that one up. So, you know, do you want to blow the door up?
I like that they can be blown up because it adds an extra element, doesn't it, with the nades? It just becomes part of the strategy, right? Whether a door is blown or not means that CTs have to keep re-smoking it. They can't just rely on the sound cue. So there's all extra elements it adds versus an indestructible door, which can only be in 2 states. A destructible door can be in many states.
It's interesting how, depending on the needs of the map, it can be in either team's advantage. Like the CTs will look to blow off the door in overpass because then it makes it more difficult for the Ts to hold short B. But here on Nuke, the concern is with the CTs.
There's that nade. They'll open that door. As
there we
mentioned.
go. You must be pleased. Door's gone.
I am. Well, I wouldn't be pleased if I have to keep smoking it, but
No more door, Lucy.
no more door.
But they'll be back next round for a time at least.
Yeah. You know, if you're into doors, this is the place to be because there's lots of doors on this map and they keep coming back.
Hashtag door.
Vika's going to be tested again. She's got the MP9. And you're a hater of that. She won't stick around to fight, so Angelica scared her off. And an early juncture too. This one with the op, she's always trying to get that as quickly as possible. See, the MP9 still can do it, James. You just need to...
Yeah, I'm not a hater.
Like
I've just broken up with it, you know? I just can't trust it anymore.
Okay.
Julie, I was going to say...
2 players by herself.
Yeah, she was hanging on with 3 HP. But that has reduced to 0. Now let's see if the remainder can hold on. 3-on-2 for Peekaboo as the bomb is planted. Always good to get a molly up there. Not sure how much the those HGs will play into this one. And that's quite a checkmate for Abika, isn't it? Oh, close but not quite. There's nothing really you can do there. When there's only 2 of you, you're in the vent and you've been spotted and you've got an MP9. Like, what are you doing there? You're just leaving, really.
Yeah. I'm also, I guess I can understand why Vispor decides to push in towards Trophy rather than Heaven because it's the less conventional position for the AWP to come from. She was last spotted in Hell, right? Getting the kill on Julie. It just meant that as soon as that round's called off, she's in a really uncomfortable position where Angelica's able to punish. You lose that AWP and gets 1 kill, and the kill is fairly inconsequential. So a bit unfortunate. This is a Peekaboo round that defies the odds. This is a 4-on-5 they managed to bring back.
Against all odds, as they say. As the Mariah Carey song goes. I won't sing it. Solari's looking for her first frag. With the 5-7, she may still have a strong chance. And Naila with the AK also looking for her first effort in this game of Nuke. Still early here. This is a winnable round for both squads. Will still be a dangerous one for Peekaboo, who will definitely feel strong in this scenario. Great range for that 5-7. So dangerous. Oh, hello. Where are you off to? Says Margot.
Margot can actually be a real nuisance here. She might just get caught from these players in Garage, but no, Abika had her back, so Margot strikes for another. Naila did find the lurk in lobby. But despite the lesser weaponry, these M4s are putting good work into this round. That's the bomb dropped out in Garage as well. And Margot's still playing an indestructible. She knows that she's got this MP9 player who's playing in towards main. She'll be dealt with. Then Margot can strike and she will find 4. 9-1 is Margot. Putting up a show here for Overpeak.
Yeah, great stuff. They used the info well. Also, only 2 players left for Peekaboo was very compromising. Sound cues coming off the roof, of course. Not much you can do about that. Bad situation is simply bad. First one on the plate, though. Angelica just gliding over Margot. That'll be a frustrating one for the T side. Let's see what their next buy looks like. After the failure there, it will be a quick one through A at the very least. A run into the vents, at least from one player. Angelica waiting for someone to follow. And it's not the bomb, however, but even with that run into the vents, they'll find more. An opening on the ramp is going to be a huge problem. Vispal will keep the numbers even. But now we're going to have the Tech 9s and AKs swarming all over the shop towards B. This could be a difficult retake for Overpeak.
Yeah, especially with Angelica with that position in vent as well. So they don't need to worry. They can just run bomb out. Layla steps in to kind of provide that extra angle. So Angelica only has to focus forward. Very favorable fight even with the Tech 9, but the nose scope. That's the way that plays out. Just for living with 5 HP. And Nayla deleted by Margot. Really tricky now for Hakomi and for Letty, but Hakomi steps forward, low HP on both these players, and she doesn't quite deny the bomb. Oh, look at it, 4 HP. If she'd gotten that kill, that was the round. But instead, they walk away with the defuse, and that one stings.
Yeah, that was so close and so brutal. Sosia, the one with the kit, she had to get on that bomb. Even just like half a second, that was crazy. I mean, it was always going to be from what we saw, the no scope into the vents. My word. But again, it wasn't a complete loss because it was a lot of damage that was done by the T side. And again, they can build on that, such as the nature of Nuke. If they can capitalize on that damage in a round such as this, another chance now because they have found an opening towards A. Isolated fights will be less so as Margot gets an opening through the smoke thanks to the HE. 13 for 2 is Margot.
Yeah.
She's got somewhere to be.
It actually ended up being quite good that we missed the opportunity to highlight her before the first map, because map 2 has been her shining point. 13 and 2. That is remarkable work from Margot. Leave some for the rest of us. The team is probably not saying. You're always happy when you've got someone hard carrying you.
I mean, are you trying to avoid Margot at this point if you're on the T side? Because, again, she's in an important role. She knows how to play it. That much is clear. And I talk about these CTs in isolation. Like if she's moving from the outside to the inside, having to position herself as well. You can't just make those rotations for free. But she is roaming. A marauder on Nuke. See if Peekaboo can turn things around then. Beginning of round 7, just one round to show for the previous 6. Tech 9s have got them close, but close is not good enough.
Oh, and ramp. Well, that's worked out very well for Overpeak. Ayla and Hakomi go down immediately from each of these elements that was defending ramp. Really was pushed off early. Now tries to step in, but she's going up against Margot. Trying to slide out, but straight into Soshia's waiting arms, and there's Margot as foretold. This round peters out after ramp success. The rest just get picked off like flies.
Well, they started out trying to go to not Margot. That didn't work. And I do feel like, I mean, if this continues, this might be... Okay, so I would rarely say that something is over, but if this run continues, from Overpeak's point of view, they may find revenge in one half from the first map. Tech 9s once again with Util. Again, Nuke is a great map when you've got the mollies, and indeed they have the mollies, and here they come. Sosia will be up in the smoke, but will she find an angle where she can actually help her team? The darts are flying all over the shop, and they know to focus on this smoke. Maybe it delays the bomb plant here. They're fishing. They're eating nades. They're not planting just yet, and now the cavalry are on the way. A bit corrupt from heaven, finding 2. And still her teammate standing in the smoke this whole time. Oh, man. Sosia's griefing.
That's so funny. She just puts the smoke down and doesn't move. Wow. They're all just looking. They're waiting for her to move. They're like, when is she going to peek? When is she going to peek? But she doesn't need to. The smoke's going to last for ages.
And
that is one way to anger a bomb site.
Yeah. Yeah, but she's like, I baited for you guys. I get the defuse.
I think it's because they don't have rifles. I mean, they can't just spam her out. So it's the perfect play to make. pick some good kills in this retake as well. They did deal with Margot, 1 for 1. Just dealing with Margot, not enough. Oh, up on top. Margot being very, very audacious with a position like that, especially with so many players outside. Daylari goes down as well. So looking like Peekaboo have finally found the answer.
Overpeak can afford to take a few risks at this point. With that AWP frag, this might just be winnable. We'll see if Viffel can find another one willing to go into the flames there. And take that risk with the AWP. Less fighting required versus... Oh dear. Peeking to the site, but Angelica around the back will be a problem. And I think that's where the CTs will draw the line on this one and try to hold on to what they have. A frustrating half a Peekaboo thus far, but finally a taste of success.
Yeah, first time they've gone kind of heavy outside with rifles early, and it's the one round that Margot decides to take the most aggressive, exposed angle possible. Going to go to peek over top of the smokes from top garage. She had nowhere to go once she got found out. And as soon as Daylari gets caught as well, playing around red, it all kind of falls apart. They were kind of hoping, I think, that Peekaboo were going to respect some of that early util and give them a bit more room to set up on top of garage and with the aggressive line, but they'll break through.
Oh,
yeah, I don't think you're going to get that peek.
I love the intent. It's menacing.
Got info. She'll be there to greet them.
This will be interesting. Now, do they chase all the way? Does she reset with a nasty angle? Everybody gets away scot-free on that one. The rifle support has been dropped now, and things become awkward for the AWP. Nice pre-fire from Angelica, and this collapsing for Overpeak. A bit needed a multi-frag there, was only able to get the one, and now things start to become expensive. But it's a 2-on-2 with that frag from Sosia flying out of the ladder, and perhaps it's doable after all.
Opportunity now. Julie's low HP, but it doesn't matter. Margot gets caught off guard, walking around that edge, and Angelica up on over. Oh, end up converting that round. Naylor going down in towards lobby. Turned that one on its head for a moment, but Margot just caught off by Julie walking through double as she's clearing the right-hand angle. A couple of back-to-back rounds, still not enough to break this economy from the CT side, so Peekaboo are going to be fighting against rifles every single round for the rest of the half. Again, they can bring this back for 5. That'll be feeling very respectable considering the position they were in.
Wondering if they're starting to warm up here, Peekaboo. Many a Tech 9 round. Probably a good thing Nyla didn't respond there. She was so close to the smoke. All but guaranteed of getting sprayed down. Sosia looking for a multi, running out of bullets though from all that peppering of the smoke. That will be a problem. There'll be a team kill in here, which will not help Peekaboo, and it will be a stunted approach into that A-bomb site. Just a quick flash of success, but ultimately colossal failure, leaving Overpeak with 8.
You know the importance of getting this 4th round. Enough to have everything they need into this. Although, I'll be real with you, the pistol rounds, not looking successful so far. So I'm not sure if 4 is going to be enough anyway. But 4 in the pistol, and then we're talking about this nuke comeback. Meanwhile, I think we're almost concluded the community stream. NIP 10-2 on Inferno. Brilliant half from them. Maybe Brown is going to be right after all about this.
They do like an Inferno.
Map business.
Margot's got an AK in the last round and a half. 16-4-5. Nobody else is close. We've got CTs in secret. A bit
Just
of this
making
time.
away.
Yeah.
Any flash? No, just going to be contact. But they're all looking at that smoke as it goes down. They want to kind of just cross quickly. So Vic's able to exploit for one. Not the multi, but Ilari's already down, so they can't scale off this. They don't really have a ripcord. Letty is in lobby.
Overpeak saw a lot of players by secret, though, which makes me wonder if a risk is considered. You would imagine someone's probably holding in lobby based on what they saw. Perhaps not deemed worth a push here on the upper ground anyway. Oh dear. Was the scope heard as well? Surely it was. That's half the CTs in secret. But A's not weak enough, it seems, says Sosya. And Margot's here as well with that AK. Maiming the remainder of Peekaboo now. One grenade too many from Sosya makes it doable here on the A bomb site for Peekaboo. Bomb rotating over, Letty covering heaven. Vispel and Delari on the rotation.
They're going to be coming from maybe positions you don't expect. Delari in from main. Heaven not going to be a threat. Vispel has a tricky position to clear in through lobby. Both got kits, so time to work with, and both these T's stuck behind the silos. Julie, with a lot of responsibilities, she might just walk straight into this scope, depending on what Vispel's angle clearing is like. In fact, it's Delari that wins that duel. Letty, they surely should be able to isolate, and they'll find out now, but time's ticking. Delari needs to find this kill ASAP, and Letty is just playing this to perfection. There's no time, Delari. A nade will expose her, but the defuse can't go off, so it will be an 8-4 half.
2 a.m. in the morning, and your anxiety's calling. You lay in your bed, but it feels like you're falling. Do you recognize that feeling? The demons under your ceiling, when everything hurts and nothing is healing. Yeah, I don't even wanna be awake, cause every second that I live is like a wasting. Can you help me start a replace all the memories that stand in my ways? You know what I really hate the most is that happens to me is like a ghost. It's so far away, I only wanna be okay. Tell me, why should I stay away? If only dreaming can erase the pain. Tell me, why should I waste another minute staying in this critical phase? I'm just praying for some better days. I'm just praying for some better days. I'm just praying for some better days. Some better days. Some better days. I'm just praying for some better days. It's too late in the evening, I should probably get some sleep, but I just can't seem to set my mind at ease. I can find an escape, there are many doors I would take, but I can't make one of them become a way. So I'm drowning myself in the media, cause I don't wanna face what I'm feeling yet. I am scared of fighting this alone. I've tried to turn on the light, but my demons know how to hide. Lately there is just no end in sight. Tell me, why should I stay away? If only dreaming can erase the pain. Tell me, why should I waste another minute staying in this critical phase? I'm just praying for some better days. I'm just praying for some better days. I'm
Cause once we start, you know we're never gonna stop. We're winning every time. We own it. Pushing every day and night. We own it. We don't do compromise. Yeah, yeah. We touch down every time. We touch down every time. This is our time, hit it up at the rebound. This is our turn to see.
Back we go. Pistols again. Now, these tend to go one way in this series. See if they can be turned around. Oh my word. Julie just only needs a one tap. They're so quick. Nasty work again. They're so brief. We barely get to talk in sentences.
Oh my God. I'm so sad she didn't get the ace. Because that would have been one of the coolest aces ever. Still,
Casual.
one of the coolest quads. Like, that was so quick. Watch your back.
It's just so casual.
These are sort of clips everyone wants to do. Like, everyone dreams of those USP clips.
My words.
And that's their first pistol, right?
The left button on her mouse is for sit down. About time they found some success at the beginning of a half. Game on then. Love those bullets on the M4A4. Plenty of love to spread around. No losses for Peekaboo. But now the real game begins in the second half.
This feels much better, doesn't it? This is what, 7-1 into 8-6. Peekaboo, like they were out of nuke, but they've managed to grind their way back into a respectable position.
We just got a real match.
Yeah, over peak. Their side switches were a little off on train, so we'll see what the T side can offer up here. Molly not doing the trick. It's not doing what Abika hoped it would do. Trying to flash that player forward. She's spotted Angelica, but not before her teammate goes down. And then the Hakomi swing comes through. So trying to be very disruptive early. Julie, it's a chance here. The MP9 doesn't.
From out of nowhere.
Not expecting Daylari. Neither were we. Still a chance here. Letty manages to stand tall, and that distraction will allow Naylor to swing. Low HP. Daylari can't get it done. It's Naylor from the heavens with high impact.
That was a very back and forth affair. It felt brittle for everybody, I think, around the outside there. Scary stuff. Many losses for Peekaboo. Maybe feeling they were able to salvage that one towards the end. And as we spoke about in the first half with Margot, you got to be real careful if you're rotating back in from main towards Squeaky. Got to be real careful. Oh, that grenade's gone the wrong way. No broken door for Lucy. We know she loves the door. She can enjoy it for longer now on this round. Naylor forced to fall back and concede the ramp position. Hakomi gets her bell rung before she can really respond or even make decisions there. That was so quick from Vispal. And suddenly we've got problems here for the CTs. I mean, how long can Letty even stand here with Heaven being compromised? Abitka's making her way to plant the bomb, even with Letty on the bomb site, and down she goes. Disaster strikes for Peekaboo.
But a chance to come back into it now, but that might have just been ripped away from them. It's got to be Naylor again. Has that kip, but directly below her one, and that was the chance for Daylari. Very quick on the response. And Overpeak very quick with that round. Ramp gets breached, and they cause chaos everywhere.
Yeah, that was supposed to be a bonus round for the CTs, but I think it was the kill in Hell here. Hakomi couldn't even respond. I don't know if it was a communication breakdown or something with the CT falling back on ramp, but that is a critical position to lose in a scenario like that. And it seemed like that she was caught by surprise as well. So if there is a lesson to be learned in that scenario for Peekaboo, it needs to be learned quickly.
Komi, I think, got very caught off that, was considering going up the ladder, looked towards it, and as she looked back, that's when that swing came from hell. Pace on it. Catching them off guard. Player starts down hell, but it's outside that the crawl comes through. Hakomi's got a really good position here, yeah, so they were potentially conceding the space because of the position in Secret, but that's now lost. The smoke on main, you know that you've got full outside because the CT player was in towards, well, CT spawn.
And that may indicate the pace at which the T's will look to play out the remainder of this round. Letty still manages to catch Delari, though. When you go down to 3 players, it really does limit your options here. How much you can sell something that might be a lie. And then there were 2. Vispel and Sosia, but Vispel's got a good position. Expected by Angelica, who is laser focused. You can see it on the camera. She's visualizing from start to finish. Sosia in a clutch then. 29 seconds, 3 players to find. A-bomb site's not clear just yet. A big swing from Letty to stop the bleeding. 3 survive for Peekaboo.
Big round from Letty as well. After Julie goes down, and they've kind of lost control of full outside there. Hakomi's rotated back in from CT spawn, but Letty catching off the door player and then just staying grounded on the bomb side. Angelica, there was a lot more awareness there. It was a real opposite of kind of the round before where they were getting kind of caught off guard by the Tech 9s and the positions they were in. This time around, it felt like outside of Julie going down here, every CT fight, they had the read on what the T's were doing. No one was caught off. It was just walking into expected angles, which shows that the communication was pretty tight here.
It will need to be, both teams will be laser focused now, as it already feels like a critical stage. Of course it will for Overpeak on the catch up in the leads on paper, but looking at their money may not feel that way. Although we've seen the Tech 9 succeed already. This will feel like a round they can win for sure.
I know Util to really set up these pistols. Just going to try and burst onto Naylor, who's playing very active on top of the box. Wait for it to fade. Testing her out. It's fishing elsewhere. Margot's exploring outside, but this is the true test. If they can remove Naylor, that gives them the way into this round. That's an AK that can be recovered, but that's Hakomi with a spray on 2. And Julie catches out Margot, so they got all the info on these final 2 players.
Overpeak abusing the numbers well, forcing the CTs to fight, pulling the crosshairs away with the pistoleros. Okay, straight through the smoke. Angelica is determined. You know what she's like when she gets that level of focus. It's very hard to beat. And it will be a prompt and violent retake from Peekaboo, who will tie the score. But it has to be said as well, I'm not sure how to absorb this information, but whenever Peek have got the Tech 9s, they're getting a lot of mileage in these rounds. That doesn't necessarily mean that the same thing will happen on a buy with AKs, because you don't have that freedom to charge at your opponent and so on. You kind of have to play around that a bit more normally. So we'll see for Peekaboo if it's a relief to have AKs rather than Tech 9s in this next round.
I feel like in that position, it's very micro, but if you reckon the smoke down, I don't know if planting in the default Astralis corner is the play at that point. May as well just try and get a bit tricky with it an off angle. That's why Angelica was able to pre-aim and dispatch of the bomb planter immediately. Still would have been an incredibly tricky round, though she'd lived. A lot of util early on this A side to make Angelica sweat, but it's outside that they wanted to put the pressure on. Julie peeks into Vispel's AWP, an opening pick. Or overpeak. Now they have a lot of space to continue scaling. Bitka wants to keep moving forward. Call comes to try and take this lobby control. Letty's just walk through.
A minute 20.
Following.
Look at the time and where they are. A minute 20,
Okay.
and the bomb's in heaven.
Yeah, they know though.
It's lightning fast. But now the CTs know the bomb's there as well. But again, the numbers game, overwhelming the A bomb site is what Overpeak are doing. 3-on-3, however. Angelka is waiting for her time to strike. Not a two-person spray down on this occasion. She'll feel like she could have won that one then and there. A dangerous play from Angelka. Has got good info for the rest of her squad. Now Margot's got a lot to do, but it is Margot after all who finds the angle. Nyla in such an awkward spot. Almost so close, but Margot makes it over 20 now with a 3K to keep her team in the fight.
Oh, Margot's undeniable. That one feels rough for Peekaboo. That felt like it was their opportunity, but Naylor misses that opportunity to close it. It was the right call too from them during the mid-round there. They lose outside, the smoke's on main. It was clear the scaling was going to come in from heaven, so they take lobby control. Letty gets a brilliant kill onto Daylari, but yeah, just not able to quite pull off that post plant despite the right moves in the mid-round. Still holding on with a bit of a buy here. Slusha, ooh. Okay. Decided not to go down, but then went down. Surely we'll catch up. So all of that up and down for nothing.
Oof, timing almost caught Angelka there. Just saw it in time. I love rounds like this because there's so much on the line. And there's so little money for the team that loses. Really can't make a mistake, but you have to be brave enough to take the right risk. 3 remain for Overpeak. They've been really fun to watch on this T side, but that is great work. Angelka offering a little extra there. The Julie stealing the frags. Peekaboo would love to survive in the numbers here as well.
Keep these 3.
Yeah, no,
Fat mass, you know, it's whatever.
yeah, they've had 3 AKs in quite a few rounds. Also, Peekaboo stopped the bomb plant, quite crucial, and tie the score. Money's in an awkward spot, but that may mean Tech 9s, and who knows what happens if those come out.
Julie. I think she sprays more than any other player. It's crazy. She's so good with it, so accurate. The amount of times her sprays result in headshot kills, it's remarkable. It will be some Tech 9s, only a couple with armor though, so I'm not holding my breath that Overpeak will be able to pull off the same success.
They can't afford so much util around these Tech 9s, which is kind of weird. Like, we can see Saucy's picked up the Deagle. Does the player sacrifice a pistol? Okay, they're switching, yeah, because I feel like if you're going to go Tech 9s, you need util to get through certain choke points. It seems they'll go fishing with the Desert Eagle instead. I mean, there's no real good decision here. There's no one decision, and there's no real great one because of how limited their funds are. We'll see if they can find the headshots. The CCs will have to be careful about holding, especially a tight position, to try and duel as the T's dance with their Deagles. Oh boy. Okay, Saucia, I see why she bought one then. Very quick into action. And I mean, this is a 5-on-3 with a minute 20 on the clock and control of Secret. What's happening, Lucy? This is bad.
This is not the round that they were. This is the round that wasn't supposed to go like this. This was the easy one. And now they have no one top site, and that is where the pistols are now going. Okay, Letty's going to make her way back up. Towards heaven. It's going to be a split onto this bomb site. Angelka is rounding outside, so she's going to find 2. Well, 1, 2, there it is. And she's fine. She's fine. And I think between them, she's not okay. Oh, how's that happened?
But is this a save? Do you have to save now?
No, you go for this. You can do this. You've got the kit.
Letty's on the site, so they have to. Oh, that's so important, that second frag. Oh, everything's on the line here for the CTs. My word, down to the wire. It shouldn't be, but it is. If they look at their money before they get this diffusing, Julie's got literal nothing in her pockets but knives and lint. Like, if they lose that round, they're crawling into the next one. Oh, Sosya with the deagle. That moment from Angelica where she just falls back in time. I mean, it did cost her anyway, actually. But bloody hell, that is a sigh of relief for Peekaboo. Exhale.
You can't fumble 2 rounds to pistols. That would just be nightmares when you try and go to sleep later. That's how you lose this map. But it could still have serious ramifications. This was looking outside, top of the box. I hope Peek have identified that there's a lot of space outside. It's not really been heavily contested outside of the very first gun round. They're just scaling for free. I'm surprised to see Vispo so aggressively clearing with the AWP, but hey, it's worked successfully. Julie's shocked, and you would be.
Numbers game, safety in numbers here for Overpeak. Of course, they will be making elephant steps here, so they've got to get their skates on and seize control of this bomb site. They've got the util to close off the choke points, though. A little spotted. That could be a very good HE. It'll be all of 2 HP, though, on this occasion. Right,
it's got to be the safe goal.
Oh, with 4 players alive, it's so hard to do. But if they lose...
Position.
Yeah, again, this is a point where you could lose everything and be broken at the worst possible time in the whole game. Still having a look. But indeed, Lucy, they are making what is most likely the right decision here and falling back.
You never want to when you've got so many players up, but they just had no way into that, and you're bound to lose at least one on the exit. So if they can hold these 3, which they will, that's fine for the next round, especially with Joker and Naylor having some money. Oh, I mean, it's not fine. Actually, it's not fine. But maybe it's workable. Oh, no, you can't. You just have to play with these 3 rifles. Oof. That's how Letty went down.
This game is on a knife edge. I feel like many of these rounds have been on a knife edge. Oh, they're keeping the money together. Peekaboo with the collection pot. Rainy day fund for worst case scenario, which is quite likely. But we can see that they're taking the fight to the T's. Now that rotation can be heard. That's more than 1 pair of steps rotating away from that lobby position. Not much Julie can do about it. Can't even really bait for her teammate because she's also got a USP.
Well, now the bait might work. 2 USPs down here. Oh, Angelica, that was an opportunity. Vispo, another critical kill. Naylor gets caught on her crunch, so it's only Hakomi's rifle left. They're going to be streaming towards her, but all eyes on Heaven. The 3 rifles are actually the first 3 to fall. So nothing to be done with these save weapons. There were chances. They were denied.
You know what they did? They opened all the right doors.
Yep.
That's a hell of a full circle, isn't it? You're welcome.
Yeah.
I'm here all series, Lucy.
Okay. Glad. And not only all series, but also tomorrow.
Yeah.
The fun doesn't end.
Even more. You'll go to sleep, you'll wake up, and I'll still be here.
Yeah. It's like a nightmare that you just can't wake up from. It's not turning into a bit of a nightmare for Peekaboo. Could be back-to-back 13-11s. Taking their opposing map picks, or... Oh, Vispo has really kicked it up a gear. This has been absurd.
Flow state. How often do you see Angelka get deleted like that? Crucial time for Overpeak. I'm sure some thought it couldn't be done, but they are just around the corner from taking Nuke away from Peekaboo. Not over just yet, though. Julie prioritizing the bomb planter there, leaves only 2 remaining. MP9 won't work out for Hikomi. And Letty needs a miracle now. 1 versus 4 as the bomb is planted. Oh, the combo. She won't make it past those flames. Sosya will get the last frag, and the comeback is here. Nuke has been seized, and they will force a 3rd map.
Both teams stealing their opponent's map pick 13-11. What a crazy way the series has played out. And for Peekaboo, that was so close to being their comeback. They got everything kind of rolling how they needed to. The pistol, first gun round goes their way. You're starting to really believe. But again, it's critical rounds coming through at key moments. The pistols that stole away around definitely gave Overpeak a bit of belief in their T side, and then just enough juice towards the end. I mean, what a shocker from Overpeak to bring that back, and really heralded by a brilliant Margot performance in the first half, and Vispal on the T side AWP doing wonders.
Yeah, brazen peaks. And again, if you've got a sniper who is confident enough to make plays like that, we talk about taking the right peaks and so on, that was an incredible performance from Vispal. A great first half from Margot for sure. She definitely did some heavy lifting in that first half, but I feel like the second half, they just did so much work. They were such a threat, whether it was AKs or Tech 9s. It did put the game and many around on a knife edge. And I think that must have been really mentally taxing for Peekaboo. The situations they ended up in when they had rifles versus pistols, round they should have won, whether they came close or were lost. It was, Overpeak did it the hard way in that second half. Because again, even if you're losing the rounds, but you're hurting the economy, that's part of how Nuke tends to play out. So I think in both halves, they really fought tooth and nail for that victory. And it was a narrow one. I feel like there were many swing rounds that were available. But again, Overpeak just scrambled when they needed to with the Tech 9s and were able to survive and then take the victory.
Yeah, look at the kills as well. Vispal and Margot having the same amount of opening kills as the entirety of Peekaboo, so 50% more across the board for Overpeak. 2 players to lock in on from that one. That was I think the key difference maker here was the AWP. This is something we highlighted coming into this series, that Vispal has been an exceptionally aggressive AWPer, has been prioritizing the AWP a lot. We've seen that throughout the series. Almost every single first gun round, she has the AWP on both sides, and she was insanely aggressive. Everything that we spoke about with Vispal in the pre-game came to light here on Nuke. That T side, she won them the map in those final rounds, like back-to-back critical entry kills. And not to throw Hikomi under the bus here, but no AWP kills, right? She wasn't prioritizing the AWP. It was, not really part of their real game plan, surprisingly. And that was really exploited by the T side of Overpeak, because there was never an AWP they had to worry about outside, anywhere. So the economy definitely played a part in that, but there definitely could have been opportunities to get that AWP on board. It just wasn't prioritized, and I think that gave Overpeak a huge advantage that they leveraged, and Vispal was a standout.
Yeah, and I think Nuke is a map where you can have so much personality with an AWP. Of course, on that CT side, whether you're outside or mid to late rounds going towards hut or anything, your teammates can set you up as well. There's a number of things you can do. So to see 0 is a problem, because you need the personality of an AWP to be present. And I think in terms of levels of aggression, like my scale has Golden Retriever at the bottom and Hyena at the top, and Vispal was definitely in Hyena status, which is exactly what you want. It's always a feather in the cap to have a sniper like that, who some might call crazy, like that peak on the ramp as well. Such confidence, just punishing CTs is perfect. Again, a can opener like that, you've got 3 players behind you. You can take so much map control before the CTs have a chance to respond. And they did that very well towards the end there, especially. So that was great, and also sets up quite nicely for a deciding map in this series.
Yeah, both teams take their opponent's map pick 13-11, so close as can be, which means I think we either have a barn burner of a decider that goes all the distance, maybe OT, or maybe it'll be a collapse. We'll find out, James. It'll be a little bit before that final Ancient, our decider after this break.
It's 6 o'clock in the morning. That's much too early to wake up. No, nobody gave me a warning. I wanna sleep, but I know I can't. So I got the feels. Let's make a deal. Moments are moving faster. I got the feels. You take the wheel. Got me a real disaster. I got the feels. I mean for real. Call up, pretend I'm master. Somebody bring the fun back. Can anybody do that? 'Cause I wanna be happy and I wanna get down like an all-day party. Do. And another thing, baby, I wanna go out. I said it. Hey. I'm too young to grow up. On Fridays I don't wanna show up, and the shots keep coming. I'm too young to grow up, and you can make me. Somebody save me. I'm too young to grow up. Stayed out too late, we were clubbing. I lost my phone, so no one can call me. I know I'm forgetting something. Unqualified to be here, adulting. I got the feels, let's make a deal. Moments are moving faster. I got the feels, you take the wheel. Got me a real disaster. I got the feels, I mean for real. Call up, pretend I'm master. Somebody bring the fun back. Can anybody do that? 'Cause I wanna be happy and I wanna get down like an all-day party. Do. And another thing, baby, I wanna go out. I said it. Hey. I'm too young to grow up. On Fridays I don't wanna show up, and the shots keep coming. I'm too young to grow up, and you can make me. Somebody save me. I'm too young to grow up. You can make me. I'm too young to grow up. I'm too young to grow up, and you can make me. Somebody save me. I'm too young to grow up.
Cut me out like a photo from a magazine. Cold dead eyes, all tied up in the web of your fantasy. Little white lies, scandalous, you're scandalous. It's in your heart. Scandalous,
something's gotta give. Settle for nothing less. Gotta go, gotta get. I take it as it is. The game is never ending. We never signed it to life, but we're here for the ride. So hold on tight. We're moving fast and time don't slow, so we gotta let go. We already know we're just living for the good times. Nothing better than the good times. Stay living for the good times. We're living for the good times. I don't know if you noticed, but I ain't on it. If it don't got that buzz, stay awake, come alive, throw hands up in the sky, and I love it how it was. We never signed it to life, but we're here for the ride. So hold on tight. We're moving fast and time don't slow, so we gotta let go. We already know we're just living for the good times. Nothing better than the good times.
James, it was meant to be you that took that one, but it's okay. I
What?
can
When
do
did
it
you didn't
instead.
tell me that? When did
Oh, it's
you?
just it goes out saying that the person who ended it then the other person fixed it up.
Okay.
I didn't want to just sit here awkwardly
Fine.
until someone said
Thanks
something.
for communicating. Yeah, I was never going to talk. I would never have said anything.
Well, it would have been funny if we just sat here in silence. But anyway, let's not. Let's talk. We got Ancient as our decider. This should be an interesting one. We mentioned kind of the AWPs in the last map and how impactful the difference was there with Vispol. I think on Ancient that's maybe nullified a little bit. It's definitely a map where you can rely a bit more on your rifling. So I definitely don't want to write Peekaboo off, especially if they can finally get a map started with a strong start. They might be able to actually take it.
Yeah, it's less urgent, shall we say, but is certainly a tool which can certainly help, can give you the boost you need. You know, on the CT side, deep towards A or B, be it ramp or long, doesn't really matter. It can be a factor. But let's see what the keys to victory are as we go through the journey of Ancient, the final map between these squads. It's been a great game so far. Knife Edge Nuke. What kind of map will we be offered here on Ancient? Angelica jumping in, avoiding headshots if anybody's holding an angle. Inviting a USP. An inviting USP, rather, with Julie's around the corner. And it looks like Peekaboo have avoided most players thus far. Now Julie trying to punish the rotation. We've got teased in unusual angles. Angelica with a lot of players coming her way. She looks shocked by that one. Bomb has been planted on A, however, and there are oh my god, the CTs are streaming in. Letty with the Glock, though, so many bullets. Speaking of, Sosia trying to come through there, bouncing off the ceiling to avoid getting headshot. Not enough for her. That leaves Margot in the clutch, trying to do what she can. No kit for Margot. She's found one off her teammate, actually. And that leaves her in a 1 versus 1. She needs to find a way to draw Letty out in order to have a chance to defuse this bomb. And Letty's got all the information now. Just needs to play the long game. Comes all the way out. Is there time to defuse it? I'm not sure that there is. It's going to be a close one. Oh, she's just about got it. Margot beasting once again.
There's no way she had the time. Oh my god. That kit dropped in Donut just enough. You feel like she's got to stick it at that first time, but no, she gets off, gets the kill on Letty, who misses the instant headshot, has to take her time, and that's enough for Margot to find the kill. And barely a slither to get that defuse off. I was gonna say that round looked great for the CTs until it didn't, but then Margot continued to be as brilliant as she was on Nuke.
I was a non-believer. But if you look at her camera, she seemed completely confident that she was getting that defuse. Cannot count these players out from both teams. Again, very unpredictable on Nuke. Squad's just fighting so hard for the rounds on that map. If you're joining us late, both Peekaboo and Overpeak have won their opponent's picks, leaving us with an ancient decider. Really down to the wire on Nuke. But it's in the past now. The ink is dry on that one. Heading towards the 45-second mark here as Peekaboo wait to make their play.
It's going to be this B hit. So when the draw play is over, and that presence from Julie all by herself is not enough to keep at least some interest here, but with her going down, you have to start accelerating forward, and Letty actually takes down both, and they can't go for it. This ball's already low. The disengage is happening.
We've got to give a huge credit to Hikomi there, because it looks on paper with 0 kills that she's not really contributed here. But her job on the ramp is to wide swing with the Mac-10, pull the crosshair away, and allow Letty to capitalize off that distraction. So Hikomi runs and dies. Her job is to run and die there, and Letty's job is to follow up and deliver. That's what Letty does. And
going for this. There's like
Really?
no time left, but they're going for this. A double up in towards the cave, the flames go down. That maybe would have been a chance. I'm surprised that they decided to, I guess they have the MP9s. If this ball lives, which she will, still got that rifle to force around.
that was a curious one, because I feel like it almost felt like maybe if the T's rotate a bit early, they have a chance. But they also used the util before they went into the site. And I think only one had a kit as well. That was... I feel
They
like
had a
if there was a marginal decision there, it was on the wrong side of the margin. But yeah, I mean, big credit to Hikomi. She did her job well there and trusted in her teammate to deliver the goods to allow them to take the bomb site and plant the bomb. So
You got to see that great spray transfer from Letty on the second. Margot didn't even get a chance to really respond. Direct A, a great play when you know that the CTs have to force buy into it, so their weaponry probably won't be the best. The 5.7, though, is pretty good. Between that and the M4, they go 1 for 1. AK picked up by Angelica. The smoke that has appeared in mid-side is causing some concern. CT is just playing on the back of it, but they line up, and Angelica sprays them down with the help of Margot. An unfortunate timing there as they did try and work around the edge. Vispol needs to off this 1v3. She has the information on Julie. That one's the easy one. Joker is low, so there is a world that she can navigate this. Naylor starts to move forward, and Vispol catches up Angelica. Not ready for Naylor, who just waits patiently to strike.
I'm trying to remember what the CTs had at the end of that round, that last-ditch effort, if you will, versus what they came into the next round with. Maybe they got the abacus out and figured it was about the same, so let's go for it. Either way, that suddenly became very dangerous. Maybe waiting for their last player to rotate in, starting to lose personnel. And again, I think some rounds on that game of Nuke were a bit nightmarish for Peekaboo on their CT side versus the Tech-9s and so on. So these should win, but starting to lose situations could make some players nervous here in the territory of a deciding map in this series, especially when the European region is so competitive in both groups at the moment. You really can't afford to drop a series here.
Yeah, I mean, for Overpeak, they sit happily with wins over two very key teams. So for them, if they win this, they're pretty much guaranteed top 3. If Peekaboo win this, it really opens up the entire group. Certainly going to win this round. So yeah, I think the group's really interesting in Group B because it is the most stacked group. But both Peekaboo and Imperial sitting 1-1, Nemesis 0-2. It's caused all sorts of craziness.
Yeah, I feel like the right win here could just put them all in a tumble dryer. Yeah, I think Nemesis will, I want to say turn things around, but I feel like that's not necessarily doing them justice. I think they could easily be in a 1-1. They could have easily been in a 1-1 situation as well. And they'll feel like they... Now, I watched their last match. Oh, okay. Space program for Julie. But I mean, it is what it is. Like, you just work with what you've got now, which is the 0-2 scoreline. But yeah, it is super competitive is essentially what I'm trying to say. And agree with.
Yeah, I think Nemesis, they've got Shinigami tomorrow. We'll be covering that one, I believe.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, I think Peekaboo Nemesis the week after is going to be critical to the fates of both those teams. But one map at a time. Series at a time. Fight out middle after delayed util. And the CT is not holding too actively. Soskia just spamming in from Red Room. Change of util. She is a bit stuck here, but she might get this swing. They're just waiting. Soshia's going to confirm it, and then Delaria will look to swing off the contact. And, oh, actually doesn't. And instead it's Julie spraying Delari and getting both of them.
That was looking like a really awkward scenario for the CTs to peek and try and get the better side of something there. Player somewhat stuck in Red Room. Maybe without choice at that point. Now, they don't really have much in terms of position, what remains of Overpeak here. I think the right call would be to retract in this scenario. And that's essentially what they are doing. Try and keep as many buy rounds up as you can. Hopefully there won't be another late attempt on this occasion. Things get even more difficult now as Margot is dropped.
Nothing's going to deter Vispal from peeking. Nayla's bullets will tell her that was a bad play. The Orps conceded. You can see the money's not good for Overpeak. Vika might not even be able to hold on. Nayla is just slowly but surely creeping forward, and then the swing through off her teammate's contact. Orp is picked up, so Hikomi will actually get to use that. And Overpeak, they're going to have to for a bit of a half buy.
Yeah, I think Vispal knows that they're going to be hunted, and it would be pure luck if they find a place to hide in that scenario. So she's got to kind of take the fight to Peekaboo to just try and hold on to the AWP there. Doesn't work out in her favor, which is perfect for Peekaboo. Make them spend all the money. Every other round will be diabolical at this point for Overpeak unless they can turn things around quickly. And they will certainly want to before this gets out of hand. But again, this scenario, before that first peak came in, it just looked really dire in terms of positions. The donut player being smoked off entirely, unable to help the guy in Red Room, which I think at that point, I mean, the red room position, the forward part of Red Room, if you're getting out of there alive, then it's a stroke of luck. I think you kind of got to sack off that player and just leave them to expire at that point.
Yeah, that's the weird thing though, because it really felt like they were setting up for that bait. Like Delari was playing on the edge of the smoke, like she was about to swing from Donut, but then for whatever reason they decide not to go for that play. The disengage happens, and Delari still ends up getting sprayed. Deleted.
My words.
And Jogger didn't even get a chance.
MP9 is not the same as mine. Mine doesn't do that anymore.
Yeah, she's still using the old model. She's kept that one in storage.
Imagine being on the receiving end of a peak like that. I would be in shock.
Only it's Angelica that delivers those.
Yeah. I think I might need CPR after something like that. Well, there's still a lot of work to do. All right then, Sosia will do it from what range as well with the MP9. This is outrageous work from Sosia. Working hard to keep Overpeak in the fight, and this is already nervous territory. There's time to get all over this bomb site as the bomb's not even planted just yet. Sosia coming through with the angles now, looking for more with the MP9, just swinging. Got cover from Delari, and the dream is collapsing in this round for Peekaboo. Letty and Nayla, oh god. Letty's got almost all the health of the remaining two players here, but the same could be true of Vispal with all of 39 HP. Next bullet wins, maybe. They have a kit as well. They have a kit on Vitka. Down she goes. That will need to be found by Vispal, but she won't find any more frags. And another crisis will be averted by Peekaboo.
And Letty, the calm pair of hands there, making sure that one doesn't get out of control, dealing with those players coming up from ramp in that very fast flank. Could have got out of hand. And knowing that's planted for her and there's no smoke on that bomb. There's that peek. She barely even sees her, but instantly to the head. And then another long range MP9 kill. So Sostia doing everything she can. These two swings from Letty. If Peek boot back the round. Now it's just going to be a fast A play. There's no one actually here right now. It's going to be Sostia who arrives. But the smokes are already down. So she's been denied entry. A nade put her further at bay. She's been brought down low. Can be planted. Vispo, does she want to just try and spam? The flames actually disrupt her. I think she might have ended up finding that spray because it was the default plant. 5-on-5, 2 players at half HP. The post-plant positioning, a little rough. They don't have donut control on the T side.
Yeah, this feels like a suicide mission for the CTs because they are just being funneled into this bomb site. They've got a lot of smokes, but I don't really know how they can use them to find a way in with these angles, and it might just be chaos on the bomb site. I hear knives being swung as they try to find the defuse in this, and there's body blocking all over the shop, but no one's on the bomb right now that I can see, and there's another attempt now. Has it been heard? They've somehow found all the frags, but they won't get the defuse on this occasion. I mean, it's hard to even get that far, but it costs them absolutely everything.
Yeah, I can't get away with that trick twice, James. The 0.1 second defuse worked in the pistol. Doesn't work here. There was a kill that came through on the first player that got onto the bomb instantly. That was the player they were trying to cause the chaos around, but I think someone was just pre-aiming where that bomb was. So unfortunately not able to pull out that retake despite actually being in a pretty decent position to do so.
Ooh, Angelica Orp. I think, is this spawn-based? Up she goes. I love how she leans into focus when she's holding an angle, not expecting Vispal though, who's like, oh, I might fancy that Orp for myself. Marco's got an auto shotgun. Pretty good though to fish through the smoke, but if you have to rotate, then it becomes a problem. But for now, it'll do.
The auto shotgun is just
I do
used
love the
to break the smoke. It's actually pretty effective at it because it really does clear a lot of it. And in this little position Letty's in, it's like the perfect weapon to deal with the player here. But Letty picks the perfect time to swing. And start to accelerate a bit cut. But on notice, only able to get the one, and it's going to allow the bomb to come through. Delari not going to go for the spam. Doesn't want to give up her position. Has a good timing on this. Sakomi is low HP. Delari on this walkthrough. Can she find more than one? There's that kill. Half on the bomb, and she found the second as well. Julie, last known player, flames at her feet. The sound cue comes through. Sostia's holding for it. And despite being in the worst position, it's Delari finding a perfect timing to get over Peak their second.
Rare rounds in this half. Very rare indeed. That's a hell of a turnaround though. There is opportunity to have a good score at half-time here in what looks to be a difficult CT half at present for Overpeak. Visible on the AWP once again. We'll see if she can have some more impact with that. He could be looking to have a big swing towards that mid area, a two-pronged assault, if you will. Mixed results, losing 2 players. CTs will be happy with that.
Does cause a bit of a shift in the defense. A lot of players coming over to deal with the possibility of Red Room. These haven't pushed the issue on B though, so they'll be able to slot back in. Vispal will take over responsibility of that mid part of the map. Because they don't have Donut, you can see Delari is just pushing through. There is going to be a big gap that he's technically could come back through middle if Delari keeps pushing to T-spawn. But if she just holds this, she has the perfect position for the rotate until she's spotted.
40 seconds on the clock. We've got a duel on the A bomb site, which is won by Hikomi. Does that pull rotation? Certainly does from the T's. Margot will clear ramp eventually, and off to the races they go. But again, the CTs have lost all position. Look at that swing from Abitka, doing what needs to be done. They can only lose so many rounds here. High urgency as they are distracted in mid by Letty, who's had such important multi-frags. Could this be another one? Indeed, it will be. Another pair of frags for Letty. That's at least 3 rounds for in the 7 that have been won by Peekaboo, where Letty's got a multi-frag, and they have been critical for Peekaboo.
Great second kill there. That was a tricky one for Letty. It's fine. Looked like they were in a great position, but Daylari, I don't really, I think that's maybe just a miscomm or a misunderstanding of the way the map's played out, but I think she assumed that because she spotted a player ledge and she'd gotten to that position that there couldn't be someone donut, but that was always the possibility, and that's the reason I thought she pushed A main, because they realized they'd conceded mid. They needed to find the extremity position. So she gets caught, and the rest of the house of cards tumbles.
Over peak, heading towards leaning on some pistol magic in the second half. With a number of rounds you could barely call a handful. Peekaboo being careful. But that one step was a step too many. That allowed Visible to expect to visualize, to steal a rifle with no response. And there's Util as well. Now Peekaboo know there's an AK on this bomb site, or there is likely to be. If they choose to end up rotating towards A, Saucia's got a smoke. But it seems that they will commit to this bomb site. In they go then. Utility used well. Space being created. Looks good for Peekaboo. Covering their angles. More Util where that came from. But this is an overpeak squad with not much to lose in this scenario. So this round's not done just yet. This ball flashed off the angle. 5-7 still trying to get some work done though. Now you start to wonder if they'll be able to save this AK. I'm not sure if there's much more in this round for overpeak. No kit, no ninja defuse coming for Daylari. Just trying to find a cheap exit, maybe go over rifle, but she's very close to that bomb as well. So nothing doing, leaving empty-handed our overpeak from this one. We move to 8 for Peekaboo.
Really great to see Peekaboo in this form. We had them on the stream last week versus Imperial, who obviously made a pretty big splash against them. Anna with a 1.95 rating in that series. And I was a little worried about what Peekaboo's rest of their season would look like, but a win against Overpeak, if they can pull this off, looking like they're looking, there's an argument they could have done this in 2. They'll come to a win on Ancient. That would do wonders for this team. Peak not done yet. Visible's AWP comes back out. Haven't been able to see that a lot just because the economy hasn't supported it, but she was such an important factor on Nuke. Imagine she'll be looking to get involved early. Don't really anticipate that she'll be posting up somewhere where there won't be action.
That smoke is very high indeed.
Yeah, that elbow smoke's not quite hit the mark, but not going to matter. Daylari still gets the kill. The spam almost takes out Naylor as well.
Yeah, every little helps for Overpeak. Tagged but still standing for a number of players. Rounding towards the ramp, a role reversal if you will. Gotta be careful though, because Letty is lurking and you know she's good for more than one. Oh my word, Letty, what is that? Complete deletion on the ramp.
What? There is just no way. That is just pure. I mean,
She's going for the ace. Look at her go. She's just got to run around this map.
why not? I mean, that second kill. There's a lot of luck that goes into that, but wow. Not a lick of damage on her.
Letty makes her own luck. And Vispel's like, please, I don't want to be part of this highlight. Just let me live. Let me breathe. Oh, here comes Letty!
Letty's coming.
Oh, man.
No time.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh my word. You make your own luck, Letty. She put her cross there. That's visualization. I refuse to believe there's any luck in that whatsoever. She is transferring in case someone tries to trade. She put her cross there where it needed to be and deleted them before knowing anything about it. That's pure skill. That's God mode. That's flow states, Lucy.
That's the third one of those she's done as well.
Nasty
work. She has been a menace with the rifle.
My temperature is rising. I'm getting hot watching these replays. Oh,
that is a play of the day, no doubt.
That's more than the day. That's play of the autumnal season. Hey, yeah, I'm making that statement.
Nah, we had one of those. I can't remember what it was. that was a play.
There was a play. Lucy 2025.
Listen, that was a play.
Oh man, I don't even know how many of her players are even aware of what she just did, but Overpeak certainly are, and that is demoralizing. God, what a peak of talent. I'm still recovering from this. Now.
Won't be any recovering for Overpeak here as Delari is pinned in the corner and she's run down by Letty. Who else? A 10-2 half domination from the T side.
We return for the final half of this series, at least in regulation. Much work to be done in
What a
this
bold
pistol. Well, you know, this is climbing the mountain for Overpeak. You wonder if they're going to get very far the way this pistol has started, but Saucy's been good with the pistols. A 3-on-3, still doable. Julie's not shy to be aggressive here. Can they open the right door? Angelka takes one at range in the face. Still standing with 8 HP. Much on the line in this pistol. Angelka and Hakomi very low indeed. No kit that I can see on these remaining players. But they're close. They're very close indeed. And Overpeak disengaged from the bomb site entirely. Are they going to play the beep? Someone's going to have to hold the angles here as Julie looks to force the issue. But she walks into stereo frags here. One on either side. And it will be what Overpeak needed. A pistol win. That was a tough one. That was a scary one for them. But they delivered under the pressure.
Yeah, that's now 5 of 6 pistols for Overpeak. So, yeah, things will be going pretty good for them in the pistol department. And this time, I don't think Peekaboo will be offering up a force buy back. So, Overpeak will be getting a nice comfy round against a PG50 and 4 USBs. This is a fun stack.
Time to think about the rounds to come.
Well, Vispal's just going to walk into... Oh, this isn't fun anymore. Oh, she's seen it. She's seen it. Can we get Vispal POV, please?
Oh.
She can get all of them. She can get the full house.
Oh, come on.
Oh, the cards crumble and the ace comes through. That is the one thing you didn't want to happen.
Wonderful. She's got $7,000. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, she can get that up early if she wants it now.
Everybody wishes they discover a scenario like that. But they won't make that mistake twice. Some slightly different angles next time.
I mean, that's the only position. Like, you never expected someone to come from CT, like, of all positions.
Rifles and SMGs in round 15 for Overpeak. Vispal leaving 6k in the bank. I think Vispal and Margot will be the big swings. See if Margot comes to life more on this T side. This is a great opportunity. Good timing on the flash. And Joker delivers regardless. Margot's to trade. Nyla finds one through the corner of the smoke.
Bomb's not here. This is not a commitment to the B bomb side. They're actually making space over towards A, but really never budged, and no need to. Because just trying to fake out this, and yeah, the fact that there's no follow through, that boost or nothing, means that now they know this is going to be the A play. Julie able to swing off the contact of Letty, and between the two of them, they have disrupted this attempt to pull a fast one. Becca's going to come through. Donut, her timing on this could be good. Yeah, she lines up too. And aware of the possibility of this lurk, but loses her teammate and loses her duel. So first gun round for Peekaboo in touching distance of 12.
Now, what does Vispal do with the money? Surely got to share the wealth. Get rifles out. I think that's what she's doing. But again, great presence of mind for the CTs. Not playing schoolboy football, if you will, where everybody chases the ball, essentially. No one's really thinking about the bigger picture. Not the case for this squad. Big fights in mid, though. Julie's got a lot to do. Dependable pair of hands. Look at that burst. Beautiful work falling back to Donut. Nerves of steel, putting Peekaboo in a 4-on-3 very early here in round 16.
been quite a map from Margot, which is surprising after how dominant she was on both map 1 and map 2. 20 plus frags across both those maps. Overpeak been silenced really across the board. There's space over on this B-bomb site. You can see it's been disengaged by Nayla. She's playing retake. Majority of forces in middle. Letty starts to go on a mission to clear out all these little spaces. It's going to free up the rotation. Now Angelica starts to move over. Smoke and Flash goes down. Nayla wants to stay active, sees the back of Daylari, but the flames prevent her wider swing. Still wants to go for this fight. Utility to set her up. No, she's going to be straight into it. Doesn't work out her way, and they just keep on swinging. Daylari with 2 puts it into the 2-on-2. Abika limping. There's got to be Margot that does most of the work. Mentioned her name. How strong she was on those first 2 maps. Needed here. Eyes are on her, and she's the only one still standing on the bomb, not anticipating Margot to peek out. Angelica needs to flush her forward, needs to find this kill, needs to come quickly, can't. It's Margot that finds that impact.
She is really good. Like she's just got so much wisdom. You can see how she plays in the clutch, the decision making, and just the confidence as well. Doesn't matter what's at stake. Able to deliver is Margot. Coming to life when her team need her. Overpeak moving to 5. There is much work to be done, but you have to ask the question if the hard work is behind them now. They've broken the money for the CTs. If they can keep them broke, then their journey to an equal score, maybe a much shorter one. One thing to say it, another one to do it. Vispa will pull out the AWP, but there's an early loss to the pistols, and Margot might not last much longer. Getting her bell rung by Angelica, and indeed the USP will finish her off.
Ooh.
That's some violent revenge, though. That'll definitely leave some skid marks sliding across the floor. Oh my god.
Oh, okay. Nayla's got a fierce dig.
Oh.
It's some blinders in series vs Nemesis. And it would be poetic justice if Peekaboo got map point off a round like this, which was what broke them on Nuke.
Especially how many pistols have been lost in general.
Free upgrade for Letty. Vispo's going to be on this line. Good. Using use of the high ground there, but Vispo finds a different angle of approach. Nayla nails her, but can't find the follow through. It's Sosya. And we'll make sure it's Overpeak's round like it should have been. Peekaboo getting that one way closer than was comfortable.
Nayla, why are you even pulling out the rifle at that point if you're hitting shots like that? Oh, my words. This is shocking stuff. I cannot contain myself witnessing these deeg frags. We thought Slossie was a badass with what she was doing, but my word, look at that. Where are you off to? Where are you going? Galils are out. Priority on utility. Up the ramp they go. Angelica's got some work to do. A casual burst onto Margot. That's a good frag to get. Down to 3 HP now. Still standing. But the bomb site is very quickly compromised. We can see Daylari lurking in that mid position. Julie will look for her. Letty dropped. 21 frags for 12 is Letty. No further part to play in this round, though. And Peekaboo will slowly disengage. Some footsteps heard. We'll see if Overpeak choose to hunt. Can't be too careful, though, with everything on the line here as he tries to catch up.
I'm going to be shocked if we end up in OT after how you brought in the half, implying it was a possibility. Inches ever closer. Sport continuing to have impact. Found her way to the top of the T side. Letty still taking the podium most frags. Peak going to keep it simple in this one, looking to set up for A. Becca's putting a lot of pressure over at B, trying to keep bodies rooted. They start to make their way into A main. Angelica goes hunting. It's going to find that no one's behind this smoke. It's going to lean to this lead. Letty, when you want ahead of this pack, and she'll drop the flames just in time. They run out in front of them, and that's going to cost them. Letty almost taking down 3 with that transfer. Hikomi helps her out. Ibika will find success on her leg for 1, but now they can just lock in on Margot. But a difficult player to take down. Still takes 1.5 to the grave. Letty finds her 3rd. Ibika's position was known. A difficult clutch for her despite the low HP on 2. Isolating these fights is going to be exceptionally difficult. No one's currently watching her right now, but she makes a footstep. There'll be that turn back. Hikomi's eyes lock on. Letty gets ready to swing. This is Julie. A bomb in such a tricky position to pick up. As soon as you try and take a fight with one of these players, there'll be a swing from at least one more, but potentially the walkthrough. No, Julie will catch her from behind. So 12 and series point found.
She really did everything she could there. But just no chance versus discipline to that level. Peekaboo have made it then to match point. Now it's time to push over that hill if they can. Overpeak will still have something to say about this though. Perhaps looking for a fast one in towards B would make sense with what they're carrying in terms of weaponry. See what Nayla's got to say about it though. Letty looking for another multi-frag. Nayla with that M4A4 is ready to deliver, but the trades will be here. Running out of bullets, but not before Overpeak run out of people. You can see Angelica, classic pop-off there. That was a hard-fought victory. They lost so many pistols, but still they rise to the top.
Yeah, they had to do it the hard way, didn't they? 1 pistol round throughout that entire series, 2 13-11 maps, but Ancient much more comfortable for the close. A resounding victory. Take this series and put themselves and Overpeak into a very interesting position as this series progresses. Group B opens up off the back of this victory. And can we talk about that lights out performance from Letty on this final map?
Yeah, utterly incredible. And it was a story that was growing, that was creeping. Again, just so many multi-frags, but also the impact of those multi-frags, the timing, they were important in the rounds where they delivered. And to culminate with a crescendo like that on the ramp was just incredible. And again, we saw a number of standout performances from players on both sides, but again, it was so strong on this map in particular. 27 frags, MVP. Give her the biggest badge you can find, honestly. That is a crazy stat versus everybody else. She is the North Star versus much smaller lights on that server. Incredible performance.
Yeah, a test of the map pool here, I think, for both teams who are fleshing themselves out as we get into this season. That's I think the second time I've heard Ancient from both for Overpeak. Not quite the performance that they put up on Nuke. Margot in particular, a bit muted compared to the amount of impact that she'd been finding on that CT side of Nuke. It felt like even on the CT side of Ancient here, just wasn't, I mean, the entire team wasn't able to get anything done, right? 2 rounds overall, but a player that you kind of thought would be having a lot more impact after how strong she'd been the other 2 maps. Vispal, continuous threat throughout, but I think the player that we really have to continue to ramp on about is our Kadia, player of the match, our MVP. That has to be given out to Letty. I think that final map was just all Letty all the time. 27 kills, what she entered it on. The sole provider of multiple rounds on that T side, which is what set them up for the big close. And I think even on Train and Nuke was finding a lot of impact, even though they didn't close Nuke. I think she had a lot of really solid mid-round impact. Had a really high swing percentage stat on that map, which I think highlights just how influential she was in the server.
Yeah, I think to be able to go through the struggle of that Nuke and then put out a lights out performance, and again, just delivering every single time that she needed to deliver, it was an overperformance with those multi-frags. I mean, that in itself, I think, is an MVP winning performance to do that on the deciding map. So again, that's like a career performance she can be proud of. The way, just the sheer presence of mind with that transfer at the end shows how strong a player she is. She's thinking ahead of what's happening in the moment.
Yeah, definitely offered up a few of our plays of the day. And now we can take a look at those updated standings, because not only did we have that game complete, we also had our Group A game complete. NIP beating Hindsight 2-0. So they continue on their run to not drop a map, but Hindsight still sitting pretty second on the table. And then in Group B, we just had that game play out, but this is where it's going to create a lot of interest, because we have Peekaboo and Overpeak, who are both tied 2-1. The loss for Peekaboo came to Imperial Valkyries. Overpeak beat Imperial Valkyries. So now it's going to be really interesting, if Imperial win the next game. We have 3 teams sitting 2-1. And then Bigger Keeper's just trying to stay ahead of the pack. This group has high potential to get very, very messy.
All you need to know
exciting
about that group, Lucy, is Viku's gonna kill you.
Yes.
I'm telling you that team is nasty. I think they're taking down the whole thing, and Viku's gonna kill you all day. That's all you need to know about that.
She won't kill me, because I've been singing the praises of Bigger Keeper since day dot. As long as they beat NIP and, Brandon loses, then I'm happy. But that's Europe wrapped up. We've got South America coming up next. The Killers versus 4 Magic Gaming. It's going to be Sam and Mac to take you through that one. So don't go too far. That'll be on your screens very shortly.
How I have the nerve, leaving the heat on the track. Too hot and I'm lighting the match now. Blasting off our rocket, grab the mic just to drop it. My Fahrenheit is shocking, amazed, dazed by the centigrade. Come now, don't be phased. Follow the trail I blaze. First place, no second to waste. Pyromaniac, fanning in flames, burn the brightest they've ever seen. Give an arm at that 3rd degree. I'm the kerosene and I smoke them out. Fire away, counting down. 2, 1, ready for the gamble. Tapper, tapper. Lights out, lights out.
Street lights turned on hours ago. You've been here 3 nights in a row. I feel like an afterthought, but still I open the door. No matter how much you adore me, right before the dawn is when you leave. Oh, do I glow in the dark? Or why do you call me? Only after hours living in the morning. Do I glow in the dark? Would it kill you to hold me? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? Midnights are my only hope to see you, but it's not enough. I feel like an afterthought, but at least you thought of me. No matter how much you adore me, right before the dawn is when you leave. Oh, do I glow in the dark? Or why do you call me? Only after hours living in the morning. Do I glow in the dark? Would it kill you to hold me? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling?
ESL Impact is brought to you in part by Intel, Qiddiya, and DHL.
Lights fall in the golden city. Fire's out and the water's gone black. You can run, but you won't get pity. Ash to dust will get you back.
Tomorrow we will rise.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to ESL Impact Season 8. I'm Sam. I'm going to be one of your casters today, and joining me is a face that should be quite familiar if you've been watching, the LAN finals or if you've been watching Pro League. But for the first time, his debut here in the online stage, Mac. How are you doing, friend?
Mate, I'm good. I'm good, Sam. Thanks for having me on here. And I cannot wait to be part of at least the South American region for ESL Impact to see what is going on in the group stage? I've seen the top of it. I've seen all of everyone that's been making it to the land for the past 2 seasons. But to have a look at the rest of the women and what to expect, I have no idea. But I'm excited to see exactly what these 2 teams we have today are going to be bringing us.
You're in for a treat because these are 2 teams that haven't yet had the opportunity to play on the big stage. So you really are getting thrown into the thick of it. Now, a little bit earlier today, we had obviously Peekaboo taking on Overpeak. And that went in a 2-1 fashion. Very, very close. There was almost a comeback happening on that third map, but it was Peekaboo that snuck it out in the end. And a little bit later on in North America, Affinity and I will be taking you through Shimmer versus Little Bocks, double dipping here in today's ESL Impact calendar. But here on South America, a match that I think a lot of us have really been looking forward to, the Killers versus 4Magic. And now looking at your screens, you can kind of see why we're so looking forward to it, because 4Magic are sitting at 3-0 undefeated, and the only loss the Killers have suffered so far this season has been to the dreaded Furia roster.
Yeah, that's crazy. And it's good to see that all of the games that they've had so far on paper are against teams from that bottom of the table. So today's match going to be very spicy because them against the Killers is going to be interesting just to try to see who should end up maybe having a bit of an edge towards the playoffs and towards the end of this round robin, because you want to be as high as possible, right? So you can not only make it into the next stage, but also have your best shot at making a bit of extra money.
And what's been really exciting is, of course, MIBR sitting at 3-0 at the moment. Furia, our world champions as of just a few months ago, currently sitting at 2-1 with a loss against Atrix, who are also 2-1 at the moment. So South America has definitely been shaken up a little bit so far, but it is week number 4. So we're just about halfway through the regular season. So there's still a lot of time and a lot of opportunities for things to change and shift as we go. And speaking of shifting, let's shift on over to our main storyline for the day. It is double trouble. It's all about how Celax specifically performs in these 2vx situations. Max, she's won 26 2vx's.
That's kind of crazy. Like that, it's 17 out of 26, which is, thanks to the numbers, we've got 65.4%, which is a big win rate. Over the ones, like that's fine. Over the twos, that's pretty good. But over the 2v3s, that's where things get spicy. And I believe that's been a good amount of them. Where's Newt's notes? Shout out to Newt for providing these. So it's been 1 2v3, 3 2v2s, and 3 2v1s that they have managed to win together. Her partner in crime doing, for the most part, for all these 2vx's is usually Babs. Babs has a good amount of experience, but good to see that together, they're just making matters happen.
Yeah, I mean, very, very important that you get that team synergy going. It's one of the most important things to have. And Celax is actually, I just want to point this out, Celax is the AWPer, just for anyone who maybe wasn't sure. So it's really impressive on top of everything else that this is kind of her, the statistics that she's putting up here. But another player that we really need to talk about for a couple of reasons is Hera, who is our Kadia player to watch for the day. One of the reasons is because she actually joined 4Magic or Kremsar last at the time, but then returned to the Killers and has been somewhat hot to trot ever since joining back with this roster. But as we said, they did play up against Furia, one of the top teams in the region, and prior to that hadn't really been challenged yet. Hera very specifically has been the top performer in both of the games that they've won by a country mile. But interestingly, in the match that they lost against Furia, she was the worst performer on the day.
Well, that's no good, and hopefully she can turn that around, especially going into this one, because being the player to watch, we want her to perform as well as she possibly can, especially up against the likes of the opponents. And I'm really hoping that we get that. Now, what I've also heard is both teams play pretty much a similar map pool. I think they share the same ban in the veto. And because of that, that could make things spicy. Are we going to play veto chicken? Are we just going to be abandoning each other's, best maps on paper? Like, what angle do you think that they're going to take here?
Well, the really interesting part about this is that they have actually played up against each other fairly recently, right? They played against each other in the open qualifier. It was a 2-0 in favor of the Killers at the time. It was a fairly close affair. It was like a 13-10 and a 13-11. So I think it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to assume that, we might see the same maps coming out here, again for this kind of epic rematch. But I do just want to focus in a little bit more. So we've just had the killers on our screen there, but now we're going to be heading over onto for Magic. And again, this is the old Kremsauer last roster. For anyone who's not sure, that change happened kind of week 1 of ESL Impact, so it was kind of a last minute thing. And they have some serious powerhouses on this team of their own, right? You've got Anna X, who's been around the scene for a really long time. She's played on the likes of Furia before. You've got Babs, who you see on your screen right now. She's played for MIBR. She, if I'm not mistaken, is one of the top performing players in the region. She's got a 1.59 rating from this season, which is absolutely absurd. But again, it's kind of that that limited, sample size, because they've only been playing some of the lower rated quote unquote teams.
Yeah, I think he's right at the top so far just for this group stage. So 1.59 overall is kind of crazy, with Stellax not too far behind actually. So good to see that, they're both right up there, just making sure that they let everyone know that they are here and they mean business. And that's exactly what you want to see. Josie as well, doesn't necessarily have the best rating there, but it's everyone that matters. Everyone is part of the team and everyone has to do their bit. Of course, doing different things as well. Brandina showed up. She's also another name that's been around the scene for a decent amount of time. So everyone here knows exactly what they're capable of. But yeah, the main core firepower that you're talking about, your Babs and your Anna, as well as Stellax, who we highlighted earlier, like this is where I feel like you're going to have to be looking today to provide a lot of the fun.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be very, very difficult to call. But I'm going to ask you for that in a little bit. First and foremost, let's take a look at that veto that you were talking about, right? So the last time that they played up against each other, it was Inferno and I want to say Nuke, or am I just totally tripping? Let me go double check that one. Ancient and Inferno. No, Ancient. It was 13-10 on Ancient and then 13-11 on Inferno. And as I said, both of them went the way of the killers. And with Inferno being banned out by the killers themselves, that's an interesting one. Neither one of them banning out the Nuke either. And in fact, for Magic are going to pick into this, Mac. What do we think about that?
That's interesting. So yeah, last time they banned Nuke, which is what I thought you said, sorry. But yeah, Nuke and Ancient, so changing that one up slightly with Mirage also in there again as the decider. I like this. Brazilian CS has a high amount of reps on Nuke, internationally for the open competition, and you can only assume that a lot of that experience and knowledge is going to be displayed here today as well. So I can't wait to see exactly what we get from both these teams, as well as for Magic, right? They're feeling themselves at the moment, currently towards the top of the table, and if they're picking into this, they're going to be starting on the T side, which is generally the harder side, but who knows? I guess we'll see shortly.
All right, so now I'm going to do that thing where I'm going to put you on the spot, but I'll start with me. I'll give you time to think about it. We're going to talk about who our predictions are. I'm going with the killers. I'm going with some recency bias here. They won previously. What do you think, Mac?
I think, that's wrong, and I'm going to go with 4 Magic. So there you go. Both on different sides of the server today, and we'll see who ends up coming out on top. I wouldn't be surprised if the killers take it, but I'm leaning with the 4 Magic because I really, really hope that they stay undefeated and prove everyone wrong for the rest of the season.
You know what? If you talk to Freddie, you'll know that going against me in the veto is always a dangerous stance to take, but I respect it. Not the veto, the prediction. But here we go, folks. Week number 4 of the ESL Impact League Season 8. We're going to be diving into our very first map here between the Killers and 4 Magic, the epic rematch. They came head-to-head in the open qualifier to find themselves a spot here in the main event. Both of them did make their way through. Now they have to see, well, who's going to come out on top of this particular matchup. Of course, we kick things off with a very quick push in towards ramp and fly style. Dear Lord, you know what? I thought she got those kills. No, of course it was Hera. Of course it was our Kadia player to watch who gets the first smattering of kills. And finally, it will get cleaned up by Flystyle.
The Killers coming through with pure aggression. That lobby crunch, just mopping up any chance that 4 Magic had of even having a chance to think in that round. Now, into the second, it's looking like without the bomb plant, we are just going to see 4 Magic go for the Glocks, which, makes sense. And then only 1 MP9 in the mix. So Heavy lean towards the rifles here for the Killers, just looking to play the range game.
If they can farm up a bit of cash from Bruna, try and get that AWP into their hands as quickly as possible. But now again, all eyes kind of on Hera and how much more she's going to be able to accomplish. She's already kicked off beautifully. Hopefully we can get a little bit of follow-up off of that. For Magic, it is a little bit of a sad one that they weren't able to get really anything done in that previous round. A little bit would have been quite nice, but let's get snatched away from them. They've managed to get 2 players down secret, but look at where the bomb is. It's still hovering towards A with 2 players getting killed outside and 2 players slipping through the net. They're really hoping to pull those rotations, but Honor X, I don't know if she's really going to have an opportunity to get anything done here. Her teammates continue to fall. Her popping up through the vent now has been heard, desperate to try and make something happen. Bomb does get planted, but unfortunately, that's all she wrote. 2 kills with the MP9. A decent little bit of cash in the back pocket here.
Counter-terrorists win.
Definitely the weapon for the job. Just mopping that one up. But look, it's extra money for everyone. Bomb plant there for 4 Killers. And on the other side of thing as well, the Killers are able to get a couple of those kills on the MP9. So yeah, 4 Magic onto the rifles with every piece of util they could need and more. And let's see how they default into this one, or if it's just going to be more of a set piece. Looking like they are just going to show some presence out towards lobby. Deny vision with the deep wall of smokes, although there's a good amount of info getting gained here. Flystyle right under the silo, able to get a couple of picks there. And that's going to set the tone for the round, even though you can see we are going to have 4 Magic already down the vents as well.
That's devastating. All that chip damage done early on, and then the 2 players that get cleaned up aren't even the ones who were brought low, so already at a massive deficit. They think that they've cleared out that close angle, but there's still a player there waiting in the wings, and yes, through the smoke, does manage to slip her way, but gets caught out by Selax and Babs. It's a 2vx, guys. It's Selax and it's Babs. Oh man, we spoke about this before, but unfortunately, an HE to the face is all it will take to end that in its tracks. Now Babs on the other side of the map. It was all just a bit of a bait and switch there just to allow them to get that bomb planted. But she's got a 1v4 now to try and salvage this round. First player down in vents, loses the fight. And somehow, bro, the Killers surviving with 3 of their players so devastatingly low. Very impressive round.
Yeah, the Killers doing such a fantastic job there. Reacting. And then the fact that, you know, only Bruna, the one to be untouched in the meanwhile. It's inches in it, but they're going to take that every day. You know, every CT side round matters. You want to keep it as one-sided as possible for the first half here, as the Killers are looking just to extend that lead over 4 Magic. I think the weirdest thing during that round is after this whole mess of whatever happened to the outside, whatever happened down the vents, the bomb was stuck on Babs over towards pre-lobby, over towards lobby, and eventually got that free bomb plant. And I almost had Babs in that, you know, given her the red hot crack, but it just couldn't get past that first kill. And now it's just the pistols. We are going to see the package, the C4, straight down the vent, with most of the team able to follow. Although Hera has been told that that's already down here, and things get a little more awkward with that pick.
I'm amazed that Honor X wins that, manages to trade out her teammate. Hera falls to the wayside. That's going to allow them to get that bomb plant. Not the Tech 9 rush that you expected, but it does net them some really solid results. Selax has picked up an M4 as well, so there's that little bit of extra firepower that they're going to be able to play with. There is a bit of a pincer coming through here. Flystyle needs to live. Wins out the first duel, but does get traded out by the Tech 9. Oh, the Tech 9's continuing to be a problem. Honor X from the top rope. And now it's Bruna Killer, 1 versus 2. She's got the weapon advantage, has a kit in hand, has to try and bait them out, but it's 2 different angles, trying desperately to win these fights. Gets the first. Somehow reads the Josie's repositioned, wins that one as well, but time is not on her side. Oh, it's so close, and oh my god, she's done it. How has she done that?
Pure experience. Stone Cold Killer, also known as Bruna Killer. Works out, doesn't it? And the Killers going to be feeling themselves yet again, 4-0. Got to be happy with that. Even though a couple of the rounds have come down to, you know, these 1vx situations, it's still pretty good. You know, that prior round before, keeping 4 alive, that's huge for the future. You can see Bruna still with 8k in the back pocket, even after the full rebuy for everyone else. And 4 Magic, at least back on an AK round. So we'll see if this can be the first one they can find.
Looking to see what Tamazina can potentially get done with the AWP, but it's going to be the sniping prowess of the AK, I suppose. Brandina cracking open this round a little bit. Yeah. Oh, slips through the smoke undetected for a second, and now the Killer's floundering to try and bring this round back, but cannot stem the tide of a full force, a full frontal attack from 4 Magic. And now Tamazina, unfortunately, kind of has to turn tail and run away. There's no reason to push this, and you don't want to lose that AWP. So finally, 4 Magic with a beautiful round under their belts. It's been a bit of rough going. I mean, even looking at their like total kills, you can see it's really been a slog to get into a position here, but they finally done it. 1 on the board.
Keeping these 3 weapons alive, more important than the hunt, which is fair enough. Tamazina able to at least keep this across to the next, which will be good going forward. You can see she's able to drop, or someone can. And then off the back of that, there's plenty of cash for another full reinvestment. There you go. Even with the scramble of the A-site members, unfortunately, Flystyle going up over Tetris just gives up her life in the meanwhile and just couldn't buy time for the retake. So we'll see if Tamazina can get this AWP cranking again. Didn't even get a chance to fire a shot last round, which feels bad for such an expensive weapon.
Oh, that's a decent stall molly. Buy a little bit of time here for the Killers. They've got some really strong presence toward the outsides. We've seen how much Flystyle can get done in this more advanced position. Slightly different position to last time. Oh my god, I thought Josie was just going to reverse into her, but doesn't matter. Even with her eyes wide open, Flystyle still wins that battle. Barely takes a lick of damage as well. Smoke walls allow her to retreat. She thinks now that she's basically cleared up this outside position, and HE comes through to clear out, get that little bit of extra knowledge that, nope, there's nothing happening outside. So the reinforcements in towards ramp will have to come up big. Tamazina misses the first shot, but follows it up quite nicely. Oh, that's a nasty HE. That's going to clear her out of her position. That's going to give our tease of 4 Magic a much better situation to play with. Selax, okay, just holding that angle. They're waiting for someone to get cheeky enough to push her. They slow down. They know that they've got a little bit of time to work with. And while they don't necessarily have a numbers advantage, they certainly have a spatial advantage, but it's completely telegraphed where they are. And that's why they need to kind of slow down and think about potentially repositioning here. Hera is waiting for this lurk to come out, spots out that player. Not able to connect those shots, but that's going to keep her attention for a little bit longer. That's going to allow 4 Magic the time they need to reposition. Sammy's loses out that fight. Anna X has cracked open the A site. She's given them the numbers advantage. The Molotov into heaven buys them a bit of time. And the bomb can finally get planted once more. 4 Magic now staring down the barrel of a second round. Do the Killers go for this? Do they even try? Well, it doesn't look like it. And with the money the way that it is, I think this is the right call.
Yeah, certainly. Another buy onto the next if they can manage to keep their mitts on both these rifles. I think Hera needs to create as much space as possible. That's why she's over towards CT saving. And the Killers finally conceding some form of these rounds. Anna X, huge 2K to enable this one happening. And I thought maybe that Hera was towards heaven. She was towards hell at least. She could have had a look in. But I guess it's just about maintaining the lead while it's there. Showing respect for their opponents, respecting the player advantage. But some big shots, all things considered. Okay, tactical taken. A good time to have a discussion as to how to divvy up the money that has been brought into this one. And that's a solid buy. Bringing the AWP back in for Tamazina. It's going to be a little interesting affair. There's a lot of confidence that the team has in her to try to be a round changer. Off the back of that as well, there's a Famis for Bruna. What goes to Sammy's here? Okay, M4 tossed across. So almost everything they need and a solid amount of utility to back it up. And 4-4 Magic, well, they just had 3 alive. Won the round. Selak still keeping the AWP alive too. We'll see how this goes. Diags to kick off the round and just deny that vision towards outside. The Killers, unfazed by it, as no one's really gone through secret for that T side. However, CT's got Hera here waiting to make her move. Lifestyle as well, taking a name. Josie unfortunately gets headshot. Molly to the right position and Babs capitalizing, countering and punishing. Love to see that. Oh, Bruna, though, tucked over towards Sally. And things just a little bit frantic. But we spoke about the importance of this AWP and the confidence that the team had into Tamazinia. And she shows exactly why. Big 2K to bring it in right at the end.
Way that Hera kind of like ducks and dives a little bit there, kind of playing. Knows that there's a couple of players there, knows that she has to be really careful. Her position's not been caught. And so she has to like very carefully play that last 1v1. Unfortunately, with that information being garnered, Selax from up on high is able to shut that down quite quickly. However, the Killers continue to hold some semblance of control here. But with the way that the rounds have gone, they're at a little bit of a monetary deficit. So not the greatest buy for them available here. Babs is going to crack things open, getting the kill onto Flystyle, and Flystyle has been an absolute rock star for the Killers. So this could be the opening that they need to make some magic happen. Again, the wall of smokes in towards outside keeps a lot of that attention. They've done a really good job of keeping the Killers guessing, keeping them uncertain as to where these pushes are going to be going. But now the wall of smokes have dissipated. They haven't taken advantage, haven't really done anything yet. And the question becomes, so have they slipped through? Have they made some headway down below? The Killers not willing to rotate off. They know that they're at a numbers disadvantage. They know that they have to kind of compensate for that lack of a player. So instead, they keep this A site that little bit more heavily reinforced with the possibility of a quick rotation towards B if they need to. In the meantime, the bomb is angling towards A, but Util continues to come out, or rather towards B, but Util continues to come out over towards the A site, trying to pull those rotations across. It's not gonna work. Ana X with the kill on. Oh my god, Babs, a flying shot straight to the dome, takes out Tamazina, takes the AWP offline, and what was looking like a potentially recoverable situation has slipped through the Killers' fingertips for Magic in a round that maybe they shouldn't have come out on top of. The mind games work perfectly in their favor.
Yeah, that was mayhem. But the ramp opens up the round and should just close it. As you can see, Hera and Bruna are just looking to keep these things alive. I was thinking Hera may just look for an upgrade from that Famis, but I think the only rifle that could have been retrievable was over towards that ramp side, and there's a bit too much danger looming. In theory, Bruna might be able to grab it for herself instead because no one's exited this direction. 4-4 Magic. No. Tried to get the AWP, but went towards CT and didn't have the time to get there. Maybe not realizing that she could have just lived at ramp, maybe thinking someone was already there from that T side. We are going to have a quick technical off the back of the round win there. Another one, 4-4 Magic.
Oh yes, South America and technical timeouts. Name a more iconic duo. But hopefully this will be a relatively short one and we'll be able to get through it as quickly as possible. These things do happen, folks, so please do bear with us. And off the back of how those first 4 rounds went, I'm really impressed with how 4Magic have kind of pulled themselves towards themselves a little bit more here. I'm also impressed with how they're performing so far on this nuke. We spoke a bit about how Train was their, for both teams, it was their ban.
Yeah.
And then in the previous matchup, obviously nuke wasn't allowed through. This time, little bit of a change up meant that 4Magic could steal it away. And maybe in the past, this was one that they felt a little bit less confident on, but now they've maybe practiced a bit more. And for them to be getting this much of a resurgence on their T side is amazing. Even if all they get is one more round, and looking at the money, looking at, you know, how things have gone so far, this does look like they should be walking away with that 4th round. So even if all they get is that one more, they've actually put themselves in a fantastic position for the second half.
Yeah, I think, what are we up to? 3 or 4 now already on the T side. I think 5 is the point where you get pretty confident that that's going to be enough, especially these days. After those recent, I guess they're still recent CT changes, you know, that slight change to the economy. I think that change has come in since last season, right? So it's fresh for this season for ESL Impact. And we should see a bit more CT presence for the rest of the season for sure. You know, faster approach shown with the Molotovs flooding all across this A site, and there's no CTs here at the party. I guess they didn't receive the invites. Is that it? Are we getting saves instantly off the back of the 10-second round?
I mean, would you go for that?
Maybe. This flash is telling me they're going to give it a look.
Ooh, the Molotov is so good. Oh, Bruna. Oh, Savvies. Oh, it's a bloodbath. Maybe they should have just saved, man.
Tamazinia doing the best job to try to make any money on the exiting tees. And, ooh, she left it too late. 7 health. Oh, not fast enough. Couldn't get those legs moving. And that's going to be 4 now for 4Magic here. If they can manage to get into the lead at the half, like take the rest of this and get to 7, I'd be very worried for the Killers. Like, they started this show really strong, but just unfortunately, it feels like, you know, some choices in the mix, in the chaos of everything that 4Magic have been able to throw at them since they started to get these gun rounds on the board. It's just making them look a little lost.
Well, 4Magic certainly aren't lost. They have a direction, they have a heading, and they're not making a single mistake. 4 rounds on the trot. They've severely damaged the Killers' economy, so this round should actually end off in an evened out scoreline. A little bit scary of a prospect here. I don't know. Oh, toesies. We've seen some toesies. Oh my God, Stellax. Oh my heavens. That's okay. The rest of her team is popping off, but so are the USPs. How have they gone and done that? We've got numbers advantage back in favor of 4Magic, but Hera's pushed into their spawn. Oh no, Lord above. 2 versus 2. Babs and Josie this time. Stellax not involved in this 2vx time. A massive factor here. No kit available. And one more time, folks, say it with me now from your chest. It's a save.
I'd argue it's a very good result, though, considering the weird position that the Killers found themselves in over towards the lobby. Managing to get out of that with an AK and the AWP, if they're allowed. Attention drawn away from Hera, but they'll still clear the corner. Orb carried across for Bruna rather. There's a full buy. Okay, we still got it going here for the Killers. And this is where they need to change the narrative of 4Magic making the comeback happen.
And I don't even know if you call it. Don't even know if you call it a comeback at this point, right? Like, it was 5 rounds, and then there was 5 rounds on the return. You just return serve. You know, it's a game of tennis. Oh my heavens! I'll be honest. Until I saw the kill feed, I thought that might have been a util kill, but nope. It's just Stellax. Stellax being an absolute rock star. Brandina to follow up. Brandina, the newest addition to this full Magic roster. Certainly paying off here, doing her part. What do the Killers do? How do they respond at this point? Looking a little bit lost at the moment. And yes, this is full Magic's map pick, so perhaps we are expecting them to do well on it, but Killers have looked very confused, very lost in the sauce ever since that kind of round 6 scenario. Bomb hasn't... There we go. Bomb's now being planted. Door open. Oh, that's rough. Oh, Anna has no right to get 2 there. The Killers just watch this round slip through their fingers. Sammy's gets taken out on the Ferrari peak. And Full Magic have taken the lead.
Just hits him with some raw aggression. Love to see that bit of action down in the halls. Those 2 after opening double were just catastrophic. The calamity that didn't get traded. Maybe Bruna just wasn't quite ready. You could see that she sort of half flicked around. Might not have had the gun out when the doors opened. But either way, that's 6. It's more than par on the T side, and they're looking for more. Just thinking about putting that pressure back towards ramp again, and another opening. Selak's doing so much work with the AVP on the T side.
It's not often that you get to see the AWP get this much done.
Yeah.
Be this impactful on the T side, and particularly not on Nuke. And she just keeps doing it, man. The hits just keep coming. Go on, make it a 3rd. Ugh, okay, maybe not. Flystyle will finally put her down. Extra from Flystyle would be fantastic, but Brandina is ready and waiting. And a lot of this is Full Magic playing a very patient game. They're not playing that super typical South American style, just kind of rushing and being incredibly fast round after round. There's a lot more patience that we're seeing here. That being said, God, down to the 1 versus 1, but it's Josie to finish it off 7-5 at the half.
That's how we like it. That's how this goes. Come on now, baby, let me ease your soul. That's how we live life. Live it up to the top. 'Cause once we start, you know we're never gonna stop. We own it. We're winning every time. We own it. Pushing every day and night. We own it. We don't do compromise. Yeah, yeah. We touch down every time. We touch down every time. This is our time, hit it up with the rebound. This is our turn to see. Gonna put you back, anybody in the league who's standing in front of me. Oh, no. This is our turn to see. Gonna put you back, anybody in the league gonna stand in front of me. We own it. We're winning every time. We own it. Pushing every day and night. We own it. We don't do compromise. Yeah, yeah. We touch down every time. Every time. We own it every time. We're winning every time. Winning. We own it. We're winning every time. We own it.
It's 2 a.m. in the morning, and your anxiety's calling. You lay in your bed, but it feels like you're falling. Do you recognize that feeling? The demons under your ceiling. When everything hurts, and nothing is healing. Yeah, I don't even wanna be awake, 'cause every second that I live is like a wasting. Can you help me start a replace? All the memories that stand in my ways. You know what I really hate the most is that happens to me is like a ghost. It's so far away. I only wanna be okay. Tell me, why should I stay away? If only dreaming can erase the pain. Tell me
For Magic coming through with some pure domination on the T side to find 7 after a rocky start. But hey, this pistol could make it a faster affair on the first map of the series, or we could see the Killers making a comeback happen. Let's see what we get.
All going to come down to this pistol round, a very important one for the Killers to potentially come out on top of. And already it seems like the game plan has been spotted. Shots not quite connecting, so not as crazy of an affair as what we saw in our previous pistol. But Brandina has slipped down, ready and waiting. Unfortunately, her position is somewhat expected. She's going to get caught out, but they won't be able to stop that bomb from being planted. It's the little things that give them a footing into this next half. But with the HE coming through there, shutting that down, a tap on the bomb, they've closed the door. There's no way to fight through this. Trying desperately to keep this going just that little bit longer to buy that time. But the defuse is now coming through, and Tamazina has to desperately try to claw back into it. Will be denied. Ana X and Selex, of course, clutching out that round and bringing For Magic up to 8.
NT. They tried their damnedest, but couldn't quite get it done in the post plant. That was quite hilarious with Anna. She's just looking at everyone trying to drop down the vent and comming and trying to shoot between 4 different targets, not sure who to lock onto. And you just watch 4 just waltz their way through the vent to that B site. But look, they got it done on the retake. Big damage with that HE, blowing up the player on default, and then everything else from the numbers game just ends up working out their way. And with that pistol, putting them under 8, if they get past the Deagle of Flystyle here, it should be easy pickings, but who knows what we'll get. Flystyle will have the range advantage with the dig over towards outside, but in terms of the amount of bullets in the magazine, that's when you ask the real questions, because Babs is here, and she's, you know, as we mentioned earlier, currently the highest rated player, and for a reason. Those shots.
And there you go. Couple of pot shots connecting, but ultimately it's going to be Babs that gets that opener. The Deagle has been, I want to say recovered? Yeah, it's been recovered. So Hera's going to have that in hand now. Hera, of course, Arcadia player to watch. Maybe she can make some miracles happen with that. I do feel like this has been a tale of underperformance. I mean, it's got to be said, right? Sammy's is just not having a good day at the moment. A team kill to come through there makes things a little bit more spicy, and Bruno will be left all on her own off the back of that, unfortunately. While the majority of For Magic are performing quite well and kind of knocking on the door of double digits, Anna excluded, of course, she's sitting at 14 at the moment. On the other side, you've got 3 players who are above double digits. 1 player who's knocking on the door, and Sammy's who's trailing desperately behind. And you have to start to wonder, if she was performing that little bit better, would the scoreline look any different, as now For Magics as a team are knocking on the door of a double-digit scoreline?
Yeah. This will be the harder place to do it, though. You know, AK's finally in hand, and on paper should be the stronger bite. Looks like we are going to get the AWP picked up by Selax and 4 tossed across. We'll see where she's going to take this one. Is she going to go for something more aggressive, or is she just going to sit away at ramp and play a long-range angle? We got 2 starting towards ramp. Through the B shot she goes, so I dare say she'll poke her head up eventually over towards Secret. And Sammy's, who is, as you mentioned, having a rough one, will be able to cross before all this has gone down, so she might end up getting here a bit earlier than they expect. Selax, let's see how she goes. Oh, gifted that. And Sammy's, it doesn't get any better.
This is rough for the Killers, man. I mean, we saw what Selex can do on the T side with the AWP. Now on the CT side, this is going to be a very, very tough nut for the Killers squad to crack. Already at a player disadvantage. Ooh, okay, we evened that out. Flystyle has found Selex not playing dynamic enough. Staying in a position, overstaying her welcome, so to speak. That's going to give the Killers a way back into this round. Now Honor X taking a little bit more aggression here, walks straight into Flystyle's crosshair. Flystyle with 2 in this round and still surviving is a key proponent here. Now Bruna trying to make some space over towards this A side, gather some information, see what... Hello? Hello? Where were you looking? Where was anyone looking? What?
Oh, that timing of the flick up to heaven was crazy. Just didn't hard clear default and then walked in like the freest kill ever. Oh, Lord. I think it was Josie on the receiving end. That was wild.
And I barely noticed where all the other kills happened because like everyone was making their way over towards A because clearly the comm had been, yeah, guys, A side's clear. Let's go.
Yeah.
And everyone just runs straight through and Bab sprays down. Oh, man. That's rough. No, Babs does it again. Okay, it's an anti-eco and they're shutting down the Tech 9 rush. But still, Babs. This is why she's one of the highest rated players. Little bit of pat statting. Little bit... Pat statting?
Yeah, pat
Stat
statting.
padding.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
It's getting late in the evening.
They go hard. That was the bomb. Why?
Yeah, they were trying to go on a retrieval mission. Bomb went down in the first little foray with the smoke spam and the attempt on vent drop. But pads will be statted. And we'll see if Tamazinia will be seen here. Going past the short side. Oh, doesn't quite spot those boots peeking. And there is 2. Oh, just up above her, but she looks away at the worst possible moment. Ends up going for the full wrap. And the CT's none the wiser that now it's going to be a push towards the main side. Flicks back. And Josie will not fall. So it is flawless in the end. And for Magic, they are running away with this game, stretching the lead out further.
Finally a timeout, guys. Holy. Feels like it's been a hot minute since we've actually seen something like this happen. I do just want to give everybody an update on our second match, Atrix versus Coralzinho. The Mirage Merchants got absolutely destroyed on Mirage by Atrix. A 13-1 victory. That is insane. However, moving on to the second map of Nuke, they went into the half at 7-5. Okay, it was in Atrix's favor, but still, and that was on Atrix's CT side, I believe. Or I might be totally tripping on that one. No, I think I'm unsure. I'll wait for Newt to give me the
We'll
skinny on that one. Yeah, Newt knows everything. He's the eye in the sky. But 7-5. I wasn't expecting Coralzinho to do that well against Atrix. We'll see how that shapes itself up. Will it be a 2-0 affair, or will they give themselves a little bit of a stay of execution? Here on our matchup, the Killers trying to do just that because it does look like that presidential pardon needs to come in desperately, and it doesn't look like it's going to. Josie with the double. Beautiful control there. Yes, finally we see a trade from Hera. Hera now has garnered a bit of control on the site, but it is just 2 of them left alive. Her teammate is destroyed. And now she has to grandstand. Good for 1, but not much more. For Magic, map point on their map pick.
Getting closer and closer to the goal. And even with that rough start, we were questioning, okay, they've picked into this. What are they going to do? Hopefully they have something sort of in the second half, but they didn't really need much of a second half after getting 7 on the T side. And the Killers, they get close. You can see in moments they're making some right decisions, but then it feels like it's the trade game that's letting them down. Spacing's good, but then positional perfection out of Josie, especially that round, just up on the top of the A-site silos. Not able to be spotted from anyone popping out of hut without looking up instantly, and you have so many positions to clear as soon as you get out of that choke point. And she makes the most of that. There you go. Trade comes through, but she's already done the damage for 2. And from that point, it's just so much harder for Hera to win in that 1v3. Last opportunity here. If they concede one more for Magic, we'll be taking it all the way to Ancient, which at least the Killers could find themselves in a more comfortable environment.
I was just looking at the scores for the Atrix Coralzinho map 1. Sophia went 19-3. What a rock star, man. It's rough out here. All right, potentially the last round of our first map of the evening. Potentially. The Killers have yet to pick. They have not picked up a round in, I want to say, 8 rounds. I could be wrong on that one. Maths is not my strong suit, but it has been a very long time since we've seen them tick up that number. And this is last chance saloon for them. Well, 7 rounds of consecutive last chance saloon if we want to find ourselves in an overtime scenario. Oh, does she check for Babs? Babs is in such a good spot. Babs get the first, can't get the second, does get traded out, but she's spotted out so many, and Selex gets a trade as well. So now the Killers have already been whittled down to only 3 remaining. They've slipped down secret. They have that control, but they're paranoid. There's only 2 of them. They don't know that the bomb site is completely free real estate. They're hoping that they've drawn a rotation and that maybe they can turn back and hit the A site instead. But for Magic, very clever, playing around the vent, waiting to see what information is gone. And Selex gets the kill onto Sammy's, which means that, you know what, outside, that's a no-fly zone. So they're just going to hard commit down towards this B site. Door being open. They're continuing to try to clear things out. Again, they don't know. They don't have that information. They have to take all this time. And with that time being taken, it's become abundantly clear to 4 Magic that it's not going to be an A hit. It's going to be the move in towards B. Very smart, not planting on that default position. Allows them to get that bomb planted. But can they hold? The flash is good. Tamazenia tries desperately to hold on to the last vestiges of this round. But no, it will be 4 Magic winning out on their map pick. 13-5. What a dominant performance.
Yeah, it was 11 rounds strung together to close out map number 1 of the series. 4 Magic doing it from the back foot initially, but yeah, big lead, big dominant performance there, especially on the CT side, not conceding a single round, which hopefully doesn't shake the Killers too much moving into Ancient. You want them to feel a little bit of confidence moving into that. And they need a round at some point just to sort of remember what success feels like. Otherwise, they could be in for a rough old series, and it could be that 2-0 potentially coming through again. As for Magic, you know, they just want to keep on climbing up the leaderboards. They want to assert the dominance, and we saw that here. The big question now lies in the Killers' court.
Yeah, I mean, that's a crazy one, right? Because 4 Magic, like we said, they lost. They were the team that lost 2-0 in the qualifier. So a bit of a revenge match for them. And then obviously the fact that they're currently sitting 3-0, they don't want to lose that. They want to be in contention for a spot at the finals at the end of the year. Stockholm, DreamHack, all the prestige that comes with it. So they're fighting tooth and nail for that one. Anna X,
yeah.
What a performance from her. She's someone that I feel like kind of flies under the radar a little bit. And when you blink, you realize, holy, she's been in control from start to finish, just quietly assassinating players left and right and keeping 4 Magic afloat.
Yeah, it's rough for a few of those individuals, of course, and hopefully we get to see a bit more. You know, Sammy's got into many positions where she just got into like this disadvantageous fights. So hopefully there's a bit more comfort from her moving into Ancient. But yeah, in terms of, you know, the positives, Anna X, Babs doing huge work, Selex as well. The amount of openings that she got was huge on this one. I think it was like 3-0 for her in that regard. And then also for the Killers, even though they only managed to get those 5 rounds, they did get 7 openings throughout. So there was a few moments where they did have that player advantage that unfortunately wasn't capitalized upon. And we'll see if going forward, they're going to be able to change that. You know, Ancient, they get to, you know, start on the arguable weaker side. And I'm hoping that they'll still be able to get off on the right foot, swing the momentum back in their favor, because I want to see what they can bring to the table.
And of course, an impressive performance from our Kadir player to watch, Hera. But let's take a look at a little bit of a head-to-head here. And I'll be honest, we decided the head-to-head like 1 or 2 rounds before the end. So it was so devastatingly close between those top players. We ended up on Anna X and Flystyle. And I think that Flystyle, she's someone whose name has come up pretty consistently over the last few weeks and over the last couple of seasons as well. She really does bring a lot to the table. There's a lot of like consistency in her play. And that's something that I talk about so often, particularly in this region, is how many players can be inconsistent. And when you have someone that can consistently show up like a Flystyle, like an Anna X, that can have these incredible moments, you know, 6 multi-kills for Anna X, 4 multi-kills for Flystyle. Like, these are 2 ladies that are doing everything they can to keep their team above water.
Yeah, and hopefully they do a bit more into the next map as well. But the amount of time that we saw Anna X just fighting herself in the perfect positions to get those multi-frags, to, frag up in the pretty much tough situations as well, and still able to show exactly what she's capable of. Like, that's solid. That's really good Counter-Strike, and I can't wait to see what they have for us on Ancient.
Well, that is going to be our next map. Nuke is done and dusted. We can wash our hands of it for Magic winning their own map pick. But after the short break, we're going to be moving over onto the Killers map pick. The last time it was a pretty close affair with the Killers coming out on top. Will we go to map 3 or will we close things out right here, right now? Find out after the break.
Feel it spilling over. You've gotta cry just a little. Cry before you let it go. Gotta take a moment, then move on. Leave the past behind you. You've gotta die just a little. Die before you learn to live. Let the magic find you and go on. And you might fall down a little, get back up again, fake it till you make it, and don't have to play pretend. Get into your flow, come on, let it show. There you go. Feel the fire burning. You gotta hurt just a little. Hurt for you heal the pain. Soon the winds are turning. Let it rain. And you might fall down a little. Get back up again. Fake it till you make it. And don't have to play pretend. Get into your flow. Come on, let it show. There you go. Hungry for attention, you're so hypnotic. Take me for a ride. I'm feeling nauseous. Oh, I'm delicate, just like the pick-me flower that you're crushing. Feelings out of guard. You say they're valid. Take me to the party, buy me drinks. I guess I'm lucky. Pull me apart. Like when I'm broken, I don't wanna wait for you to make me cry. Turning black and blue from the world you fought. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it, 'cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it, 'cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it, 'cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it, 'cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. Making jokes at my expense. You say it's funny, but the irony is you're so broke emotionally damaged. Have
hope it feels like hell. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. I do spy you broke your pinky and a promise. That's karma. Turning black and blue from the will to fight. Feel like I'm dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. Yo con lo mío quiero gozar. Dale pa' acá, dale pa' allá. Se prendió la fiesta, se prendió la fiesta. Yo quiero esta noche gozar. Yo quiero gozar. Gózatelo una vez más, solo una vez más. Yo quiero con lo mío bailar. Echa pa' acá, echa pa' allá, bebé. Este ritmo está como es. Muévelo, ¿quién fue? No te despistes que es lo que vine con mi pana, con mi catamara, mi dominicana, colombiana y venezolana. ¿Dónde están las mexicanas? Muévelo, muévelo, no veo a mi boricua. Sacúdelo, oh, 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 oh. El ambiente está fresco, el ritmo lo siento. Aquí se prendió el party, vente a mover el esqueleto. Yo quiero gozar, gozar, quiero gozar, gozar. Vívetela, vívela, vívete, vívela. Pues solo quiero disfrutar, la vida disfruta. Vente para mí, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena. Y vente pa' acá, vente pa' acá, pa' acá. Echa pa' allá, pa' acá, ya pa' allá, acá. Yo, really, de lunes a viernes pa' librar los fines. Pásame un shot que cobré, estoy chile. La paso bien gastando los miles. Con mi combo no te metas. La familia no se toca, se respeta. Con mi combo no te metas. La familia no se toca, se respeta. Aquí estamos todos happy. La rutina siempre contra mí. Me relajo, cero estrés aquí. Vente a la fiesta, vente al party. Vente al party. Los carros en la calle suenan pi, pi, pi. La pasamos bonito y el juego siempre puesto en la TV. Yo quiero gozar, gozar. Quiero gozar, gozar. Vívetela, vívela, vívete, vívela. Hoy solo quiero disfrutar, la vida disfruta. Vente para mí, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena. Y vente pa' acá, vente pa' acá, pa' acá. Echa pa' allá, pa' acá, ya pa' allá, acá.
Excuse me, señor. One moment, please. Yeah, disculpa. I know my English not good looking, but have you seen salt? Cause there's no flavor in this place.
Dile a quien fue quien cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Ese mangú no me lo como. Le hace falta sal y huele a mojo. Hay brujería en esa vaina mía.
cansado de estar picando por la plaza, amor. Quiero comerme un desayuno ahí en tu casa, amor. Dos huevitos con chorizo te cocino. No soy cochino, te lo cambio por tocino. Dile a quien fue quien cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponme un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Es que te extraño como la cocina de abuela o la empanada de tu vieja. La nena dulce como la miel de abeja. Yo me muero pa' comer si tú me dejas. Diablo, nena, que tú sí estás fuera liga. Mango bajito lo que son tu amiga. Por eso que yo no me encaramo en almor. Gracias por el plato, pero es que le falta algo. Dile a quién fue quien cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponme un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Dile a quién fue quien cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Dile no se aguante, dame. Ponme un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante.
And welcome back once again, everyone, to ESL Impact Season 8. We are in the thick of South America, where 4Magic are attempting to mount the epic revenge arc against the Killers. They went down 2-0 versus this team in the qualifiers, but now in the main event, they will not go down without a fight. They've won their map pick 13-5. Now, Mac, we head on to the map pick of the Killers. It is going to be Ancient, and the last time we saw this, it was a very close affair that went in favor of the Killers. How are we feeling about what it's going to look like today?
Well, honestly, pretty good. Even though they have to start on the T side, which statistically is their weaker side. Actually, it's their stronger side. Sorry, I was on the wrong HLTV page. But yeah, every time they played it, they've won it. And last time they played it, they won it confidently, 13-3 over Capivaras. And I'm excited to see if they can pull off another win again, because at the moment for Magic, you can tell that they're confident. But if that confidence gets shaken by the Killers, then there's a chance that there's going to be less confidence moving into Mirage if that third map is necessary. But look, Ancient, it's into the jungle we go. It's a great place to, send off on a safari, on an adventure together. And exactly for the Killers as well. The confidence, we were talking about that before the break, it's going to be key. You could see that some of the individuals didn't turn up, but now is the time for them to turn that around and show everyone at home exactly why they're here.
Yeah, so the one thing about that Ancient stat, that 13-3, the asterisk being, of course, that it was the Capivaras, and not to be too much of a downer on them, they have historically been a team that really struggles to get results. So again, it's all about that litmus test. We get to see how the Killers are going to perform now, being pushed up, backs against the wall. They know if they lose this map, it's going to be a 2-0 loss for them, their first loss of the season. If I'm not mistaken, this was the first... of course I'm not mistaken. They hadn't dropped a single map up until about 10 minutes ago. So that's the first map that they had dropped this season. I believe that includes the qualifiers as well. So perhaps a little bit of an unfortunate way for that to happen against the team that they probably felt a bit confident coming up against. But we'll have to see how it does shake itself out as we head on over to our second map. Very much looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to pull up here, particularly the 4Magic squad. Because again, the last time it was a very, very close affair. Now, folks, if you are wondering why we just continuing to yap away, it's because Mac has stolen the start game button. And so unfortunately, we are unable to start the game. Give it back.
I'll look for it. I'll check over here.
Oh, ha. It's worked. I've gotten rid of him. God damn it, he's back.
There's no buttons. I couldn't find any buttons, so I've misplaced it. I apologize for that. Hopefully... I can, call on my assistant to go and find it at some point, but unfortunately my assistant... Oh, there it is! There's the button!
Hey!
Sam, I found it! How good?
Hey! What a banger. The assistant needs a raise. Tell me, is your assistant a pet? This is important.
Yeah, it's a golden chicken, and it doesn't actually talk or move or anything. It was just attached to it, so... the assistant had it the whole time. It was the culprit, not me, I swear. But we do have a game at hand, and I can't wait to see exactly what the Killers have for us. If they can get a pistol to turn things around, to, change that confidence arc and get us back into this one, then I bloody hope. I bloody hope that we're going to be getting a solid game of Ancient. What about you, Sam?
I'm very much looking forward to this one. I also do want to just give everybody a little bit of an update. So we kind of checked in with the Atrix Kirillzinho game a little bit earlier. That first map going 13-1. Little bit of a rough start, but the second map ended 13-8. Still in favor of Atrix, but well done to Kirillzinho for putting up a really solid fight against arguably the second best team in the region. And I say arguably because, well, we've yet to see how the standings are going to shake themselves out at the end of the season. But very impressive nonetheless. Folks, as you can see, one of our players has unfortunately had some technical issues. So we're just waiting for her to get back into the server so that we can finally kick off this second map. And as you said, it should be an absolute barn burner of a map here. You know, even coming down to the halves, it was incredibly close. It was a 13-10 the last time they played on the map, but at the half, it was a 7-5. So you know that it's going to be like a slugfest from start to finish.
Yeah, I feel like it's a situation that should be okay. For me, I'm thinking that the Killers, I'm going to believe here. Even though, of course, I did predict 4-4 Magic, I'd love to see exactly what we get from them. And look, even though there is technical issues with Celax there, as you could see on the UI before, there's no skill issues. She was absolutely farming, and I'm expecting that again. You know, Ancient isn't necessarily the best AWP map in the world. It looks like that might be Celax's cam, all right? So she ain't back just yet. It's just pure darkness. But that takes me to the next point, Sam. Have you had much time to game lately?
Game, yes. I in fact, shameless plug, I stream most days, but I'm not playing competitive games. I'm playing things like Alice, The Madness Returns, and like Dungeons and Dragons, Neverwinter Nights, because competitive games, I'm gonna be straight with everyone right now. I'm very bad at competitive games, so I would much rather just play a hack and slash.
It's okay. Well, fortunately, my topic doesn't need to be competitive. It's more of a preferential question.
Gotcha.
Are you in the light or in the dark gamer? Because we're getting a mix in the player camps here. As you can see, Anna X is a light on gamer, but whoever that was before, hidden by the screen, is very much in the dark gamer, which for me, I'm getting a bit older now, so I feel like if it's too dark, like Babs, Babs is quite young, right? So she's used to it. Her eyes don't need that extra light, and she can handle the extra pressure. Whereas my eyes, they get so strained if it's too much darkness going on. What about you?
Well, listen, if CS has taught me anything, it's that when you've been flashbanged, you can't actually see anything.
That's true.
So why would I purposefully flashbang myself, you see? I will say I have extra light because, again, doing the whole streaming thing, got the photography light up. So, you know, you got to look good on camera. You got to have all the lights on so that everyone can see your pretty face and so on. So, no, definitely not a gremlin gamer, as I like to call it. You know, step into the sun, folks. Don't hinder yourselves. I've never understood it, I'll be honest. I think when I was younger, it was a case of I'm too lazy to get up and go turn the light on. I've been gaming since 8 o'clock this morning. It's now 10 p.m. and I just can't be bothered to get up and go turn on the light, right? So, you know, that genuinely felt like a thing. But now that I'm older, I just turn the light on, you know? I'm less lazy. I've grown into myself a little bit. So I've never really understood the attraction to actually playing in the dark.
Yeah, I've only done it minimal times, but in terms of sunlight, like today's been a bad day for me. We started a bit later. I pretty much, you know, woke up, went straight on to the Pro League cast, and then by the time that one finished, there was no sun left, so didn't get a chance to get my vitamin D. So I'll make up for that tomorrow. I'll try and touch grass, although that's also hard to do in Malta because there's not much grass, but there is plenty of vitamin D. So look, I'll get one or the other. And my body will thank me
I have
for
a
it.
vitamin D deficiency.
Oh, we're gamers. We all do.
No. Mine is worse though because of like a surgery that I had. I have like really bad absorption, so I have to actually take vitamin D supplements, which I don't. And of course, being a gamer, I don't go into the sun, so I'm at a massive vitamin D deficiency. However, I am going to the beach this weekend, so maybe I'll soak up some rays.
There you go. You absolutely love to hear it. And I'll tell you what else you love to hear. The game's ready to go, Sam. So let's jump into Ancient. Let's jump into the second map and let's set the scene and see who is going to be taking this one, or at least the pistol to set the tone. Anna X going to get dinked straight down straight away. And the A split is on the cards.
They've smoked themselves off in red room, but it's a walk-up smoke. It allows them all that space to move unhindered in towards the red room. But now as the smoke dissipates, we find ourselves a little bit of space to play with. Anna X has repositioned, waiting for someone to push their way through. Spots out the first, but she's been spotted herself. Time now, a little bit of an issue. Oh, caught with her back turned. And yes, that is the bomb carrier that has been dropped. The trigger discipline on Anna X paying off beautifully. Calls in the cavalry. Reinforcements have arrived. They've taken control of the A site, but without the bomb and without the numbers, everything falls to the wayside, and somehow they're going to have to 2v5 recover this round. I'm being perfectly honest with everyone. I don't see it happening. I don't see a bomb recovery. We've got a few players that are devastatingly low, but I think that you kind of reposition yourselves a bit more, make sure that those low HP players on the front line aren't going to be taking the majority of those bullets, so you can kind of tank a few more shots. And as the time continues to whittle away, I mean, it turns into a little bit of a desperation play. Finally, the last two players will be put out of their misery. No bomb plant, and that will be 4Magic's winning their second pistol of the series.
That's reminiscent of one of those rounds we saw earlier on Nuke with 3 of those members so low. This time it was 4, all dinked up, but no finishing blow found by any of the killers. So that one's going to sting. And unfortunately, yeah, with that C4 left behind in CT spawn and the quick rotation from 4Magic, it was just fully locked in. There was almost no chance at coming back into that one. And no bomb plant means no real reinvestment here. Just that Tech 9 for Bruna to try to get anything going. Of course, just wanting to give themselves some kind of chance to find financial damage. But with no one on the A site, it's a free plant, and that'll allow the third round buy to look a little more healthy if it gets committed on. Yeah, there it is.
Ooh.
Down it goes.
Might be... okay, no, never mind. I was about to say it might be more than a bomb plant, but no. The reinforcements arrive. Good little bit of a pincer set up there. I do like Hera's reposition here. Could make her dangerous. Oh, Sammy's starts firing a little bit too early there. She's going to be swung on. Can't connect the shots. Hera has recovered an MP9. She's still full HP, but now she's been spotted out. Oh, they're all just running her over. The bomb has been defused, and it's a second round for 4Magic. But as you said, bomb planted 2 rounds in a row means it is a healthy buy-in to this second, or rather third round. Problem being, they've only managed to pick up 2 kills in entirety over the course of the last couple of rounds. And while it's only been 2 rounds, it's not a great start.
Yeah, the finance of the CTs still relatively healthy. Should be able to fashion something into the next. As you can see, they've gone for the M4s instead of just going for that lower buy and a faster approach, with Sammy's managing to find the same amount of kills already that she had essentially there on Nuke. So that's a much better start. And on the entry game, she's feeling confident, looking to inflict pain straight out of Donut. A-site under fire as Cellac's going to be trying to dance around in the smoke. But Anorex goes out to help her, and they both end up getting found. So this could be the round to finally break the streak of, what was that, 13 in total that 4Magic have managed to just put on.
That's kind of crazy. Yeah, it's just been a very dominant affair. But finally, we'll see them kind of stem that tide a little bit here. And Babs, unfortunately, not going to be able to get too much done on the tail end of this round. And the killers, I mean, the recipe was not working. Round 1, the split didn't work. Round 2, the rush didn't work. Round 3, well, they had rifles. So that does make somewhat of a distance difference. Sammy's gets 2 kills before she's finally taken out, and really good to see her kind of coming into her own a little bit here. Again, very early on in the half, but nice to see that she has started to step up a little bit more and is being a slightly stronger proponent here. But can they keep that momentum going? You know, the 4Magic should still be in. Ooh, no, that's surprising. I thought with how clean those last few rounds were, they'd have a little bit more money. They'd be able to keep themselves afloat a little bit longer. But this is an unfortunate buy? Question mark?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. It was a awkward position for the money to be in where you've still got those 2 rifles, I guess, in some of the heavier hitters for the riflers there. And those 5.7s, they can still pack a punch. So it's the mixed bag of candy that I guess you could kind of call it. And we'll see if Anorex with the 5.7 could have had a shot. Actually had about 4 of them, but missed all of them. And Selak's going to have a crack herself, but falling at a temple increases the inaccuracy, and now it's just save territory.
Yeah, when it goes so awry so quickly, it really doesn't make too much of any sense to really push this. See if we can get some exits. Ooh, unfortunate. Brendina will be an exit. Was just an MP9, but hey, a gun is a gun. Of course, they're not going to risk the M4s, rather keep that into the next round because, again, that economy continues to be a little bit of a problem here. The Killers, it took Full Magic 4 rounds on Nuke before they were able to bite one back. And I always talk about how round 5 is a bit of a momentum shifter. But for the Killers, 2 rounds in, and on their first rifle round, they've very quickly snatched back the control. They've come through this 4th round with all 5 players still alive. They even had some utility remaining in their belt. So the buy into this round isn't going to do really much of anything. After buying, 3 of your players still have over $5,000. So very much sitting in the butter. Full Magic as predicted. Just the 2 rifles, 1 upgraded pistol. This should be a foregone conclusion.
It should be. There is still a chance that they walk into the rifles, one of which is solo on Babs at B. And it looks like they will be bringing the C4 in this direction. So a chance for Babs to do damage, maybe buy some time or at least hold space for a retake. It's kind of like the 3 options that she has. And if Full Magic think that Donut's clear and walk into, what's that, a stacked plat, a stacked boost over towards A, then they could be in trouble in that regard as well. They hear Babs with that M4 and think maybe it's not the best decision. But the game plan seems to be pressure mid, go for the flank, and with the bomb still at the double doors, it will be the B pincer.
Mid for free and for gratis once again. The smoke down to allow them to cross safely and to slow down the reinforcements, but most of the reinforcements are heading up through mid, it seems. Hera has taken down Babs. That's one of those M4s taken offline, and realistically, there shouldn't be too much more that can be done here. Hera's going to be holding the defensive line, good for a third before she's finally taken down, but Josie... Oh, we didn't get to talk about her too much in the pre-show, but she is also a very important key for this squad. Unfortunately, she's someone that also sometimes struggles from that inconsistency bug. But here, keeping it expensive, trying to whittle away. Unfortunately, it's kind of a too little too late, and they are going to be forced to have to back away and save once more. They've made it a bit closer than the previous round, but it really doesn't matter at this point.
I think it's like a long term it matters, you know, like keeping the AK alive is going to be huge for the next round's firepower. They've saved rifles for what, like 2 rounds, that's 4 in total. So super long term, it can give them another whole gun round at a point. And I think that's what's going to matter. So short term definitely doesn't matter, but moving into the next, let's see if Babs with the AK is going to be allowed to shoot, because last round she wasn't quite switched on to the flank coming through CT. So went down for free and made it look a lot easier than Full Magic may have hoped. 1-1-3 set up here for Full Magic, or for the Killers rather. Bit of pressure towards mid, heavy presence at Banana. I'm looking to make their way into the B side. If they go fast, it's going to be this 4v2. And that should favor them.
Timing. Really looking to see what Selex can do here with this AWP. Here's that shot. Oh my god. The flash! Oh, it's beautiful. Perfectly executed there. Gets that opening kill onto Sammy's. That's the flank. That's that mid-control proponent taken offline. Ana X heavily under fire, but is able to duck and weave. Shots continue to connect for her. Bruna Killer will bite back, but Babs will put her out of her misery. And after a string of rough rounds, Full Magic showed that they are not out just yet.
Yeah, that's a B-team powerhouse, the Smash Sisters. Babs and Anna X just able to play off one another in cave at long, just taking contact and, sort of shifting up who takes that focus away. Good reactive utility to slow things down. And just losing that lurker may have forced the killers to make a bit of a frantic decision. But again, it's also, you got to compliment that flash from Josie to make it look so easy for Celax. And again, they're just going to look to keep on pressuring with the flash forward, but it's a pre-fire, and Sammy's just going to knock them both down here at mid.
Mid control is such an important part of this map. And whoever wins mid has so much more of an advantage into the rest of the round here. But it has gone a little bit back and forth. Sammy's surviving by the skin of her teeth, but finally will be put down. Babs, however, is also put to rest. And suddenly, the CT squad have fallen to the wayside with a bomb planted. Only 2 players remaining here. It seems like going for this retake is less than advisable. So we'll do a little bit of gun juggling, keep ourselves an AK into the next, make sure we've still got that AWP. And, well, the killers very quickly regather their control. And this is what I was saying. The last time they played it was a 7-5 half. It was desperately close and even ended on a 13-10. So I would not be surprised to see this going the distance.
Yeah, rounds just kind of going back and forward again. Anna X, again, able to save that AWP across, as well as the AK for Brandina. So yeah, the detriment to 4 Magic at mid, you can see, had a huge flow-on effect for the rest of the round. It wasn't a bad decision that they made. It was just the timing, really, that boiled down to it. And Sammy's doing great work on that double entry. And maybe a misread on the economy, just going for the MAC-10 instead, although leading the charge, look at this, creates a whole bunch of space and gets the info on Josie, who's trying to escape and will fight for her right to survive in Donut.
Ooh, slips straight past all of that utility, but dies for her hubris, for her over-aggression. Josie, that's your teammate, friend. Don't shoot her. There you go. All good. Josie does eventually get taken out, but Babs will trade it back and fly style alone, trapped in a corner, in an unfavorable spot. Around and around we go. And this is where the impact on the economy starts to become a problem. When we keep going back and forth, when we keep going blow for blow, neither one of these teams is really given an opportunity to build up a buffer. So the killers are relying heavily on the buffer that they had already built. And even then, we've got 2 Galils thrown into the mix. For Magic, on the other hand, Josie should be good. She should still be able to come out with a weapon here. So they still have a full buy, but they're on a knife's edge. So for either one of these teams, as we get closer and closer to the half, this could become very messy.
Yeah, we'll see where we end up. But again, there will be one more buy in the back pocket, even after the chaos that didn't end up working in the killer's favor. I wouldn't be surprised if we end the half 6-6 and keep it real close. But yeah, on paper, it's contrasting as to which player or which teams are better on which sides, right? I think the killers are slightly better on their T side, according to the last month or so. As well as 4 Magic, similarly better on the CT side. So right now, both on their stronger halves. But that's not really a strong approach to the round. Sammy's unable to find the entries, but Bruna already here at Heaven. Looking to try to bring this one back. HE off the window. Will be sent back to the wall. But with the player down, it's looking a little rough. The B site, though, the setup leaves something to be desired. Good timing on the smoke at ramp.
Josie firing those shots off, giving away a position and not getting a kill means she's forced to have to reposition, because if she gets caught out there, she's in trouble. So their pincer is shut down before it's even had a chance to have any sort of an effect. And because the killers hadn't actually committed, they now have a free mid to go for this rotation. Now there is presence up towards Red Room. Will Brandina be able to spot anything out? Nope, she's not even going for a peek here. She's listening. She'll be able to hear the stampede making its way on towards the B site. She'll hear when that bomb does go down. She'll be able to call that over. The site has been capitulated completely for free. Now the rotations start to come in. It's still advantage CTs as they do have the extra numbers here. But with the bomb planted, they have to... We swap roles a little bit. They become the attackers, have to try and find an opening into this. They've got scant utility available for themselves, can't flash through onto the site. And unfortunately, that could leave them in a very rough position. They have to dry swing in. They're keeping it competitive. But how much closer can they keep this affair? Babs last one alive. She's been a rock star. But can she perform? Will this concert be a sold-out show or will it be a dud? Hera to get the final shot connecting and the Killers take the lead once more.
He gets that final say in. And just phasing the smoke, able to equalize the numbers was huge for Hera. Flystyle as well. Big damage over to Donut. And everyone turning up just when it was necessary, just to edge out into the lead. The Killers now in prime position to cause a bit of an upset. And as you can see as well, for Magic's economy once again in question, they ship out plenty of pocket change to make sure that the AWP's in hand for Celax. But that needs to find a big bit of impact this round, and it's the 5-7 to open things up. Flashed in, Celax send the pistols and the low by forward as Babs as well is just going to keep on looking for action. Celax at mid, finds Sabbies. Oh, and this is not going to plan for the Killers.
I love that we can't get a streak going, man. Not since, obviously, we had pistol and then we had a little bit of a streak on the return. And since then, it's just been 1 for 1 for 1 for 1. There are no streaks. There is no trotting. It's just a slow slog closer and closer to halftime. But with the minimal buy that I say minimal. I mean, we've still got the AWP in this. We've still got an AK. We got 2 MP9s to kind of complement that. Despite the fact that they have that slight disadvantage, they keep this competitive. The Josie spotter must have done. Immediately pulls back. Can calm that over. So now we'll have a little bit more positioning up in towards top mid here. On the other side of Red Room, Brandina waiting to see if anybody pushes into her crosshair. She wants to be in the more up close and personal position. And that smoke gives them the opportunity to move forward a little bit. Here, the HE to clear the smoke, spots out one in towards mid. That doesn't garner them all the information that they might want. Celax ready and waiting. The flash just that little bit too late. And she will capitalize with only 2 players left alive now. They should be able to make their way onto the site. But can they actually get anything done while that's happening? These sightlines are being held down beautifully. Hera takes one with her as she falls to the grave. Tamazinia tries to go for the plant, but is spammed through. And once again, we even things out.
Just when the economy was at breaking point, it gets sent back. Fully returned to sender. And we were talking about the priority on the AWP, which still gets big value. 2 huge picks. Splitting the numbers over towards A main, as well as the denial of aggression towards the middle of the map. With a low buy, it might be a faster approach. Flystyle disrespecting the insend and sending it straight to B.
Oh, it's messy. Oh, it's so messy. Trying desperately to make something happen in this round. But again, that long-term economy playing havoc with these teams. Somehow, we're fighting this back. Brought it only to a 1-player deficit. We have control of the B site. But for Magic, desperately close here. Tap on the bomb to see if anyone peeks through an HE to try to spot something out. And that actually gives Hera the opportunity to even out the numbers. Now she'll be allowed to plant. And the 2 of them will have to play off of one another perfectly. Babs and Brandina now know that they're in a very rough position. There is 1 kit available, so they know they've got a little bit of time to go for the reposition, but Hera is waiting for it. She has an inkling, a suspicion that they may opt to move up through the short position. Oh, dear Lord. She misses out on the utility, but she gets swung on drastically. Bruna now left alone in the clutch. Does manage to get that first kill, spamming through the smoke, and it does connect, but somehow... Okay, I thought that was it was a defuse. I can't believe it.
It was just barely.
The ninja defuse in the smoke. I saw the bomb was green, and I was like, wait, surely not. But no, they've done it.
Just that last millisecond micro adjustment gets the kill, but it's just that tiny, tiny bit too late. And all the kills go in favor of the Killers. Living up to their name, but it's the round 4-4 Magic. Pulling it out of thin air. Bit of money in the back pocket for both sides, especially with that plant going down. And Sammy's has been great at the mid-entries, but this time, the plant gets sent back. Telex, no armor, is going to be forced back, dodging all the shrapnel from the HEs, and there is space on the site for Josie to play around here in the smokes, which makes things incredibly awkward. Another thrown on the middle, and there is just chaos ensuing all across A.
Will it be a 7-5 repeat of the past, or will we get that 6-6? It's so hard to tell, but as the bomb continues to tick down, this time around, there's no kit available, so time is of the essence. Babs and Brindina are going to have to play off of each other perfectly. We've seen them in this position before. We've seen them make absolute magic happen. One player spotted out, a second spotted as well. They know where at least two of them are, so we'll get one of them through, but now Babs is all alone, and she cannot clutch it. 6-6 will be the half.
Press play. You know I feel the same way. Something crawling under the surface. Snap your fingers, we'll go there. We can find your inner furnace. Keep racing to the mantra. Don't stop, get what you're after. No rush to find an answer. Let it all out. Stay moving as the beat goes. Feel free and let the rain pour. No need to know tomorrow. You don't have to hide no more. Melodies will guide you. Take my hand to the dance floor. Feel the energy make you new. Keep racing to the mantra. Don't stop, get what you're after. No rush to find an answer. Let it all out. Stay moving as the beat goes. Feel free and let the rain pour. No need to know tomorrow.
We couldn't be closer moving into the second half. 6 apiece, and it's anyone's fight, but we're getting straight into the action. No time for pleasantries as it's Whip City on the T side, but Babs is here to try to trade. Lord have mercy, 2v5. We're 3 seconds in.
That wasn't pleasant for anyone except maybe the Killers for the kickoff. But we trade it back a little bit, bring it back to a 2 versus 2 scenario. We continue to fight in mid. They have control of the bomb, so I'm a little bit surprised that they're continuing to fight this. And unfortunately, that's going to be Babs dropping, so Selex has to come up massive. I think we've done some serious damage to those 2vx stats that we were talking about a little bit earlier on in the day. But that will be the Killers winning their second pistol of the series. Both teams 2 for 2.
And if you just joined us, you might have thought it was the start of the game. It did initially look like it was going to be a knife round with all 10 players at mid. That's quite rare. On a pistol, I wouldn't say I've seen it ever. So there's a first time for everything. And here at ESL Impact, we're learning together. Bocks, though, still in the back pocket for Magic. Just one flash to play with. And it might just be this late mid pop.
Nice little early kill there. Gives them a bit of an advantage into this one. That being said, I mean, again, there should be a round that goes pretty handedly in the Killers' favor. They have a massive advantage in weaponry. Ooh, Sammy's only losing one player. Honestly, not the worst scenario by any measure. So they'll finally... That's the first time in, I want to say, 4 to 5 rounds that we've actually had consecutive rounds won. It was so back and forth. Yeah, so back and forth towards the end of that last half. But of course, that is the nature of pistols, right? You win the first one, chances are you're going to win the second. The question now becomes, can they maintain that control? Because for Magic, without those bomb plants, it's not as robust a buy as they would have liked. It's still good. Don't get me wrong. They can still get a whole hell of a lot done with this buy. But will it be enough?
Well, we've had action at mid all half so far, and that's going to happen again, but this time going in favor of For Magic, now finding themselves with a 2-player advantage. Deep smoke at CT. Hopefully denying Hera an opportunity back into the site, but she's going to give it a look. They've got some extra cash in the back pocket and maybe able to slide an angle onto Josie here, but decides to play the long game. Backing away. Famis and M4 saved by Hera and Flystyles. Could definitely help out moving into the next. You look at Sammy's, you look at Tamazinia, and with Flystyle nothing in the bank at all. This is going to be their best chance at another in the next. But we won't, Sam, we won't string 3 rounds together. Not yet.
Maybe later. Maybe later. I think the maximum streak on this map has actually been 2. Which is crazy when you think back to Nuke, where we had like a 7-round streak or 8 rounds that got us to the win at the end of it. Absurd. But we did highlight coming into this that this should be a slightly closer, I say slightly, it should be a far closer affair. I think that there's some concerns in the Killers camp, and that's why we're seeing this timeout being taken here. They were at a bit of a deficit in that one, right? It was the full bonus, so they weren't wanting to spend too much into that one. They were just going to kind of ride those weapons through, but they had an obvious disadvantage in firepower. So it was really going to come down to how they executed that CT half, and unfortunately, they did get caught a little unawares. So now into this one, they can rebuy in, but it is going to be a full force, and despite it being a spend of just about every cent they have, it's still not perfect, right? You got a FAMAS and an MP9 thrown into the mix there. It's somewhat reminiscent to the buy that they had in the last round, and they know that losing this round is going to put them in a very tight spot going into the next few rounds. So this has to be perfection, and unfortunately, perfection falls by the wayside. Sammy's will trade one out, but unfortunately, she will also fall. And that will leave things at a 1-1. Oh, the timing on that flash is perfect. Before the HE can get any information, completely blinded out, not able to win, and shut down. Advantage in the hands of 4 Killers. Start making their way in towards this A site now, already having pushed through, but the bomb is up close and personal. Tamazinia is shut down, and Flystyle has to 1v3 for all the marbles. Or I suppose none of the marbles, as the case may be.
Yeah, marbles just spilling out of the bowl there. I thought maybe there was a little shot in the midst of things if Tamazinia won that fight with the package deliverer, trying to carry that to the A site, but unfortunately didn't work in her favor. And fortunately for Magic, they do steady the score. So all tied up again, and this round should be easier. Just a couple of pistols, Sam. What could go wrong?
What could possibly? I mean, they're not Tech 9s. So, you know, it feels like it's less spooky. That being said, there is a deagle in the mix here. We've seen what Bruno Killer is capable with that gun in hand. Unfortunately, today is not going to be the day that we see that one come to fruition. I'm a little surprised to see that they went for the mid push on that one. I was almost kind of expecting an eco stack on one of the sites. Or if you are going to eco push, I would probably push out of a less long range area. Because let's face it, in the long range battle, the pistols generally just lose to rifles. Maybe they weren't expecting the entirety of 4 killers to be in mid, but that round does not go the way that they had wanted. So we go into the next once again with a little bit of a weird buy, but the AWP is in hand. Maybe that's the difference maker.
Looking like a more one-pronged approach from 4Magic. Everyone corroborating over towards A main. Xana X will have that CT smoke lined up at the ready. And the potential for that late mid lurk could also activate. It's just a matter of where Bruno wants to play from.
Brandina playing around these smokes has been so difficult to deal with. Finally, she does get put down. In a smoke, no less. As I say that, color me incorrect. That's going to allow 4Magic the opportunity to find themselves on double digits. It's looking more and more like we may just have that 2-0 victory. That revenge arc coming to fruition. As only 2 players now remain. And it's going to have to be a save. Money is a severe problem for the killers. And realizing that with the 4 killers hitting... 4Magic hitting double digits, they have to save every cent that they possibly can to give them an in into the potentially last few rounds.
Terrorists win.
Ramos bonus fully worked up now. And with the 2 rifles saved, you can toss some across if you don't want to focus on the util. It looks like they're playing a bit of a long game. Saw a scout board up with no armor, MP9 in the mix. Yeah, it's just going to be sort of a mixed bag. Lifestyle. Dropping something across to someone else and just buying armor and utility. So really leaning into that support role. And hoping that the P250 is going to be enough to hold on to B site, which it certainly will be because as we know, and the killers don't, 4Magic are targeting A once more.
Oh, trying desperately to get something done with that scout. Unfortunately, nothing really hitting. Brandina, however, is mowing down enemy players through those smokes. Brandina on 13 and 11 now off the back of that. Actually, on that note, 4 players for 4Magic, all sitting on 13 kills apiece, and Bab's the one to be trailing behind with only 10 kills. I mean, this has been such an impressive performance from them. And I'm really, really glad to see that they've stepped up from that open qualifier. You can see that they've put in a lot of time, work, and effort. But things are not over just yet. Of course, this will be another forced save, unfortunately. But moving up now into those double digits, well into those double digits, the killers should certainly be feeling the pressure.
4Magic looking incredibly locked in. And the A site executes just unbearable for everyone on this side of the map. Maybe trying to expose some weaknesses that they've identified. It could just be a matter of also trying to get away from Hera as much as possible. You know, she is sort of carrying them at the moment. 15-9, doing a stellar job. But unfortunately, just without her on that side of the map, she's unable to get activated. Let's see if they do the same thing again. Looking like we are going to go into a short pause. Just a tactical, all things considered. And Sam, you got my mind thinking before, by the way. You said, today's not the day. And I used to do this thing back in the online era, the super online era, where I'd check the national day of the day, you know, just
Oh
like
my goodness,
what the
okay.
national day is. And today's stacked because it's the first of the month, right? So we got
Right.
National Walk to School Day, Pumpkin Seed Day, Coffee with a Cop Day, Fire Pup Day, Pumpkin Spice Day, Green City Day, Black Dog Day, Hair Day,
Alright.
Homemade Cookies Day, and Random Acts of Poetry Day. I don't know how you make that one make sense, but you got any poems for me?
Honestly, not off the top of my head, but I'll give it a think, you know,
Okay,
maybe for
okay.
the next map if we get there. It's looking unlikely given the way things have been going thus far. Full
I'd
Magic
agree.
continuing to just be a bit of a problem. Ooh, maybe they're the black dog, the omen of ill fortune for the Killers. Finally going to be handing them their first loss of the season, as they've already struck down two of their opponents. Oh, the flank gets destroyed. Caught trying to pull the weapon out. Tamzinha will be good for one, but yeah, get the hell out of Dodge at that point. 12 rounds now for 4 Magic. Map and series point.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's just,
devastation.
their executes are just so formidable. It feels like the Killers, no matter what they do, and the B-site players as well, just not having a chance on many of the gun rounds. When they're finally given that opportunity, they just quite weren't ready. I think at that point as well, you almost expect them to hit A again because they've been doing it and it's been working. To just really caught in transition and not expecting such an early round pop yet again. But that seems to be 4 Magic's strong point, right? Is they just have a target and they hit it. And they've been hitting it every single time here since they got the economy stabilized on the T side.
Do you know what my favorite thing about the Killers is? Their logo is a bottle of tequila.
Is it?
Tequilas? The Killers? Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yep. I noticed that a few seasons back, and purely based off of that, they've been one of my favorite teams. Well, perhaps tonight they'll need to crack out the tequila because this doesn't look like it's going to be going their way. It's all going to come down to these openers. Tamzinha already flashed off of her position. Oh my earth, that repeak is disgusting. The raid boss of Ana X has been taken off the board. I say the raid boss, you got 3 players sitting on 14 kills. This really has been a team effort across the board. How do they recover from this? Some good presence towards A. Oh, Bruna. I don't know if I love this. I don't know if this is such a good idea. She's jiggling. She's peeking. She's pushed on through. She's been shut down. Numbers now evened out. Suddenly, 4 Magic back in with a massive opportunity. Trades do favor your T's. Tamzinha has spotted out the enemy AWPer. The timing on that just a little bit off, so can't get the shot through the flash. That's going to allow space for 4 Killers to move on in, get that bomb planted. Tons of utility being thrown out to stall out an attempt at a retake, but the loss of their utility now has been chalked away. 1 flash remains for the Killers. It's all that they're going to have to give them an opportunity. Where do they opt to use it? Who do they try to flash out to find some space? Oh my God, I don't even know how she gets seen there. Selex gets caught out. Now Sammy's somehow has to make magic happen as Hera has fallen as well. Oh my God, turns to look at the bomb and gets caught out. Beautiful performance here from 4 Magic. They've done it. They've completed the redemption arc. They've come out swinging against a team that kind of stamped on them a little bit in the open qualifier. They've handed over the Killers' first loss, and now both of these 2 teams will be sitting at a 3-1 scoreline on the scoreboard. Things are starting to heat up a little bit here in South America.
Look, it was a solid game, especially in that first half, but just, yeah, in the second half, just couldn't get a wrangle, couldn't get a foothold in at all there for the Killers. And 4 Magic showing exactly how it's done on the T side. There were a few moments of hope, but yeah, the trades didn't come through. There were so many rounds as well where in like individual engagements, they'd always knock someone down to like under 20 health, but couldn't land that final bullet. You think back to the pistols, you think back to just so many moments, and those swing positions might have won it for them, but I guess we'll never know because that's in the past now, and the future is where they're going to have to do their work. but for Magic, staying flawless so far here in the groups.
Devastating in that second half to have seen. I mean, we were going back and forth, blow for blow, trade for trade. And then in the second half, everything just kind of falls to the wayside. Hera, once again, being an absolute rock star for the Killers. We've spoken about her at length. And of course, she was our Kadia player to watch. But unfortunately, today, her team were not the ones to make it out on top. It's Josie, who I was talking about a little bit earlier on, matching those numbers, bettering them to an extent. 5 entry kills as well, on top of everything else that was going on in that map. She was fantastic. That's the kind of consistency that we needed to be seeing from her. So very impressed with that resurgence. And for the Killers, it does feel like maybe back to the drawing board a little bit. Now, speaking of players to watch, players to see, players to venerate, the Kadia player to watch is going to be Ana X. And okay, I was just talking about Josie and how well she did on the second map, but again, consistency. Ana X, map 1, map 2, 11 multi-kills across the series, 6 on the first map, 5 on the second, ending it out with 33 kills at a 1.2 KD. She is incredible.
Yeah, absolutely stomping on both maps, just leading the charge, opening things up, closing things down. Also, at the back, throwing the utility. So it's at this point, the question we need to ask is, what can't she do? Because she's a bit of a highlight reel, bit of a multi-fragger, bit of a everything. And, definitely a heart of the team to help them find success, which they've done 4 times now, 4-0, yet to face the top dogs on paper in the group and becoming one themselves.
And we were talking a little bit about how that shapes up the standings. And of course, we've got a quite close affair happening for Magic. Sorry, I was totally confuddled. No, they went 4-0. They are now the top of the scoreboard. They are number 1 in South America, at least for today. We'll see how that potentially changes tomorrow. MIBR might just even that out a little bit, but really, really cool to see how well they're performing, and the Killers getting their second loss is unfortunate. But unfortunately, that is all the time we have for South America. No interview today, as we do need to get cracking with North America, folks. We're going to have a short intermission. Mac, thank you so much for joining us on South America today. We'll see you again tomorrow night. As for North America, Affinity will be joining me in just a few minutes, folks. Don't go anywhere. Shimmer versus the Little Bocks after this.
Yo con lo mío quiero gozar. Dale pa' acá, dale pa' allá. Se prendió la fiesta, se prendió la fiesta. Yo quiero esta noche gozar. Yo quiero gozar. Gózatelo una vez más, solo una vez más. Yo quiero con lo mío bailar. Echa pa' acá, echa pa' allá, bebé. Este ritmo está como es. No te despistes que es lo que vine con mi pana, con mi catamara, mi dominicana, colombiana y venezolana. ¿Dónde están las mexicanas? Muévelo, muévelo, no veo a mi boricua. Sacúdelo, oh, 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 oh. El ambiente está fresco, el ritmo lo siento. Aquí se prendió el party, vente a mover el esqueleto. Yo quiero gozar, gozar. Quiero gozar, gozar, vívetela, vívela, vívete, vívela. Pues solo quiero disfrutar, la vida disfruta. Vente para mí, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena. Y vente pa' acá, vente pa' acá, echa pa' allá, pa' acá, pa' allá, pa' acá. De lunes a viernes pa' librar los fines. Pásame un shot que cobré estoy chile. La paso bien gastando los miles. Con mi combo no te metas. La familia no se toca, se respeta. Con mi combo no te metas. La familia no se toca, se respeta. Aquí estamos todos happy. La rutina siempre contra mí. Me relajo, cero estrés aquí. Vente a la fiesta, vente al party. Vente al party. Los carros en la calle pasamos bonito y el juego siempre puesto en la TV. Yo quiero gozar, gozar, quiero gozar, gozar. Vívetela, vívela, vívete, vívela. Hoy solo quiero disfrutar, la vida disfruta. Vente para mí, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena. Y vente pa' acá, vente pa' acá, echa pa' allá, pa' acá, pa' allá, pa' allá, pa' acá.
Cut me out like a photo from a magazine. Cold dead eyes, all tied up in the web of your fantasy. Little white lies, scandalous, 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 and scandalous. It's in your eyes, scandalous. Scandalous, scandalous, scandalous. No big surprise. Headlights creeping up and down the boulevard. Dialing 666. Hey, can I speak to God? Helicopter spinning in the cold night sky. Underneath the stars, it's an eye for an eye. All tied up in the web of your fantasy. Scandalous, 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 and scandalous. It's in your eyes. Scandalous, 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 and scandalous. No big surprise. Young boy, can I speak to God? Speak to God. Young boy, can I speak to God? Speak to God. Scandalous, 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 you're scandalous. It's in your eyes. Scandalous, 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 you're scandalous. No big surprise. Scandalous, 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 it's scandalous. It's in your eyes. Scandalous, 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 it's scandalous. No big surprise. Speak to God. Speak to God. Speak to God. Speak to God.
ESL Impact is brought to you in part by Intel, Qiddiya, and DHL.
Lights fall in the golden city. Fire's out and the water's gone black. You can run, but you won't get pity. Ash to dust will get you back.
Tomorrow we will rise.
A very quick turnaround time from South America to North America. Here I am, double dipping. Very excited to be doing North America once more. But if you are just joining us, I'm Sam. I'm going to be one of your casters today. And I'm joined by the lovely Affinity. How are you doing this evening?
I am doing wonderful, thanks. It is a pleasure to be back on North America. It is a pleasure to be back casting these teams. It's a little bit late for me, but I am beyond excited to be here. And I welcome you back to North America. It's been a while since you've been on the regional division here. But tell me, you talk me through a little bit more about the games, because you actually casted that South America. So give me some insight. Give me the insider scoop.
Yeah, it's been an interesting one. EU was very, very close, very back and forth. Meanwhile, in South America, it felt like for Magic, it was a tale of two halves for many of our games. First half tended to be a little bit closer. And then as we got into the second half on both maps, they just ran away with it. Incredibly powerful performance from them. And I felt kind of bad because the whole way through the broadcast, I'm going, oh, the Killers. Oh, they're sitting at 3-0 at the moment. Haven't dropped the map. La-di-da. Turned out I was talking about 4 Magic the whole time and I'd had the wrong team in my head. But there you go. 4 Magic, now 4-0 Magic as it stands. Looking very good on the leaderboard. But let's look at the North American leaderboard. South America is done and dusted. And, well, it's certainly shaping up to be a little bit more contested in the higher echelons, Affinity.
Yeah, it is indeed. I think there's some interesting things to note about this, however. So Nocturnal 3-0, but I don't think they've been really truly challenged just yet. FlyQuest Red and Shimmer being 3-0, that doesn't look like it's going to change until these two teams play each other. They are the favorites at the moment, but I mean, with some of the competition, maybe, who knows, Waves have been putting up some storm there. Ghost as well. Ghost, I think, is a really important one to highlight here, because whilst they are 1-2 right now, they have got all of their difficult games out the way. They've played Waves, FlyQuest Red, and Shimmer. That is the hellish start. That is the holy trifecta of not the way that you want to be kicking off your season. So for them, it's only going to look better here.
Well, let's take a look at our big storyline of the day, and it's all about the undying. Deaths per round are insanely low for this team. And I think that a big factor in that, at least from my perspective, is you take a look at their performance last season. They only dropped 3 maps the entire season, online, offline. It didn't matter where it was. They only dropped 3 maps, and all 3 of them were to Furia. When you are winning things that dominantly, you're probably not dying, Affinity.
No, you're not. And the times that they are dying, I think it's really important to highlight is this clutch factor coming on in. Is that it feels very much at the moment that the ebb and flow of each of the rounds is that they get a really nice opening start, they lose a couple of players, and then some player steps way up above and beyond the call of duty to have these amazing clutches. So whilst they're not dying, the multi-kills are looking amazing, even if sometimes the mid-rounds are looking a little bit hit and miss. I think it's been an interesting one to see is that it feels a very different vibe from this team at the moment from what we've seen in previous seasons. I think the form that we're seeing from Shimmer at the moment is nowhere near the same, peaks that we saw over at the Season 7 Grand Finals. That's for a bunch of reasons. They're still warming up. I think maybe they don't feel that they haven't been tested to the maximum capacity just yet. But players that we can test to the max and beyond, I think there's only one Kadia player to watch that we can really highlight, especially when we're talking about Undying, especially when we're talking about clutches, and that is one and only Empathy.
I mean, she is exceptional, right? We were looking at the deaths per round, and yes, hers are the highest on the team, but she's an entry fragger. Like, what are you expecting, guys? It's her job to run in, get an opener or 2 or 3, depending, and then probably eventually get traded out. But even then, it's still less than 1 per round. It's still an incredible statistic for her. So cannot wait to see how she performs here. Obviously I got to cast them a little bit at the last finals, but I haven't really had the opportunity this season for the online season because, of course, it has been the South America show. So it's going to be the first time in a hot minute that I'm going to get to see these ladies perform. And you know what? We talk about how phenomenal Empathy is. The player that I'm really looking forward to seeing today is Forks. Forks is unreasonable. She might be one of the most unreasonable players in this entire, ESL Impact, right? I think that... Go on.
I'm so glad that you're saying that because I'm so vindicated. I've been singing Forks' praise for seasons now. Since probably about season 4 or 5, I've been saying I think she's a top 3 AWPer in all of ESL Impact. And that's a bold statement. I'm talking all regions. I think she's up there.
Yeah, I mean, that is quite a bold one, I'll be real. But what really gets to me about her is that it's not just about the AWP. Like, she gets it done regardless of the weapon that she has in hand. I remember watching the final, casting the final, and just being in absolute awe of what she's able to get done round after round. But of course, Shimmer are not alone on the server today. They will have an opponent, and it will be the little Bocks. And there are some players here that are kind of near and dear to my heart. They've been around the scene for a long time. Athena is really a big one for me. And that goes back to, you know, other TAC FPSs, other, you know, places where we've kind of interacted. I got to meet her a couple of years ago, very briefly, but I got to, you know, and it was really awesome. So it's great to see her here competing again. We just saw Bouchard, also a staple of the scene. Rain is another one, just an absolute veteran that's been around for the longest time. But here's the thing, Affinity, something we've seen about these veteran rosters, and it's something that I feel like a lot of the pro teams suffer from as well. You know, you pick up a veteran player and you think it's going to bring all of this magic, and sometimes you do need to find the young blood.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one. So Bouchard's actually played on Shimmer before with Empathy. I think it was season 4, I want to say. Athena's been in and around the scene, but I feel like the vibe that she brings to the team is the young blood. She feels like the one that's new. She's one of the players that hasn't been in a whole lot of ESL Impact seasons. A lot of these players have been on teams called the Little Bocks since season 1. I believe they were Detonate Sparks for a while. So some of these players, a lot of them actually, are veteran. It is a very experienced core, but I think it's really important to highlight is that when they came into the open qualifier, it wasn't necessarily sort of for fun, but it was very much a mix. It was, you know, friends getting together, let's see what we can make happen. It wasn't a real structured approach coming in. They're looking a lot better now, but this is a team that is definitely having to play catch up with the, you know, depth of strat book that some of these other teams are just innately coming in with. They've also had a lot of roster shuffles. They've also had a lot of, you know, players dipping in and out with, you know, who played on the roster during the open qualifiers. So everything's been a little bit in flux for them.
Yeah, and that does make things very difficult. You kind of constantly going through growing pains, constantly trying to find your footing again, find yourselves in a position where you're feeling a little bit more stable. So why don't we go ahead and think about what our veto might look like? Because I think that there's some potential here for some shenanigans, Affinity. Why don't you walk me through this one?
I am expecting a very interesting veto here because a lot of the maps that they play line up a lot. So we see a lot of Mirage, we see a lot of Nuke coming on through. Train ban makes sense. It's the permaban a little box. That's really great for Shimmer because they also don't like to play Train. Means that they don't have to take their permaban. They get to pick something else. Ancient is an amazing pick. You take it out of the veto. The little box, even as a mixed team, which is really unique to see, they've been leaning into that Ancient a little bit. Dust2 pick, Nuke pick. Now this is an interesting one because I would have expected maybe picking into Mirage here for Little Box. Dust2 is a map that they also play, but Shimmer immensely good on. Nuke, the North America map this season. It seems that everyone has just got Nuke on the mind. Everyone is sliding back into Nuke's DMs, but Shimmer especially are good at it. And then having Mirage as that decider, again, it's neutral territory. These are the 3 maps that both of these teams play equally. And unfortunately for Little Bocks is that they don't have many options to punish Shimmer in the veto. Where they are willing to play, where they are happy to play, that is about all that they can pick, and that's all Shimmer's happy and comfortable on as well. So unfortunate, difficult situation in the veto department, but the best that Little Bocks could really have hoped for.
Well, now in the prediction department, you've sold me, Affinity. I'm going to be going with Shimmer here. I say you've sold me as if they didn't just about almost win the grand final. What about you? Who are you throwing your weight behind?
It has to be Shimmer. I love the Little Bocks team. There's so many players, as you said, near and dear to our hearts in the ESL Impact scene. But Shimmer they are just this titan in ESL Impact, especially in North America at the moment. And I've been saying they're not looking on the best form that we've ever seen them, but their best form on their worst day is still something to behold.
Absolutely. Well, let's dive into our North American match here, folks. It's the final match of the day, and it should be an absolute banger. And a reminder, if you do want to check out the other match that's going on, it's Nocturnal versus Lotus FE. That's happening on one of our community streams. That's Parks Cast. We'll keep you updated on the scoreline there as things progress. But, well, progressing they are, at the very least here on our first map, because already Serendipity has managed to pick up 2 kills. But the little Bocks are slowly making their way up towards this bomb site. They're at a massive disadvantage now, however, and need to find every available opportunity and advantage. Kianetta will be able to take down Empathy. We've said what a problematic person that can be, but Serendipity with the third, STX to follow it up, and it is a fairly clean pistol round for Shimmer.
It is right at the end there. Nobody's even looking SDX's way. There's a couple of players alive and they're so focused on that cat play, that short position, that they just let both of them get picked off. It's unfortunate. The Shimmer pistol rounds have been looking really strong at the moment, but now it's just going to give them this opportunity to lean into the weapons. So we're likely just to see an A hit, clean and simple here from Little Bocks, although maybe taking a little bit more control mid. They're going to be met with aggression here. Empathy peeking them out. We talked about her openings, and there's 2. Forks to back it up, and then where can Kianetta even go? You've got Serendipity already pushing doors, and it is done.
Yeah, and just an update, folks. So we did see Rain a little bit earlier on, but you might be noticing that she's not in the roster at the moment, so she's not playing today. Instead, we have Kianetta, whose name had popped up a moment ago, trying to keep things a bit more contestable for the little Bocks on that pistol round. And that, of course, when we talk about the roster changes and how that can be troublesome to deal with, and they find themselves in a similar position here again coming into this matchup. So certainly something to keep a wary eye out on. Meanwhile, a very aggressive push in towards the B site has run over Raven and has made it a more than doable scenario for the little Bocks. Still 5 players alive. Bomb has been planted. Now we need to mount the retake. Only 1 kit available for Shimmer. And let's face it, this is a team that has some serious bravery. Absolutely do not care one way or the other. The confidence is with them. So I could see them potentially trying to push for this, but as the time continues to tick away, those opportunities run away from them. They've set up this pincer, spotted out the one player holding towards the archways here, and there it is. Empathy and STX both getting a kill for themselves. It's all about the exits, though. Trying to go for the retake is not going to happen, but they're going to make this as expensive as possible. All 5 of the little Bocks fall. Yes, Empathy goes down as well, but it was a bonus. So with them getting so much damage done, they're still going to be okay into this round.
Yeah, I think it's a very, very unfortunate one there. There's nothing realistically that they can do to break into that bomb. So with so much utility going down, no one was giving them the fight. But they, as you said, they make it expensive. They hold it out. Forks, now with the AWP light, this is where we start to see the magic happen. Now, I talked to Big Game earlier, and I hope she steps up so that my point can be proved. Empathy, so aggressive out here. Perfect flash from Serendipity.
I mean, that was just a bloodbath. What do you do at that point? Athena now trying to keep things contestable. 1 versus 2. Has the bomb on her back. She's got 2 flashes. She's got an HE. All the pressure is on her now to try to even out the scoreline. Raven ready and waiting. She's going to try and... Oh, spots out Raven. There you go. Shot to connect. Now they know that she's there, however. So this is going to be a bit of a difficult one. Going to re-hit towards the A side. Still has a minute remaining, so maybe being a little bit too impatient on the push. She's got space to play with, but I love how Shimmer are playing this. Super patient, hold back, hold the longer angles with that height advantage as well. It's Forks with the AWP to shut it down, and all vestiges of a recoverable round are swept under the rug.
Yeah, it's lovely there. They can see that there's no cross. It means that realistically, the only option they've got is to go back and hit through long. So the Fork's immediate reposition. She's very dynamic with where this orb plays. She's very, very quick with it. So she's very versatile. So the fact that she's able to maneuver so much, it is a real asset to this team. Now, back to the pistols they go here, over towards doors where Serendipity, the usual door player, is now lurking. Empathy was a surprise for them last round, and you can tell they're a little bit cautious because of it, but this time a little less resistance. They're going to flash themselves through the smoke, but Serendipity's waiting.
Well, while we're on a bit of an anti-eco here, I did just want to say about the veto, what really stood out to me is we have this one highly technical map in Nuke that Shimmer were allowed to pick into. And then the other two maps are the slightly more quote-unquote puggy map, right?
Yeah.
So you were talking about how the little Bocks don't have a punish map in this veto, but Shimmer really do. And we already expect them to be coming out on top. So the fact that they've been allowed to get a map like Nuke out onto the board, and with the train ban coming through, it really did come to that position of, well, which terrible map do you want to hedge your bets on? And they went with Nuke, and I think either way it would have been a difficult one, but because Shimmer have been allowed to have that, it could be very scary when we do get there. But for right now, it continues to be scary because it's already a 3-round lead. The little Bocks were only able to get that 1 round before it was very quickly snatched back into Shimmer's control.
Empathy playing her usual position here, has to be careful not to overextend because the player's going to punish him mid, but they get pushed through the doors into the blender of STX.
And another round, blink and you missed it. The hyper aggression of this Shimmer roster is, I feel like it's fairly uncontested in North America at the moment.
It is, and it was something I was chatting with Brandon, we're doing a little bit of VOD review, and it was something that he picked up, is that sometimes we see them fall into maybe not necessarily the best habits when they go against teams that they feel very confidently against, right? When they're up against the likes of the Ghost Gaming and the FlyQuest, you see them really dig into that depth of strat book. When they're playing against teams that are, all things considered, realistically a mixed team, you see them play it very much like Deathmatch. They go for opening duels that are egregious, and they just don't get punished for it because mechanically, some of these players are so good. We've talked about it for seasons, Empathy being one of those just technically perfect players. Athena, to her credit, insane player as well. She's been just crispy. She's also Samantha. I'm gonna give you a little rundown. North America, it's weird, right? Ooh. Separate note, the timing here.
Oh no, Athena! Oh, NT friend. Spots out the first one, trigger discipline, gets the second at doors, tries to turn back, and the spray is labored. Yet one more round for Shimmer. But I'm gonna let you finish your point, Affinity. Go ahead.
Well, it fits perfectly into this round. Now, you'll see the Tech-9 being bought. You won't see the Desert Eagle being bought by Athena. Now, I'm not sure if she just doesn't have it equipped, but for the whole of the open qualifiers, and I think the group stage here as well, we've seen her with the R8. No Deagle, just the R8. Oh no, this is so they only get one, Raven only gets one.
STX is still alive though, like she's just gonna hard anchor this. You can carry on.
Athena is an R8 player, which seems to be becoming more common in the day and age of 2025. She's also got a love for the MP5, which it's been of a bit of running joke in the North America on the community streams that I have a big disdain for this. And she got a beautiful 4K with it the other day, and I had to publicly apologize. But Athena has a very weird loadout.
I find it hilarious that you of all people are going to be judging anyone for their guns when you are apparently a shotgun enjoyer.
Have you heard about Pterodactyl on Black Mold?
I do know the name. I did see her play a little bit last week. Go on.
She plays XM only on Nuke. Genuinely.
Oh, yeah. I remember seeing that. I remember you telling me about that as well. I feel like there isn't a world in which you don't tell me about a crazy shotgun player. But,
especially in North America. Okay.
Kianetta with an opener here. Yeah, that gives them a little bit of an opening. And Athena spotted out another player as well. The battle on B has also been won. Kianetta doing the Lord's work here. giving them a 2-player advantage. Serendipity gets shut down as well. Sapphire up close and personal. An uncharacteristic missed shot from Forks, but she will not miss the second time. You give her an opportunity to rectify a mistake, and she'll take full advantage. The bomb's going to get planted, and Little Bocks, off of some heroics from the stand-in player, will be able to find their second. It's still an uphill battle to come back into this, but there is a world. Oh, they're going to try and steal the AWP. Empathy doesn't want to let it happen. Tap, tap, tap. All Athena has to do is tuck. No! Oh, she peeks out, and the attempt at holding onto the AWP. No, surely we don't send yet one more to the grave for the sake of an AWP. No, do not give Empathy these fights. Okay, there's a player sneaking up behind her. Oh my God, she still gets another one. Oh, that was unreasonable, dude. My blood pressure was through the roof there.
That is not gonna stand. That will, Shimmer are a team that we've talked about a lot, have a lot of pride, right? A knife kill is not going to fly. I think Empathy, that first kill took her a little bit too long to find. We spoke to Forks in, I think it must have been week 1. And we were asking about, how Empathy does it. And she death matches, and aim trains for 3 or 4 hours before every game. She'll stream for 4 hours. So missing shots like that, I think the neuron's going to start activating. If you thought they were playing aggressive before, I think we're about to see it. Because when they lose the opening pick, that's when the rounds start to spiral.
As you were saying, good grief, bro. Empathy gives no quarter. Oh my God, the weights are off. Oh, it's all guns blazing at this point. All right, Athena's got a little bit of bite to her bark. Gonna try and keep this a bit more contestable, but Empathy ready and waiting to get yet another kill on the round. 3 from her makes this a devastating affair for the Little Bocks. And, you talk about those missed shots. Can we just bear in mind the fact that Empathy got 3 exits? Like, they just allowed her to get that many exits before finally putting the knife in the back of her head. It's unreasonable how much. She is 14-6. Everyone just take a moment to appreciate the 14-6. The empathy of it all. She has no empathy right now. It's all bloodlust.
It is, and she's decided not to push mid this time, but the issue is they're funneling into B, and we've seen this STX Raven hold. It is unbreakable, and now they've lost 2 players. They're losing that space because Empathy is over towards doors, and she's particularly aggressive when she goes there. And now over towards doors, they go Forks holding this lovely angle. Drop down will have been hurt, though, and Athena, difficult battle on her hand. Forks just waiting. It's going to have to be a quick adjust as she goes and has a little bit of a nosy for the catwalk player, but there it is, the spot, the immediate push down, and Bouchard caught in a difficult position here. Can't go forward, can't go backwards.
Ooh, Forks waiting to see. Oh my God, bro, she's there. You can't be doing that. Maybe they thought that her attention would be completely on catwalk and there's no way that she'd expect the re-swing from double doors, but she does. And she's ready and waiting. Bouchard, however, can capitalize on her kind of flying up into the sky, but eventually it's Bouchard herself that will fall as well. 4 players remaining here for the Shimmer squad in that round. They go up to 8, a 6-round deficit. And now, as we're on the verge of yet another really weird buy, you want to hear something really fun that's going on in our community stream?
What's going on in the community stream?
It's 9-3 in favor of guess.
Oh no, the fact that you're saying that scares me.
Ex-Lotus are currently 9-3 up against Nocturnal. It is Ex-Lotus's map pick, so we'll see how things shake out as the map goes on. But Lotus might be being handed their first. I mean, I'm maybe getting a little bit ahead of myself here, but they might just wind up with their first loss of the season. Meanwhile, Shimmer not really willing to let this be their first loss. Empathy does the exact same thing 2 rounds in a row and continues to get away with it. They can't just keep letting her do that. Oh my God, bro.
Patterns here. I think I know what the issue is. We're seeing a lot of 1v1 peaks. We're seeing them take the 1v1s, and Shimmer is not a team you could take the 1v1s against, right? And also, there's a lot of dry peaks here. There's a lot of utility, but they're not using it. They're not flashing themselves around corner.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Sorry, the
Welcome
sneak
to
up
North
there, and
America,
then
Sam.
the snip, the slap, I've forgotten how to word. I'm not gonna lie.
This is the North America effect.
Apparently, no. I think this is the Shimmer effect.
Yeah, they are. It's a weird one, and sometimes when they play teams, and it feels like they're death matching because I have all the love in the world for the little Bocks team. I've thoroughly enjoyed watching them this season, but sometimes it feels like they're not playing as structured as we'd love to see, and that means that Shimmer aren't getting the opportunity to test the abilities that they have to counter teams playing deep strategic strat books like they'll need to going into potentially season finals. But actually, opening pick, nope, doesn't matter. Immediately counteracted.
The one round in a few where Empathy doesn't go for that cheeky mid aggression. So little Bocks think they've got an opening here. They take that mid control, get that opener, and all of that off the back of that uncharacteristic missed shot from Forks. But teammates there to back her up. Nobody's expecting Empathy to be that up close and personal, to be that incredibly cheeky. But Sapphire, with the scout no less, trying to be competitive. But it's the last round in the half, and Andrea cannot clutch that one through. A 10-2 in favor of Shimmer.
anxiety's calling. Lay in your bed, but it feels like you're falling. Do you recognize that feeling? The demons under your ceiling. When everything hurts and nothing is healing. Yeah, I don't even wanna be awake, cause every second that I live is like a wasting. Can you help me start a replace all the memories that stand in my ways? You know what I really hate the most is that happens to me is like a ghost. It's so far away. I only wanna be okay. Tell me why should I stay away? If only dreaming can erase the pain. Tell me why should I? Tomorrow we will rise.
Welcome back, one and all. Shimmer off to a great start, but Little Bocks, it's not done just yet. Their CT sides looking particularly crispy. Their CT pistols have been not too shabby either. Andreas spamming through the smoke. They're already on site, but Sapphire is going to sit here and wait. They've got a lot of presence here, but Raven finds that first opening duel.
And it does look like it's going to be a little bit of a clean sweep. Yeah, I say that. Okay, Kianetta trying desperately, much like she did in that first pistol round before, to make this a contestable scenario. But it's a pistol round, which means the chances of having a kit devastatingly low. And as we can see, they don't have one available. Time now is a factor. Bouchard brings it to a 1 versus 1, but Empathy will rake in that final kill of the round. Shimmer go up to 11, Empathy goes up to 22, and this map is very close to its finish line.
It is. They brought that pistol round really close. I was saying, you know, I've seen their pistols. They're definitely looking a little bit more structured. And the fact that it comes down to individual stepping up, this is the thing that I love highlighting, is that Shimmer, there's been a lot of reliance on the individuals that can potentially be punished. And sometimes it comes down, and the Athena roll rate. Oh, I've been waiting for this. I have been waiting for times like this. But unfortunately, it's going to meet the scout, but it's not taken down immediately.
This is so random. I love seeing like the giggles and the smiles. Like she knows what she's doing. She knows how ridiculous this is. But unfortunately, it's just going to be a bit of a tap, tap, tap from Empathy to shut that down in its tracks once more. Forks, how you'd gone and done that. All right, Kianetta. Get one for herself. Recovers that scout.
Long range, go long.
She's not even going to use it, bro. The Deagle, that's where it's at. Unfortunately, well, shots aren't going to be able to connect. So there you have it, folks. Map point for Shimmer on the Little Boxes map pick.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to claw back into this one with. We saw a couple of really nice shots in there as well. Kianetta got the crispiest of Deagle headshots. That's the one that you peek and you go, I'm going to get that kill. I'm going to find it. I'm going to peek mid. I'm him. Absolutely. That's one of those situations. They've got weapons for this potential final round. They've got utility as well. And actually, I love this aggression mid. They can maybe wrap this instantly.
Jeez, that first kill to come through is devastating. Raven's had a bit of a tough time, but when you have Empathy firing off the way that she has been, I mean, Raven's pretty okay to just be cannon fodder, and even then, she's only got 5 deaths. She's just, you know, she just hasn't had that many opportunities to get involved in the fights. Sapphire, I'm the Sapphire, with a triple kill to bring this into a 3 versus 1, but the one is Empathy, the Kobe from Narnia, somehow shuts that down, and the Little Box have given themselves a stay of execution. I don't know if they get another 9 rounds back-to-back to get us to overtime, but I am here for the resurgence. I am here for the signs of life from this team.
You gotta highlight it. There's been a lot of these rounds where they've managed to get the health down low. They haven't been able to find those kills, but they've been able to get the health down low enough. That situation there doesn't work if her team haven't already done the damage, right? If there's no HE or Empathy has got any more health than that, that doesn't happen. This game is over. And you've got to look at these moments. Bouchard, has got the Org on out, got a tag onto Athena, but she's not down and out yet. Bouchard tucking into this corner, dodging the flashes. Oh, but the third flash comes through and it's brutal.
Yeah, not where I would have posted up the Org. I'm going to be perfectly honest with everyone here. And unfortunately, it does rather get shut out very, very quickly. Bomb already planted. Only 2 players remaining for the CTs. So the attempt at a retake is falling to the wayside. Kianetta now has to 1v5. All the biscuits, all the marbles walk straight into a crossfire. And it's a 13-3 for Shimmer, snatching their opponent's map pick, 1-0 in the series, and on the verge of a yet another 2-0 victory.
Yep, they are looking so strong this season. And Little Bocks, you know, we have to say this, they're going up against the region's best at the moment, right? So whilst this looks difficult, they've got rounds on the board. In fact, we have seen teams take way less against Shimmer, and the rounds they were losing, there were a couple of them that were incredibly close there. That CT side pistol, for instance, could not have been closer. It came down to an Empathy 3K, right? So we have seen this team put up a couple of rounds, and that's all we can realistically ask when you're going toe-to-toe with second place grand finalists here.
Yeah, I think that, we've got to really temper expectations for this one. It's really easy to come in and hype up the experience that the players on Little Bocks are bringing to the table. But Shimmer are a powerhouse that blasted through the previous season. They fought their way all the way to a grand final. They were the first North American team to make an ESL Impact LAN grand final, which, sure, they didn't win it, but it went the distance. It was such a long series, and Furia struggled to get that win. So that tells you just how strong of a team this is. And you find the Little Bocks, and they've come into this, and they're girls that love Counter-Strike, and they formed a team because they want to compete and they want to be a part of the scene, but they're not necessarily trying to be the very best in the scene. They're just trying to be the best that they can be. So that's what they're doing here. Kianetta with 11 kills, having a solid performance. But that brings us to our head-to-head, and options were a bit odd. So we're gonna take two players from the same team. It's gonna be Empathy and STX, and part of the reason I wanted to show this is because STX was the second highest fragger on the roster. Empathy has 11 more kills than her. 11 affinity.
Yeah, it's a very difficult one. When Empathy is having an incredible game, she is unstoppable. I talk a lot about how I kind of miss the Empathy AWP days, right? I kind of miss the just unnatural flicks that she used to hit, but she's feeling so much more comfortable on this rifle. She was wanting to make the switch for a while. Finally, she's got a team where she's got such a strong AWPer that she doesn't even need to be a secondary AWPer. She can just focus on this. I think, fun little Empathy fact here whilst we're, if you ever look at her player cam, she sits, very close to her monitor. Not quite your Kinder levels, but she sits very close, and she moves her whole head to look at her mini-map. But she's just a powerhouse. She's got the entry kills. She always has just the right amount of aggression as well. And I think that's something that you've got to highlight. We talked about how they're very difficult to kill. You saw that only 9 deaths in the map there as well. But that's what it takes. That's the star quality. And it's really good to see, because it is unfortunate for Little Bocks. This will be their hardest game all season. They've had a little bit of a rough one with some of the teams that they have played so far. It's a bit like Ghost Gaming, is that they're getting the hard teams out of the way. And hopefully, smoother seas await them later on in the series. This was always going to be the killer match. Not only because it's Shimmer, but we talked about that veto, okay? There is nowhere that they could have taken that veto that didn't damage them. The only map that we've seen Shimmer willing to let through in the veto that they are mortal on was that Inferno, where they lost 13-4 to Ghost. That was unprecedented. So we have seen that they're mortal, but the thing is, Inferno, not a map that Little Bocks are playing much. So it was unfortunate. This was always going to be their Achilles heel series.
And well, that's going to be our first map done and dusted. Unfortunately, that's going to be Little Bocks losing on their map pick, as mentioned. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it will be the map pick of Shimmer. It will be Nuke. It will be a punish pick, and very likely the end of our series. Let's see if the Little Bocks can surprise us after this break.
It's 6 o'clock in the morning.
You called me the other night. Don't you know I've got no time? That's it, I'm never right for you and I. Don't you call me babe? Thought you had a chance dropping DMs on my page. You can stay outside, you can park it on the pavement. Waiting, I don't need a man that's cheap and basic. I'm ranking. Back up. I don't need another suitor, babe. Man up. Put your pouting on a Twitter page, yeah. And I advise you to take a deep breath, cause you gon' hold it till the colors in your cheeks left. Whoa, child, I don't mind. You can follow if you like. Just know I got no time. Now for you and I, now for you and I. Call me if you like. Don't expect me to reply. Don't expect no ride or die. Now for you and I, now for you and I. What makes you think I want it when I treat you like a ghost? Take this man home, everybody else already knows. I'm the only one I need, you're the one that needs to grow. I ain't playing, boy, turn around and walk it out the door. You've got to go. For the love of God, for the last time. Watch, baby, I don't mind. Just stand home, yeah. Televised, you don't need to come by. From a distance, though. Whoa, child, I don't mind. Follow if you like. Just know I got no time. Now for you and I, now for you and I. Call me if you like. Don't expect me to reply. Don't expect no ride or die. Now for you and I, now for you and I. Moving love, I need to keep this from the mirror on the wall. I'll never let her fall, no. cruising on the way to paradise. Jump right in, baby, let's go. Let's go. Drums on, bass on the radio. You and me will drive through the night, cruising on the way to paradise. Jump right in, baby, let's go. Let's go. Feel it spilling over. You've gotta cry just a little. Cry before you let it go. Gotta take a moment, then move on. Leave the past behind you. You've gotta die just a little. Die before you learn to live. Let the magic find you and go on. And you might fall down a little, get back up again, fake it till you make it, and don't have to play pretend. Get into your flow, come on, let it show. There you go. Feel the fire burning. You gotta hurt just a little. Hurt for you heal the pain. Soon the winds are turning. Let it rain. And you might fall down a little. Get back up again. Fake it till you make it. And don't have to play pretend. Get into your flow. Come on, let it show. There you go.
I ain't holding my breath, but something's gotta give. Settle for nothing less. Gotta go, gotta get. I take it as it is. The game is never ending. We never signed it to life, but we're here for the ride. So hold on tight. We're moving fast and time don't slow, so we gotta let go. We already know we're just living for the good times. Nothing better than the good times. Stay living for the good times. We're living for the good times. I don't
with it. They try to reference it, wanna say they invented this. I know you can't resist, trying to be like this. Don't even take the risk, walk away, cause I got everyone wishing they had what they're missing, but no, never know. Guess I got it simple, I'm not like the people you know. Make it look easy. I bet I'll make it look easy. Don't try to fake it to be me. Just cause I make it look easy. Make it look easy, I do it in my sleep at night. Don't try to get it right, gotta stay in line. I gotta win, nah. I'm making a name, nah. Winning again, nah. Wanna play, cause I got everyone wishing they had what they're missing, but no, never know. Guess I got it simple, I'm not like the people you know. Make it look easy. I bet I'll make it look easy. Don't try to fake it to be me. Just cause I make it look easy. Don't even bother, try to win a liar. Real like no other. It's in my veins, like in my DNA. My vibe is like no other. Cause I got everyone wishing they had what they're missing, but no, never know. Guess I got it simple, I'm not like the people you know. Make it look easy. I bet I make it look easy. Don't try to fake it to be me. Just cause I make it look easy.
Had enough of these bros. Said they wanna play ball, but they always get mad anytime we beat that. They don't tell us so though. They pretend they got gold. We should put them on blast. The man can't stand such an upset. Your window's closing, you notice you never lose so bad. You should expect it. You know I'm coming up. I'm coming up. Hey, no time to run, no games. Your time has come today. Just stopping by to say we're taking over. We're made for this. We're taking over. You know what time it is. We're taking over. We're made to win. We're taking over. Woke up this morning feeling like $1,000,000. Tell me how you feel knowing you get no love. Wait a minute now. All wins, no losses. Watch out, fill my cup. If you can watch me rise up to the top, you can learn how to pick it up. Pick it up now. Your window's closing, you notice you never lose so bad. You should expect it. You know I'm coming up. I'm coming up. Hey, no time to run, no games. Your time has come today. Just stopping by to say, hey, come on. We're taking over. We're made for this. We're taking over. We're taking over. We're taking over. We're made to win. Yeah. Say what we made for.
Street lights turned on hours ago. You've been here 3 nights in a row. I feel like an afterthought, but still I open the door. No matter how much you adore me, right before the dawn is when you leave. Oh, do I glow in the dark? Or why do you call me? Only after hours leaving in the morning. Do I glow in the dark? Would it kill you to hold me? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? Midnights are my only hope to see you, but it's not enough. I feel like an afterthought, but at least you thought of me. No matter how much you adore me, right before the dawn is when you leave. Oh, do I glow in the dark? Or why do you call me? Only after hours leaving in the morning. Do I glow in the dark? Would it kill you to hold me? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling?
Don't you know I feel you all around me? No, I can't control it. Never wanna let your guard come down. Where your heart and soul is. Talk to me, baby. Do you feel like something's wrong? I just wanna lift you up, hold you in my arms. I'm gonna need you to say it. I can't read your mind. I can't beg it let up with the plan. Don't you waste my time. Why can't you ever make me happy?
And welcome back, everybody. Apologies for the slight delay there. CS dropped an update, and so we had to just make sure that everybody was ready to go with that update and available. And on that note, unfortunately, Little Bocks will now be playing with 2 substitutes, as Andrea was struggling a little bit to get that update done and dusted. So coming in for her will be Exile Affinity. And I know,
Yeah.
everyone at home is going, who the hell is that? But she is also a veteran of the women's Counter-Strike scene.
She is. She played back in the DreamHack Showdowns in 2020. Actually played alongside Bouchard as one of those players. So it's not like she's a complete unknown entity to some of these players. But this, I do believe, might be her first time in the ESL Impact.
Yeah.
Because of course, DreamHack Showdown, that was the foundation stages. We talk a lot about standing on the shoulders of giants. These are the giants that ESL Impact stands on the shoulders of. So she was there from the foundation and forging of the women's scene. It worries me a little bit when we see a player coming in that we haven't seen play in a competitive structured environment like this. You know, I went to my local information broker, our wonderful community streamer Bocks, and went, "Hi, you got much information on this player?" And he turned around and went, "No, you're gonna have to ask somebody who's been in the game longer than I have." And I was like, oh, now we're in the trenches.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what she's going to be able to bring to the table here. But I mean, we've spoken a little bit about teams bringing on players that we haven't seen in a long time or haven't seen much of. There's actually a South American team that have brought on a player who's never played in an ESL Impact before, except for standing in for MIBR twice last season. And they were so impressed with what she did that they said, actually, come along, come and join us in the regular season. So you know what? Sometimes these surprise stand-ins really can surprise you. But the problem that we face, Affinity, is that we're moving on to, I mean, aside from the fact that it's Shimmer, is that we're moving on to Shimmer's map pick of Nuke. Now, that's going to mean Little Bocks should be allowed to start on that CT side. Do you think that that's going to be enough of a boon for them?
You never want to just rag on a team, but unfortunately not. Shimmer is immense on Nuke. Especially on that T side, they are vicious. Orps' Forks, so the Forks on Orp on top of Silo is what I meant to say, is just something otherworldly. They just abuse that outside control. They are aggressive. They like to wrap to lockers quickly. I'm expecting them to rush outside here to really kick us off. Actually, a little bit slower pace and taking a little bit of a different route here. Sapphire meets an early grave, and Empathy's got two. Serendipity chips in, and immediately the kill feed lights up yellow.
Maybe a bit of a serendipitous meeting. Athena, 1v4. Oh, shots are not landing. Look at her, look at her. She's like, oh man, what do I do? She's smiling, she's laughing, she's having a good time. She realizes that her days are probably numbered in this round. Ducking and diving, dodging and weaving, desperately just trying to get a little bit of damage done. The knife comes out. Not going to be Forks to get the knife, but Serendipity does it. So there you have it, folks. That's going to be Shimmer with their second pistol round, if I remember correctly. No, I lied. No. Somehow, Shimmer have won all three.
Yeah, it was narrow on that second pistol over on Dust 2 on the CT side. It came down to a 1v1, but yeah, they have secured all three so far. And now it looks like they're just going to start their early ways of abusing outside. And Athena, absolutely incredible player. If there was anyone that could stand up to the bastion of Shimmer out here, it would be her.
So far, so good. What was that you were saying about Athena and Deagles? She had a Deagle.
I don't know if that was dropped. I'm gonna believe that it might have been, but I think it's the right call. Sapphire, this is a little bit cheeky.
I'll be real with you. I don't think there's a world in which that actually gets anything. But hey, I am always happy to be proven wrong. Sapphire's USP will get something, however, but I was correct. The Zeus didn't get a darn thing. A little bit of damage done there, but of course, it's yet another round that goes in favor of Shimmer.
It does indeed. They lose a couple of kills in the midst of all of this. We saw, Exile find one, Sapphire find another. So it's not completely a sort of stamp down. Forks, we see this a lot from her on Nuke, is that sometimes she'll lean towards this SG. She'll always have a scope in her hands. It's not always the AWP though. And I'm expecting to see it outside on top of Silo, as we can see, raining down hell from above.
Already a good little bit of damage done. Athena does manage to dodge the brunt of that nade, but in a very tight spot here, has been spotted out. Raven with a double already. trying to better the performance she had on that first map. That I'm not gonna lie, I was not expecting the Krieg, but I'm here for it. Anybody who picks up a Krieg or an AUG is A-okay in my book. I'll be honest, those guns are, you know what, it's my XM.
You know what? We've all got to have an XM. Kianetta spotted one, but unfortunately caught between a rock and a hard place here. Serendipity is this, lobby player they like to leave as a contingency plan. And unfortunately, Forks immediately rotates on over. This is textbook Shimmer. They will just abuse that outside play. As I said, they love to wrap around lockers. They love to go in and take that, they see your spawn and they're like, no, I want a piece of that as well. And little Bocks, I think you're either going to have to try somehow outpace them, meet fire with fire and have just the most chaotic map, or you're going to have to sit back and play retakes. I don't think there's any way to try and play this, especially with two substitutes in any structured semblance.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's always going to be difficult. It's always difficult just to have a sub just, in and of itself. But when you're already a team that is not you're not relying heavily on structure as it is, there's almost that semblance of, well, maybe we can kind of get away with it. Unfortunately, Nuke is one of the most tactical maps in the map pool. So you might have gotten away with this on a Mirage or an Inferno, but theoretically on a Dust 2. But even then, we saw how that ended, 13-2, if I remember correctly. It's not going very well for them. Double AWP and an AUG, though. Do you know what? I like this. I mean, I don't like it, but I like it. You know what I mean?
I think you've got to do something unique to try and stem the bleeding here, to try find something. And, I mean, it's working out early round.
Yeah, but it's instantly traded back. They just overrun. They know all they have to do is keep the numbers, keep the pressure. And as much as we've gotten a little bit of damage done early on, bombs already been planted. Now we have to try and mount a retake with an AUG and 2 rifles. And the AUG can potentially do a little bit better in the close range engagements than an AWP might have done. But the fact that they've lost both of those AWPs means that they're in a very difficult position. The Krieg gets a little bit more value I think that it has any right to. That would be the 3rd Krieg kill of the map, if I'm not mistaken. But Sapphire in a desperate situation, caught with util out, trying to pull the rifle out, and it's Forks with a 3K with the Krieg.
It is I mean, we've talked about how on the flip side we saw, 3 different scopes of various kinds come on out here. I think that Forks might just be feeling the SG today. I think that might just be the call. Until this weapon is felt from her, we're not going to see it switch. Nobody else on the team really wants to touch it. This is her signature. Outside, we talked about this. I mean, Athena's trying to meet them halfway here, trying to put a little bit of a fight on up, but the flashes are so good that HE is just going to reveal her sitting dark.
Oh. I mean, I respect the idea, right? Play that a little bit more up close and personal. Play in the smoke, wait for an opportunity. But as you pointed out, the HE gives away all that information. Somehow, we're still keeping this contestable. Very low HPs for the Shimmer ladies, but their shots do not connect. You know what does connect? Their utility. That flash was nasty. Kianetta, however, finally going to put Forks down, her 2nd kill in the map, but unfortunately can't get any more done. The bomb to be planted. Forks is sitting on 10 and 2. And you know what? Raven in the stats book, because I was talking about this a little bit earlier on, but she had like 5 deaths. And it was the lowest out of everybody. Again, lowest deaths out of everybody. I don't know, man. She is Neo. That's all. Maybe her shots don't necessarily always hit the way that she wants them to, but nothing hits her.
She's kind of been the chosen one recently. She came into the season again absolutely incredible off the back of amazing land performances. And unfortunately, we said meet fire with fire, and it's gone a little bit wrong. The Inferno blazing a little bit too hot there, and it's it's difficult here to suggest something because Little Bocks, they've got 4 substitutes on their team. And actually, if you've been around the NA scene for a while, you will have heard of them. And actually, to be honest with you, it's hard to know what the actual core roster is with how often we're seeing people interchange. Kianetta, ADK, Pippi Sippy, and now Exile. ADK and Pippi Sippy, of course, we haven't seen them in the regular season yet. Staples of the women's scene. But it's very difficult to find your footing as a team when you don't even really have a core roster identity.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we have to kind of take this Little Bocks roster at face value. We said it a little bit earlier on, but they're a team that are just wanting to be a part of the scene, wanting to be a part of the magic of women's Counter-Strike. But Shimmer, yeah, 100%, dude. If I could actually aim, I would definitely be trying to be a part of this as well. But obviously, Shimmer are trying to be world champions, and they came so close to tasting that glory earlier this year. Ooh, that was a bit rough. And they don't want to allow that opportunity to slip through their hands a second time. And in fact, we already know that they're having a slightly rougher performance than they did last season. Now, folks, let me put that sentence into perspective for you. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Last season, I mentioned it a bit earlier on, they dropped a whole 3 maps. All 3 of those maps were on the online stage, and all 3 of them were to the same Dawn team, which was Furia, who won the whole damn thing. This season, they have in fact dropped a map. It was a surprising. Yeah, it was a little bit surprising.
I lost my mind watching it.
I'm sure you did. You of all people. I think that, like, Affinity is the biggest Shimmer fan in all the world. So
I'm
when
just
that
a
happened,
big NA fan. I was glad to see Ghost get something because they're a team I feel like we've hyped up quite a lot and haven't seen much from. You and I were chatting a little bit, weren't we? That Ghost Gaming were, a team we want more from.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially because, Semalicious, friend of the team, the broadcast team. We're always looking to see her succeed and do well. Ooh, Kianetta. All right. Only good for the 2 there. A little bit of damage done. But once again, we're at that position where it probably doesn't matter. 3 rounds remain in this half. Oh, dearie me. It's happening again. It's happening again, Affinity. 2 AWPs and an AUG. No, and an exit now.
What a buy. What a buy. This is, I think, on some level, you come into this knowing it's a really unfortunate situation. We talked about how Shimmer are the Achilles heel team for Little Bocks, from the veto to how they play, just to everything, really. So I think if you want to play comfort weapons, if you want to play a little bit crazy, you got to go for it. When Raven... I mean, she had a little bit quieter first map, but she's not to be looked down on. She has had an immense season and an immense run of form lately. Her openings on Nuke are insane. She will just wrap heaven. And look, before you even know what's going on, they're playing double AWP. Sapphire's got one on the XM, so I am the happiest chappy in the world. And there it is, the Kobe to end it all.
Double digits acquired. And not to beat a dead horse, but this is also Shimmer's T side. Like, it's really starting to feel like there isn't much of a way back in for the Little Bocks at this point. I mean, they've tried a lot of different stuff, right? They've tried some XM shenanigans. They've tried this double AWP, single AUG setup shenanigan. Now they're going for something a little bit more straightforward. But obviously, it's just a force. Right, pots and pans, trying desperately to find some sort of an opening here, but it's Forks who finds the opener onto Kianetta. Athena has been doing well to try and keep things moving, but she's going to get caught out in the outside. Raven massively stepping up from her performance on the first map, and with only 2 players remaining, it's looking like it's going to be an 11th hour round for Shimmer. So close to that 12-0 scoreline at the half. I wonder if Raven can get one more. Can we make it a 4K for her? She's not the one with the bomb. She's out towards outside. Oh, she's not going to get the opportunity. Sapphire's going to take... Oh, dearie me. Sapphire definitely spotted her out. And now it's aiming down. No ways. No ways. Okay. I was like, there's no way that she actually gets the 4th kill when I literally just said it's not going to happen. And, well, it didn't happen. Sapphire was good for that kill. But the clutch was the undoable scenario. And it's that dreaded 11th round for Shimmer.
Shimmer are just suffocating little Bocks with the map control here. There's nothing really they can do because by the time you blink and you miss it, and they've already run ramp, they've already run hell, they've already wrapped lockers outside, they're already out on A. There's nowhere that they're not. They are just infectious on this map, and it's happening again. Outside they go. Forks up here on top, jumps on down. You can tell the confidence is brimming, using the AWP, running with the AWP like that. They don't clear Athena.
This is not the round I thought they were going to win. I'm not going to lie to anybody here. This has very much not gone the way that I expected. 4 kills already. Serendipity now, last one remaining. And yes, I think a team like Shimmer, you know what? Is it really overconfidence if you only get punished for it once? And there it is, the one punish. Can Little Bocks form another? 11-1 at the half.
On a knife's edge, this series balances 11-1. That final round, a life raft in a vast, vast ocean here for Little Bocks. But a pistol round, we saw them bring the pistol round second half close over on Dust 2. But now they need to dig a little deeper, bring something just a little bit more to try close this out, to give them some hope of extending this series any amount.
Speaking of close, I mean, Lotus versus Nocturnal, they had a 9-3 half that ended at a 13-9. Nari's Law very much came into fruition there. Now on map 2, it's also a very, very close affair between the two teams. So looking forward to seeing if they end up on a map 3. But it's looking like here on the mainstream, we will not be having the privilege and the joy of a third map. Because, yes, door stuck, but we managed to brute force our way through. And Shimmer brute force their way to a 12-1 scoreline, 1 round away from taking this series 2-0 all the way to the bank.
Brute force, brutal is another word I'd use. This team is, we talked a little bit about it, they haven't been looking on great form, but I think this is just showing their confidence. The only thing is, we saw that 1 round punish when they got a little overconfident. I think Shimmer, they got bopped on the nose and are right back into just playing a little bit more respectfully. Now the worry is outside seems to be where Empathy is most active and dangerous, but actually this time it's STX waiting. Fox has found the first. Serendipity has smoked to go out, but Empathy's pushed all of this space. And look, she's already in their spawn.
I mean, there's 2 players left here, guys. Let's be realistic with our expectations as the last 2 pins will fall and crumble. And of course, that's going to be Shimmer with yet another victory in the group stages, or the regular season, should I rather say, here in North America at the ESL Impact League for Season 8. Another stellar performance from them. Yes, they've been pushed a little bit more in some of their other series, but to see them win so handedly here, it's certainly... I mean, you were saying a little bit earlier on that you were feeling like maybe they weren't playing at their absolute best this season. Maybe they're still kind of working through some growing pains or so, but when you see them having such a dominant performance today, surely it should spark some joy. Surely it should alleviate some of those fears.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And they've been putting in so much work in the off-season, in external events as well, is that, you know, and a confidence booster like this. I worry sometimes that maybe we see them get a little bit too confident, especially, you know, when Empathy 12-8 there, but Forks 20-4. I feel like a little bit of a sleeper pick in that map. You didn't see it happening, but it crept up really quick.
140 ADR. 140 affinity. Also, bearing in mind, so many of those kills came with a Krieg, which is one of the reasons why it felt like they just kind of snuck up on you, because who's paying attention to the Krieg? Well, there you have it. Forks certainly was, and she will be topping off the leaderboard here across, the only one to have hit that 20 mark. And of course, for the little Bocks, they came into this one at a bit of a disadvantage. What I loved seeing was that they maintained high spirits from start to finish. They weren't getting, you know, super upset. They weren't, you know, you could see they were still talking, they were laughing, they were smiling. And that's the kind of attitude that you want coming into these matches. But now it's time for our Kadia player of the match. And while you might look at that and think it's got to be Forks, right? She was a little bit quiet on map 1. You know who wasn't quiet on either of these maps? Of course, it was Empathy. 40 kills overall, 12 multi-kills. Only one more than our Kadia player to watch of South America. Just gonna put that out there. But yes, a total of 40 kills and 145 ADR. She terrified me today.
She is a terrifying opponent just to go against generally. Is she has made that LAN final, the groups, getting out the group stages, should I say, for so many seasons. And it's talked a little bit about, and it feels harsh to say sometimes, but it seems to be FlyQuest and whatever team Empathy is on. Now, the team that she's playing with now, absolutely incredible. I think she's got a really strong team here, so it's not just the Empathy show, but she just individually is at a level that we just don't see a whole lot, especially in this region. Goes above and beyond, has been doing so for so many seasons. And this time, not only is Forks joining her, but Raven's having a standout season, STX was looking good, Serendipity was holding her own in all of this, the whole team just coming together really nicely. And the fact that you've got everyone firing on all cylinders, everyone finding so many kills, what was a really short series is they're looking dangerous, and they've already got their eyes set on that rematch versus Furia. And if they can keep showing us mechanics like we're seeing here, and then when they're going against teams where they can dig their teeth in with a little more structure, we saw no timeouts being called, for instance, so Ink wasn't really getting on the mic there. When we come up against teams where we need that little bit more depth, hopefully they'll be feeling really warm in the mechanics department, and then we can see the strat book start to play its role.
Yeah. Oh, looking forward to seeing how that shakes up. But now let's take a look at how the standings have shaken up after the end of that series. And as mentioned, Shimmer now will be sitting at a 4-0 lead, with the little Bocks dropping all the way down to an 0-3. We're still waiting for the results of Nocturnal versus X-Legacy Lotus, but with how close it's going, it really does feel like it's kind of anyone's game. And our last few games will be played out tomorrow. But so far, so good for the reigning queens of North America. They already unseated FlyQuest last season. They came very close to being the new champions of the world, but that was snatched away from them. So they're taking a run for, part 2 Electric Boogaloo. We'll see if they can maybe make that happen this time around. Affinity, we are almost done for the day, but there is one more thing that we need to do before we can send everyone home. And that is, of course, take a look at our top 5 plays of the day. And honestly, I don't know how they choose 5, but they do it. So let's kick things off here with Vispel. She deals with the eco stack very quickly with the Mac 10 and secures yet one more round. And this very nearly became the comeback.
All right, coming in at number 4, we have Letty's 4K anti-eco over on Ancient. Now, this series was something to behold, but Letty just on an absolute tear today.
Impressive performances all around, but coming in 3rd place, something that I had the pleasure of casting a little bit earlier today. Anna X was on a tear today. Such an impressive performance from her. She was like a dear player to watch as well, or MVP rather, at the end of South America. And this is exactly why the 3K on Nuke to drive it home.
Number 2 is Takomi's 4K over on Train. Again, we sung praises of this series, but it was incredible. And Hikomi, what a sequence to be putting out here.
A lot of powerful plays coming through from our ladies over the course of the day, but it is a top 5, and we've just gotten through 4. So here's a look at number 1. Again, it's this European absolute brawl. Julie, a South American export with a love for the pistol, it seems, and a stunning 4K pistol from her that just kind of inched them that little bit further in the series. So very well done to Julie and the rest of our top 5 players. We're always incredibly impressed with what you ladies are able to do. And if you didn't make the top 5 next week, don't worry. There's always tomorrow and next week and the week after that. We've got time. So, I say we have time. We have time for that. What we don't have time for is more action tonight, but we will be back tomorrow as per usual. So thank you so much to everyone who watched. Thank you, Affinity, for being with me or allowing me, I suppose. You're one of the queens of NA, so thank you for allowing me on this journey with you today.
Did you enjoy doing the top 5 plays? That's my only question for you. Because you don't get to...
It's been a long time since I got to do a top 5 play, so that was a banger. That was a vibe. Thank you so much, of course, to production for the long hours that they put in and all of the support and love that they give us to make a beautiful product for all of you to enjoy at home. Thank you, everybody, once again for joining us. And as mentioned, we will be back live once again tomorrow for more Europe, South America, and North American ESL Impact here for Season 8. But that's going to be us wrapping things up for the day. Have a lovely evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
Every day, rule that game. I always go 100%. Start to end, to the end, out or in. No between, you gotta go 100%. Play to win every single moment. Caught up in the motion, got no use for caution.
What we got you can't handle. Cause we don't ever stand still. I'm ready for the gamble. I'm ready for the gamble. Ready for the gamble. Feeding the flame, chasing the fame. This one will never be enough for me. I feel it run through my veins. I sharpen my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. Tomorrow we soaking the fire under my feet. Soaking the fire under my feet. This is what we came for. Watch out. What we got you can't handle. Step out. Cause we don't ever stand still. No doubt. I'm ready for the gamble. I'm ready for the gamble. Ready for the gamble. Feeding the flame, chasing the fame. This one will never be enough for me. I feel it run through my veins. I sharpen my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. Soaking the fire under my feet.
Yo, I switch, I swerve, wonder how I have the nerve. Leaving the heat on the track, too hot and I'm lighting the match now. Blasting off, I rock it. Grab the mic just to drop it. My